You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness, Volume 1. This is Lecture 8, given in Basel on the 21st of December, 2016. Many people have the custom of celebrating every year the physical birth of that being who entered into earthly evolution in order to give meaning to this earthly evolution. In keeping with the task of our spiritual scientific movement, a task of which we must never cease to be aware, and in an effort to avoid falling into a merely routine celebration, such as is found in many places today, it will be fitting to bring before our souls in these grave times some aspects of what is connected with the meaning of the physical birth of Christ Jesus. We have often contemplated with the eyes of our spirit the fact that in Christ Jesus two beings flow together to form one, the Christ being and the human Jesus being. This is something that people on earth are capable of experiencing. As Christianity has developed, there has been much conflict, much dogmatic conflict, about the significance of the uniting of Christ with Jesus in the body, whose physical birth we celebrate in the Christmas festival. Let us start with what we know. In Christ we recognize a cosmic, super-earthly being, one who came down from spiritual worlds in order to give meaning to earthly evolution by being born in a physical human being. And in the human being Jesus, we recognize one who was destined, in the manner known to us, to unite as a human being with the Christ being, to take this being into himself after 30 years of preparation. Not only is much argument, much dogmatic conflict connected with the manner in which Christ united with Jesus, there is also in the relationship of Christ to Jesus an indication of important mysteries relating to the whole of mankind's evolution on earth. In endeavoring to pursue what has happened so far, so as to understand something about this uniting of Christ with Jesus, and in considering what must still happen in human evolution, in order to bring this relationship into a proper focus, we find ourselves touching on one of the greatest mysteries of human knowledge and human life. As the time approached when human evolution was to take into itself the Christ being, there came about a possibility, like an inheritance from the ancient days of clairvoyant wisdom, of gaining a picture, an idea of the whole lofty stature of the Christ being. There existed at this time a wisdom about which people often speak today in what could be called a sacrilegious way, though they have scarcely any idea of what it represented. It was something which has now been eliminated from human evolution by certain streams which are opposed to more profound Christian revelation. This was gnosis, a wisdom into which much of the knowledge revealed to mankind by ancient atavistic clairvoyance had flowed. Every last fragment of gnosis, both verbal and written, had been rooted out by Western dogmatic Christianity, but not until gnosis had also endeavored to find an answer to the question, who is Christ? Today there is no longer a question of returning to gnosis, for, of course, the light of gnosis has meanwhile gone out. But the elimination of gnosis, root and branch, through a consequence of evil, ignorance, and hostility toward knowledge and wisdom, sprang, nevertheless, in a way from a necessity of earthly evolution. So the accusation that anthroposophical spiritual science intends to warm up ancient gnosis is nothing more than one of the many malevolent attacks now being made on us. This accusation is made by people who know nothing about gnosis, and similarly little about anthroposophy. We do not want to warm up gnosis, but we do want to recognize that gnosis was something powerful, something great. For that time, 19 centuries ago, when it endeavored to give some kind of an answer to the question, who is Christ? The I, EYE, of the Gnostic, his spiritual I, EYE, saw the spiritual worlds. He thought of the spiritual hierarchies arranged in a wonderful way, rank upon rank. He also saw how Christ strode down through the world of the spiritual hierarchies in order to enter into the enveloping bodies of a mortal human being. All this was revealed in the soul of the Gnostic. And this soul strove to gain a picture of how Christ came down from spiritual heights and was received on earth. You can gain an idea of the scale of these events if you imagine that everything that has come into the world since the elimination of gnosis has been small and petty in comparison with the mighty Christ picture of the Gnostics. The mystery wisdom that lies behind the Gospels is infinitely great, greater than anything that subsequent theology has been capable of finding in them. In order to understand how small and insignificant is today's customary understanding of the Christ being, compared with that of gnosis, you might try to immerse yourselves in the Christ idea of the ancient Gnostics. When you place this before your soul, you will grovel in the dust before the greatness of this picture of the Christ being, who came down from spiritual heights, spiritual distances, spiritual breadths into a human body. So, long ago, there was once amongst human beings a lofty concept of Christ. It has receded now. For all those dogmas that came into being subsequently, the creeds of Arius or Athanasius or whatever, are trifling compared with the Gnostic concept which combined wisdom about the structure of the universe with the view of the Christ being. Only remnants of this great Gnostic concept of Christ remain. This is one aspect of the relationship of Christ to Jesus, namely that Christ came into the world at a time when the wisdom which could have comprehended him, which had endeavored to comprehend him, had already been stamped out. Yet all along those who spoke of gnosis as an oriental fantasy, which had to be stamped out for the good of Western man, considered themselves good Christians. In truth, it was only the incapacity of that time, its incapacity to link earthly concepts with heavenly concepts. You really need a sense of tragedy if you want to understand human evolution. How long was it after the event of the mystery of Golgotha that the Temple of Jerusalem, the place of peace, was destroyed? The city of Jerusalem surrounded the Temple of Solomon. What gnosis was as wisdom, the Temple of Solomon was as symbol. In the Temple of Solomon were symbolized all the mysteries of the universe. The purpose was that those who entered the Temple of Solomon, where they were surrounded by pictures which were mirrored in their souls, should there absorb something into their souls, which only then transformed them into true human beings. The Temple of Solomon was to pour the meaning of the universe into the souls of those who were permitted to enter there. What the Temple of Solomon contained was not directly contained anywhere on the earth, for it contained everything in the way of universal mysteries that shone down into the earth out of the breadths of the cosmos. Why was the Temple of Solomon built? My dear friends, if you had asked an ancient initiate who knew about the temple, he would have replied, so that there shall be a sign here on earth, which may be seen by those powers who accompany the souls who are seeking a way into earthly bodies. Let us grasp this rightly. These ancient initiates of the Temple of Solomon knew, as they accompanied the human beings down through all the signs of the zodiac into their earthly bodies, that they must guide special souls to those bodies, which were capable of mirroring in themselves the symbols of the Temple of Solomon. Naturally enough, this could become a reason for succumbing to arrogance. If this was not taken in with the humility of the Essenes, it became a reason for succumbing to the wisdom of the Pharisees. But the truth is as follows. The earthly eye, EYE, looks up to the heavens and sees the stars. The spiritual eye, EYE, of those who led souls down to the earth from the breadths of the universe was directed downward and saw the Temple of Solomon with its symbols. It was for them a star, by whose light they could accompany the souls into the bodies of a caliber capable of comprehending the meaning of the Temple of Solomon. It was the star at the midpoint of the earth which shone out strongly into spiritual heights. When Christ Jesus had come to the earth, when the mystery of Golgotha had taken its course, then this great mystery of Golgotha was to be mirrored in every single human soul. Quote, "My kingdom is not of this world," close quote. So the external, physical Temple of Solomon first of all lost its significance, and its destiny fulfilled itself in a tragic way. Basically, there was no one left at that time who, by mirroring all the symbols of the Temple of Solomon, could really take in the full extent of the Christ being. But the Christ being himself had entered into earthly evolution and was now within it. This, as has so often been repeated in our circles, is the fact which matters. The Gnostics were the last stragglers of those bearers of that wisdom which was extensive and intensive enough to understand something of Christ out of man's ancient atavistic earth wisdom. That is one side of the relationship between Christ and Jesus. At that time, the Christ being could have been comprehended by gnosis. But this was not part of the plan of evolution, although in what had been gnosis there had been contained the full wisdom of the Christ. But now it can be said that the path taken by Christianity through the countries of the South, through Greece, Italy, Spain, and so on, was suited to extinguishing more and more the knowledge of what Christ really was. Rome in decline, Rome in disintegration, was destined to extinguish the understanding of Christ. It is a remarkable thing that, on the one hand, the relationship of Christ to Jesus worked in such a way that in gnosis a high concept of Christ shines out and then dies away as Christianity passes through the Roman element, and that, on the other hand, when Christianity meets the peoples coming down toward it from the north, the concept of Jesus starts to take shape. The concept of Christ has died away in the south. Then in the north, the concept of Jesus appears, certainly not in a lofty way, but in a way that speaks to the souls of human beings. Something wonderful enters human souls at the thought of how a child is born in a consecrated night, a child who will take the Christ into himself. Just as in the south the concept of Christ was inadequate, so in the north was the feeling for Jesus. Nevertheless, the feeling was such that it deeply moved people's hearts, yet in itself it is not fully comprehensible. You have only to compare the greatness and majesty of what Christ Jesus means for human evolution with all the sentimental trifles contained in so many poems and songs about the, quote, darling infant Jesus, close quote, which move the hearts of those who in their egoism believe they are experiencing heavenly ecstasies. If you make this comparison, you gain an immediate impression of something that wants to enter into life, but cannot quite do so, something that combines with that other in such a way that the whole deeper meaning and significance remains in man's subconscious. Now, what is it that remains in man's subconscious while the concept of Jesus, the feeling for Jesus, the experience of Jesus rises to the surface? It is extraordinary how this happened. The understanding of Christ sank down into the subconscious, and the understanding of Jesus began to glow in the subconscious. In man's subconscious, not in consciousness, which was powerless, there was to be a meeting and a balancing out of the Christ consciousness, which was fading, and the Jesus consciousness, which was beginning to glow in the subconscious. Why did the peoples who came down from Scandinavia, from what is today northern Russia, not take up in Christianity the Christ idea, which, to begin with, remained utterly unknown to them? Why did they take up the Jesus idea in Christianity? Why was it the Christmas festival which above all spoke to human hearts, awakening in them infinite feelings of holy tenderness? Why was this? What was there in this Europe which received from the South what was basically an utterly disfigured Christianity? What was there in this Europe that caused that idea to light up in people's hearts, that idea in which the Christmas festival, with its deep, deep content of feeling, is experienced? The people had been prepared, but to a certain extent they had forgotten what had prepared them. They had been prepared out of the ancient northern mysteries, but they had forgotten the meaning of the ancient northern mysteries. To discover out of the inner meaning of the northern mysteries that deep secret of how the feeling for Jesus entered into European soul life, it is necessary to go very far back indeed. These northern mysteries were founded on something utterly different from the foundation of the mysteries of Asia Minor, the mysteries of the South. These mysteries of the North were founded on something that was more intimately bound up with the life of the stars, with nature, with the earth's growth forces, rather than that which was shown in the symbols of a temple. Mystery truths are not the trifles certain mystic sects play around with today. Mystery truths are grand and powerful impulses within human evolution. Just as we cannot find our way back today through anthroposophy to Gnosis, to the ancient Gnostics, neither can mankind return to what the ancient mysteries of the North once meant for human evolution. It would be a foolish misunderstanding to believe that such mystery truths are being revealed now because of a desire to return in some way to what lived in them. For the sake of self-knowledge, it is necessary for mankind today to know what lived in such mysteries. For what in the northern mysteries involved the whole evolution of the universe was connected with what came from the earth, whereas the Gnostic wisdom, inspired by the cosmos, was connected with what took place in the far reaches of the universe. The mystery of mankind in its connection to all the mysteries of the cosmos, how it works when man enters on the physical earth into his physical existence. All this, at a certain period of earthly evolution, lay more deeply than anywhere else at the basis of these ancient northern mysteries. But it is necessary to go a very long way back, approximately to the 3rd millennium BC, or perhaps even further, in order to understand what lived in those souls who later took into themselves the feeling for Jesus. Just about where the peninsula of Jutland is a part of Denmark today, there existed a center from which emanated in those ancient times very important mystery impulses. However people may judge this with their modern understanding, I can tell you that these mystery impulses were connected with the fact that in the 3rd millennium BC, in this northern region, there lived certain tribes who only considered those people to be proper residents of the earth who were born during certain weeks in winter time. This came about because the temple priests of this secret mystery center on the Jutland Peninsula decreed that in certain tribes, the Ingavones, as Tacitus called them, the sexual union of human beings must only take place during the first quarter of the year. Readers aside, I'm pronouncing Ingaeavones as Ingavones. End of readers aside. Every sexual union outside this period, decreed by the Mystery Center, was taboo, and anyone not born during the season of the darkest nights, in the coldest season toward the new year, was considered by these tribes of the Ingavones to be an inferior human being. The impulse was sent out by the Mystery Center at the time of the first full moon after the spring equinox. This was the only time when those who felt truly connected with the spiritual worlds were allowed to practice sexual union. The forces which are used up in sexual union were saved for the whole remainder of each year, and thus contributed to the growing strength of the people. Therefore they were able to develop that remarkable power of which even the dying Echo so astonished Tacitus, writing a century after the mystery of Golgotha. In this way, the tribes of the Ingavones and the other Germanic tribes, to a lesser extent, underwent at the time of the first full moon after the spring equinox a particularly strong experience of the process of conception, not in a state of waking consciousness, but through a kind of dream annunciation. They knew that what this meant with regard to the connection between the mystery of man and the mysteries of heaven. A spiritual being appeared to the one who was conceiving and announced to her, as through a vision, the human being who was to come to the earth through her. There was no consciousness, only a semi-consciousness, in that sphere which human souls experienced during the process of entering into physical earthly reality. Subconsciously, the people knew themselves to be ruled by gods, the Vanir. They were not fully conscious in their intellect, but lived in a, quote, knowing dream consciousness, close quote. Practices which exist at a certain time and are fitting for that time often survive into later times in external symbols. In olden times, the holy mystery of birth was shrouded in the subconscious, which in turn meant that all births were crowded together in a certain part of the winter season. And it was regarded as sinful if human beings were born at other times. Later on, this was partly preserved, but only fragments passed over into later consciousness, fragments of which the meaning has so far remained undiscovered by any learning. Indeed, it is openly admitted that no scholar has succeeded in discovering any meaning. Fragments remain in the so-called Erta saga. Except for a few notes, everything now known externally about the Erta, readers aside, spelled E-R-T-H-A, Erta, or Ertha, end of readers aside. Let me read that sentence again. Except for a few notes, everything now known externally about the Ertha, or Nerthus saga, is contained in the writings of Tacitus, who reports about it as follows, quote, the Rhoedigni, the Aviones, the Anglii, the Varini, the Oidoces, the Suardones, and Nuithones, Germanic tribes who are fenced in by rivers or forests. These are more or less those tribes who together constitute the Ingavones. Venerate Nerthus, Eartha, or Mother Earth, and believe that she interposes in human affairs and visits the nations in her chariot. Close quote. Steiner again. In olden times, every woman who was to give the earth a new citizen knew in her dream consciousness, through the religious worship of the Vanir, that the goddess, later worshipped as Eartha or Nerthus, would appear to her. This godly being was perceived as male-female rather than purely female. Only later did a corruption lead to Nerthus becoming a wholly female principle. Just as the angel Gabriel came to Mary so in ancient times did Nerthus come in her chariot to those who were to give the earth a new citizen. The women who were going to give birth saw this in spirit. Later, when the mystery impulse in this form had long faded away, the people still celebrated the dying echo of this event in symbols. This is what Tacitus saw, and described as follows, quote, "In an island of the ocean there is a sacred grove, and within it her consecrated chariot, covered over with a garment. Only one priest is permitted to touch it." Close quote. Steiner again. This priest was thought of as the initiate of the Eartha mystery. Quote, "He can perceive the presence of the goddess in this sacred recess, and walks by her side with the utmost reverence as she is drawn along by heifers. It is a season of rejoicing, and festivity reigns wherever she deigns to go and be received. They do not go to battle or wear arms. Every weapon is under lock. Only peace and quiet are known and welcomed at these times, till the goddess, weary of human intercourse, is at length restored by the same priest to her temple." Close quote. Steiner again. This was exactly what the vision was like. Such ancient documents describe things really quite exactly. Only people no longer understand them. Quote, "It is a season of rejoicing and festivity. They do not go to battle or wear arms. Every weapon is under lock." Close quote. Steiner again. Thus it was indeed at the season which is now our Easter time. Out of their inner soul life, people believed the season of the earth's fruitfulness to have come for them too. And those souls were conceived who were later born in the season, which is now our Christmas time. The season of Easter was the time for conception. This was seen as a holy mystery of the cosmos, and later it was symbolized in the worship of Nerthus. All of it was shrouded in the subconscious and was not allowed to break through into consciousness. This shimmers through in what Tacitus says about this worship. Quote, "Only peace and quiet are known and welcomed at these times, till the goddess, weary of human intercourse, is at length restored by the same priest to her temple. Afterward the chariot, the vestments, and the divinity herself are purified in a secret lake. Slaves perform the rite, who are instantly swallowed up by its waters. A penalty to ensure that all who know about these matters are submerged in the night of the unconscious. Thus reigns a mysterious terror and a pious ignorance concerning the nature of that which is seen only by men doomed to die." Close quote. Steiner again. Everything that takes place in the world comes to have a luciferic and an Ahrimanic counter-image. The practices of the Ingavones, which fitted properly into human evolution, related to the time of the first full moon after the spring equinox. But owing to the precession of the equinox, what remained in ancient times of what had once been a dream experience took place later and later, and thus became Ahrimanic. When the events of true ancient Eartha worship had gradually moved to a time approximately 4 weeks later, they had become Ahrimanic. It was Ahrimanic because the union of the human woman with the spiritual world was sought in an unlawful way, that is, at an unlawful time. This then came to be caught and held in, quote, Walpurgis night, close quote, which falls on the night of 30 April to 1st May. This is purely the consequence of an Ahrimanic time shift. You know that a Luciferic time shift goes backward, an Ahrimanic one is the opposite. So here the equinox is shifted forward, so that the remnant from earlier times manifests later. Thus the Ahrimanic Mephistophelian reverse side of ancient Eartha worship, its reversal into something devilish, later became Walpurgis night, which is connected with the most ancient mysteries, of which only this weak echo remains. Much of these mysteries lived on in the Scandinavian mysteries. There, in place of Eartha, is Frigg, who, in the symbolism of later ages, as spiritual science reveals, actually appears as a traitor to what really lay at the foundation. Something else also should be mentioned in connection with the customs of these mysteries. From the time of the spring full moon until the depths of winter, the fruit ripened in the mother's wombs. Then one such human being was the first to be born in the holy night. Among the tribes of the Ingavonis, this human being, the first to be born in the holy night, was chosen to become, at the age of 30, the leader for 3 years, for only 3 years. In those ancient times, this occurred every 3rd year. What then happened to him I might be able to tell you later on. Careful research reveals that not only is Frigg, Freya, a kind of secondary name for Nerthus, but that the same Ing, after whom the Ingavonis name themselves, is also a secondary name for Nerthus. Those connected with this mystery center called themselves, quote, the ones who belong to the god or goddess, Ingavonis. In the external world only, close quote, Ingavonis. In the external world only fragments remained of what was actually experienced. One of these are the words of Tacitus, which I have read to you. Another fragment is the famous Anglo-Saxon rune song, consisting of only a few lines. Every student of German philology knows it, but none understand its meaning. Quote, Ing was first seen by the men of the East Danes. Later he went eastward. Across the waves he strode, and his chariot followed after. Close quote. Steiner again. This Anglo-Saxon rune song contains an echo of what had happened in the ancient mystery custom of conception at Easter with a view to a time of birth at Christmas. What took place in this connection in the spiritual world was known, above all, on the Danish peninsula. That is why the rune song says quite rightly, quote, Ing was first seen by the men of the East Danes, close quote. Then came times when this ancient knowledge fell more and more into corruption, so that only echoes and symbols remained. Altogether, human evolution became more suffused with what came from warmer climes. From warmer countries comes something which is unlike what comes from colder climes, where the season of the year is intimately linked with what human beings experience in their inner being. In warmer climes, the seed of man was sown all the year round. Of course, this happened also in the colder countries, even while the old atavistic clairvoyance still existed. But it was suffused in the ancient principles. It came to the northern regions when the Vanir were being replaced by the Aesir, and when, in the southern regions, the nature mysteries had long been replaced by the temple mysteries. It came northward, of course, still mixed with the ancient ways, when the Vanir were being replaced by the Aesir. Just as the Vanir were connected with imagining, so were the Aesir connected with being or existing in the material world, which external understanding wishes to grasp. When the northern people had entered an age in which individual intelligence was beginning to develop, when the Aesir took the place of the Vanir, the mystery custom became corrupted. It migrated to isolated, scattered mystery communities in the East. One alone remained, the one in whom the whole meaning of the earth was to be renewed, the one in whom the Christ was to dwell, was chosen to unite within itself what had once been the content of the northern mysteries. So in contemplating in the Luke Gospel the story of how the Archangel Gabriel appears to Mary, we may seek its origin in the true visions which occurred in what was later mirrored in the Nerthus mystery with its symbols. This had migrated over to the East. Spiritual science now reveals it, and only spiritual science can find a meaning for the Anglo-Saxon rune song. For Nerthus and Ing are one and the same, and of Ing it is said, quote, Ing was first seen by the men of the East Danes. Later he went eastward. Across the waves he strode, and his chariot followed after. Close quote. He strode, of course, across the waves of the clouds, just as Nerthus strode across the waves of the clouds. What had been general in the colder regions became singular, a single event. It took place as a single event, and as such comes to meet us again in the description in the Luke Gospel. Now, once something is there, once it has become customary and firmly anchored in the soul, then it remains there. It remains firmly in the soul. So when the people of the north received the tidings of Christianity from what had been ancient Rome in the south, these tidings were linked with old mystery customs which lived no longer in full consciousness, but in the subconscious, and were thus only dimly sensed. That is why the feeling for Jesus could be especially strongly developed there. What had lived in the old Nerthus mystery had sunk down into the subconscious, where it was still present, where it was sensed and felt. In those distant days in the far north, when the earth was still covered in forests, in which lived the aurochs and the elk, the families gathered in their snow-covered huts in the lamplight around a newborn child. They spoke of this new life, and of how it brought to them the new light, which the heavens had announced to them in the days of early spring. This was the ancient Christmas, the consecrated night. When they later received tidings of one who was born in the holiest hour, and who was destined for great things, it reminded them of another who had been the firstborn after the 12th hour of the consecrated night. The ancient knowledge was gone, but the ancient feelings lived on when the tidings came of such a one born in distant Asia, one in whom the Christ who had descended to the earth, one in whom lived the Christ who had descended to the earth from the starry heavens. It is our duty in the present time to understand such things more and more, so that we may learn to grasp the meaning of earthly mankind's evolution. Holy Writ is filled with what is unimaginably great, not with the kind of triviality so often discussed in religious tracts. It is filled with holy truths which run through the whole of human evolution and thrill us to the marrow, flooding our hearts with wonder. All this resounds in what the Gospels contain. Once spiritual science has revealed the profound background to what lives in the Gospels, these Gospels will become for mankind something inestimably dear and valuable. One day mankind will know why it is said in the Luke Gospel, quote, "And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And this taxing was first made when Cyrenius was governor of Syria, and all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be taxed with Mary his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was, that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn." Close quote. Steiner again. For him, the firstborn among those who were to find one another in the soul, the ancient mystery forces had migrated to the distant east from the Danish peninsula. Quote, "And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And, lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid." Close quote. In the same way had Eartha, who rode through the countryside in her chariot, brought tidings of the arrival of human beings on earth in a way fitting for the ancient consciousness of the Vanir, that is, for subconscious atavistic clairvoyance. Quote, "And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for, behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger." And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, close quote, Steiner again, saying what the Eartha priest had spoken in the ancient northern mystery to the woman who was to conceive. Quote, "The revelation of the divine comes from on high, in the time of peace among those who are of good will. Close quote. Steiner again. As Tacitus says, quote, it is a season of rejoicing and festivity. They do not go to battle or wear arms. Every weapon is under lock. Close quote. It is to this greatness that human beings must ascend. Steiner again, Steiner. It is to this greatness that human beings must ascend. They must look deeply into the course of human evolution. For even the mystery of Golgotha, which gave a deeper meaning to the whole of earth evolution, only becomes fully comprehensible when it is shown how it stands within human evolution as a whole. When materialism has disappeared and people want to know, not only in the abstract, but also quite concretely about their divine origin, there will once again be an understanding for the holy mystery truths of ancient days. Then will the interval of time be over in which Christ, though he lives on the earth, can only be minimally understood in full consciousness. For the understanding of Christ among the Gnostics faded away, and the understanding of Jesus grew only unconsciously in connection with the ancient worship of Nerthus. In the future, mankind will have to bring into consciousness and bind together both these unconscious streams. Then an understanding of Christ will gain more and more prominence on the earth, and this will be the link between ancient mystery knowledge and a renewed great flourishing of gnosis. Those who take seriously the anthroposophical view of the world, and also the movement connected with it, will see that the things it has to say to mankind are no childish games, but great and serious truths. We must allow our souls to be deeply moved, because these things are meant to move us deeply. The earth is not only a great living creature, it is also a lofty spiritual being. Just as a great human genius cannot evolve to full stature without suitable development through childhood and youth, so the mystery of Golgotha could not have taken place. The divine could not have united with earth evolution if in the days of earth's beginning other divine beings had not descended in a different though equally divine way. The revelation of the divine on high, incorporated in the worship of Nerthus, differed from the way it was later understood, but it existed. The knowledge contained in this ancient wisdom is solely atavistic, yet it is infinitely higher than the materialistic worldview, which is today making human beings into animals as regards the level of their knowledge. In Christianity, we are concerned with a fact, not with a theory. The theory has to follow after the fact, and it is important for the human consciousness that is to develop during the further course of earth evolution. But Christianity as such, the mystery of Golgotha, exists as a fact, and it was necessary that it should enter at first into the unconscious streams. This was still possible in Asia Minor at the time when Christ united with the earth. Shepherds, people resembling those among whom the worship of Nerthus lived, are also described in the Luke Gospel. I can only sketch all this for you. If only we had more time, I could show you how deeply founded are the things I have to tell you today. It is because man came down from spiritual heights that the revelation of the divine came from the heavens. It had to be expressed in this way to those who knew from ancient wisdom that the destiny of man is linked with what lives in the stars of the heavens. But what is to live in the earth as a result of the incarnation of Christ into a human being will have to be understood gradually. The tidings are twofold. They are in two parts. Quote, the revelation of the divine from on high, close quote, and quote, peace to earthly souls who are of good will, close quote. Without this second part, Christmas, the festival of the birth of Christ, is meaningless. Not only was Christ born for mankind, mankind also crucified him. There is a necessity for this too, but it is no less true that mankind did crucify Christ. And it may be known that the crucifixion on the wooden cross at Golgotha was not the only crucifixion. A time must come in which the second part of the Christmas words may be understood, quote, "Peace to men on earth who are of good will," close quote. For the negative too may be felt and sensed, namely, that mankind today is far removed from a proper understanding of Christ and the Christmas mystery. Surely it must cut us to the quick that we live in an age when mankind's longing for peace is shouted down. It is almost dishonest in these days, when mankind's longing for peace is shouted down in the way it is, to celebrate Christmas at all. Let us hope, since we are not yet confronted with the absolute worst, that a change of soul may take place, so that in place of the shouting down of the longing for peace, there may come Christian feelings, a will for peace. If it does not, it may not be those who are striving in Europe today, but instead others who come over from Asia, who will one day take revenge for the shouting down of the longing for peace, and bring tidings of Christianity and of the mystery of Golgotha to the ruins of European culture and spiritual life. Then the record will be indelible. At Christmas in the 1916th year after the annunciation of peace on earth to human souls who are of good will, in the 1916th year after the tidings of Christmas, mankind succeeded in shouting down the longing for peace. May it not come to this. May the good spirits who work in the Christmas impulses guard Europe's unfortunate population against this. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of I'm not sure if it's a collection or a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness. This is Volume 1. This is Lecture 9, given in Dornach on the 24th of December, 1916. Today I would like to request you, once again, without exception, to refrain from taking notes. This applies to all 3 days. Most of you were present last Thursday at our discussion in Basel. I now want to bring to your attention once more quite a short extract of what we talked about then, as I consider it not unimportant for these thoughts to become known to us. I described how the wisdom about Christ was destroyed root and branch by dogmatism, namely that wisdom which was present in Gnosis, which itself was rooted out, since what remains of it now is no more than a fairly good number of fragments. Gnosis was a remnant of ancient wisdom, arising out of an atavistic knowledge of the spiritual worlds in the days of early mankind. Those who possessed this ancient wisdom, which was still understood by the Gnostics at the time of the mystery of Golgotha, knew that it contained a view, the names were different then, of the hierarchies which underlie the creation of the world, and they were thus able to conceive of the significance of Christ. Together with Gnosis, there disappeared the possibility of comprehending the Christ being as a cosmic being. Instead, there remains dogma, which has perpetuated certain incomprehensible concepts, the credo and so on, about the Christ being. What was important in centuries now gone by was not so much the wisdom about Christ as the fact itself, the fact that Christ turned toward the earth and fulfilled the mystery of Golgotha. A true understanding of the Christ being will first have to be won through the new Gnosis, which is something entirely different from the old Gnosis, for it is anthroposophical spiritual science. More important for our point of departure today is something else I introduced last Thursday, namely that in the North, in very early pre-Christian times, I said 3,000 years BC, there was a certain custom among peoples whom Tacitus called the Ingavones. This custom was guided by mystery priests in a mystery center focused on what is today Jutland, part of Denmark. This mystery center was able to work at that time and in those parts because all the climatic conditions in those colder regions differed from any in the southern, warmer regions, for all material conditions also have their own spiritual background. While the warmer regions were more suited to developing an understanding of the Christ being in gnosis, the colder parts lent themselves more to evolving feelings about Jesus, because of ideas still prevalent about ancient customs. Thus it was that in the south, gnosis had more of an understanding of the Easter mystery, the Christ mystery. But the understanding, as I have said, was destroyed root and branch by dogma. In the north, in contrast, there was more of a comprehension of the Jesus mystery, a feeling for the child who comes into the world to save mankind. This was based not so much on actual ideas, which had died out, but on feelings which live longer than ideas. The feeling of these ancient customs made comprehension possible. So it came about that in the south it was the task of the Church to root out the Christ mystery, whereas in the north it was the task to root out the Christmas mystery, to transform it into something innocuous. Thus later in the Middle Ages, the idea of Christmas came into being which, one might say, reckoned with the rise of bourgeois values of more recent times, which appeared increasingly as the age of materialism dawned. For bourgeois values, in the widest sense, are a concomitant of materialism. We have to be clear, though, that greater, more significant ideas, in the form of feelings, lived in Central Europe, right into the 8th, 9th, and even the 10th centuries. For these feelings originated from prevalent usages, such as processions and other folk customs. Let me briefly sketch these ancient customs once again. Among the Ingavonis, the life of the people were firmly guided by the mystery center, which laid down the season when provision could be made for procreation. The union of man with woman was permitted only in the days of spring, around the first full moon after the spring equinox. It was approximately the time we now call Easter time. The remainder of the year was taboo as far as human reproduction was concerned, and those born at a time which showed that their conception had been out of season were regarded in a way as not quite proper people. So the births of people conceived at the correct time all came together in the middle of winter, just after our present Christmas time. All those regarded by the Ingavonis as fully human had to be born at this time. The births had to fall at the time of the darkest winter days, when the trees were covered in snow and the people confined to their primitive homesteads. To use the language of today, every child was, in a way, a Christmas child, a child of the winter solstice. This affected people's frame of mind and soul. Because nothing to do with procreation occurred at other times of the year, the old dream-conscious clairvoyance was preserved. And when the time of conception approached, as the permitted spring days drew near, conditions of unconsciousness took over. Conception was brought about in a state of unconsciousness, not in waking consciousness. The woman who was conceiving was truly conscious, however, of the visionary appearance of a spiritual being descending from spiritual worlds to announce the coming child. These women even foresaw the face of the coming child. And this annunciation, as we saw, is echoed in the time of the Luke Gospel in the Annunciation to Mary by the Archangel Gabriel. We saw that there even exists a fragment of an Anglo-Saxon rune song which tells of what existed in the old consciousness, and that on the Jutland Peninsula there really was a mystery center which then migrated eastward. Now, mankind is, of course, developing, and development is a part of mankind. So this mystery center could only exist in most ancient times, for had it persisted, there would have been no development of the type of consciousness needed as the task of the earth, of the fourth, and then of the fifth post-Atlantean period. To clairvoyant consciousness, the custom is hardly to be found anywhere in northern regions where it flourished, even in the second millennium BC, and it is seen to have disappeared fully by the first millennium BC. By then, human conception and birth were spread more or less over the whole year, and there is no more knowledge of a coming down out of cosmic worlds via the starry constellations, nor of how much depends for a person's destiny on earth on the constellation under which he is born. Human conception and birth are spread over the whole year. Parallel with this development is the rise of a new consciousness, the rise of the possibility of freedom for the human being, and so on. One last thing remained, however. Something had existed in the region where Denmark is today. It migrated from tribe to tribe until it reached the east, where the Christ being was to be incarnated in one last body still seen in connection with the constellations. The firstborn of many brothers became the lastborn of those who were seen in connection with the starry constellations. In evolution, the last remnant of the old always links up with what is new. Because in northern regions the feeling had evolved that the human being appears on the earth during the consecrated season, it came about that here, too, surrounded by the echo of those atavistic feelings, the feeling for Jesus could evolve. Thus you will find in these northern regions that the paramount feeling and better understanding was for the Luke Gospel, and that the Christmas mystery worked more strongly than the Easter mystery, which was imprisoned among the secrets of the Church, whereas the Christmas mystery became quite general. I hinted last Thursday, and shall perhaps be able to follow through in more detail during these 3 days, that every 3 years special attention was paid to the one born first after the 12th hour of the night that we now call Christmas Eve, the firstborn of every 4th year, the first to be born after 3 years. This firstborn was destined to undergo certain procedures until his 30th year. Until his 30th year he was kept apart and brought up by the mystery priests. His soul was given a distinct direction. His soul was destined to undergo experiences in a quite special way during the first 30 years of his life. These experiences and procedures were to lead him, this is barely comprehensible today, in his 30th year to an inner understanding of the link between the human being and the surrounding spiritual world. Certain quite specific inner experiences during these 30 years were to lead him gradually to this point. First of all, this firstborn was to understand, even as a tiny child, how the human being is linked to the spiritual world through his angel. Separated from the rest of the world, undisturbed by the concepts which usually enter a child's soul from his environment, he was to remain close to spiritual workings and spiritual events, and to start with develop a profound awareness of his links with the angel being who was his guide, his angelos. In this way, this child was equipped with a soul which was taught something very special, about which we may perhaps speak during the next few days. This special learning was expressed by saying that the child had become a, in quotes, raven. This was a stage of initiation which was disseminated over wide regions and was contained particularly in the Persian Mithras initiation, of which I have spoken in past years. Then this soul was to ascend to an even more intense feeling for its connection with the spiritual worlds. This firstborn was to relive in his soul the secrets of the spiritual worlds. This would not be possible today, for our consciousness develops under different conditions. But in those ancient times when it was possible to develop a dream consciousness, this was still perfectly possible. When the child had grown into a youth, it was always a boy, a girl did not count. He was given the leadership over individual districts, smaller sections of the tribe. Finally, he had to serve in the administration and government of smaller communities. But it is important to remember that these affairs of government were always conducted in such a way that the youth was ever protected from external influences, especially shielded from the influences of various egoisms. He was most carefully shielded from the influences of egoisms, from influences which came about on the basis of external experiences. Thus it was achieved that toward the end of these 30 years, he could take on the role of representative of the whole tribe. When he reached the age of 30, he was ready to absorb consciously the connections of man with the whole cosmos. He became what is called in the mystery centers a, quote, sun hero, close quote. Now he was destined to rule the tribe for 3 years. None but a sun hero could rule the tribe. He was permitted to rule for only 3 years. At the end of the 3 years, something else about which I shall speak was done with him under the guidance of the mysteries. In particular, in all the arrangements that emanated from the tribe of the Ingavonis, nobody was allowed to be king for longer than 3 years, and none was allowed to become king who had not undergone what I have described. You see, forming in these tribes, as it were the skeleton, out of which the Gospels later created the life of Christ Jesus. Let me read that again. You see forming in these tribes, as it were, the skeleton out of which the Gospels later created the life of Christ Jesus. These communities lived in very ancient times. Only symbols of what had gone before come down to later ages. Thus the vision of the annunciation of the child to the mother came down to later ages as the worship of Nerthus or Eartha. And the fact that the act of conception had to take place unconsciously in olden times is still hinted at in the Nerthus myth told by Tacitus 100 years after the birth of Jesus. He describes how Eartha, who is male-female, not only female, for she is the same as the god Nerthus, arrives in her chariot. In other words, she is none other than the angel of the Annunciation. Then those who have served her have to be drowned in the sea, slain. This is an echo of the submergence into unconsciousness of the act of conception in those ancient days. In this myth of Eartha in her chariot and the slaves who accompany her but are drowned as soon as their service is concluded, in this myth of Nerthus, we have in the feeling life an echo of something that was formerly an astral reality, something that has been experienced astrally. Nerthus processions were held in some districts until quite recently in history, right into the early Christian centuries. There were Eartha processions even in Swabia. These were echoes of ancient days. Those who in olden times, through certain rites which still existed as an echo of ancient heathen times, knew something about these earlier millennia, felt and thought about these processions of Eartha in her chariot. That is what our ancestors did. And when that single event then occurred, which was the life of Jesus, it was brought into connection with what had been more general in ancient times. This was then better understood in the feelings, at the level of the feelings. Therefore the monks and priests made every effort to root out anything which might remind their flocks of these things. Such things were rooted out just as carefully in the north as was gnosis in the south. Otherwise, people would have known by bringing together these ancient customs with the mystery of Golgotha, that this mystery, insofar as it is a Christmas mystery, was not an ancient natural custom brought into the present, but rather that it was replaced in the feeling for the Christmas mystery by something at a higher level of consciousness. But this was not to be known consciously. This was to be suppressed into the subconscious, for there are always certain powers who reckon with the unconscious. A great part of what happens in history comes about because things conscious and things unconscious are brought together by those who know how to bring such things together. We rightly speak of what happens in going from the 4th to the 5th post-Atlantean period. But even in the transition from the 3rd to the 4th, there was a step forward in human consciousness toward increased ego consciousness, increased waking consciousness. The ancient dream visions of the spiritual world have disappeared. In the north, this was expressed by saying that the Vanir, who were connected with what is given in visions, had been replaced by the Isir, who are indeed gods for a well-developed day consciousness. This is what was said in the north during the fourth post-Atlantean period, until all such memories had been rooted out by the priests. In the fifth post-Atlantean period, when materialism, or rather Christianityism, appeared, these things had already disappeared. While in the south the Greeks had their gods, Zeus, Apollo, and the others, the people of the north had the Isir, a word which is connected with Essa, E-S-S-E, to be, which in turn is connected with being seen with the eyes. But during the third post-Atlantean period, the ancient peoples who inhabited the north of Europe had the Vanir. These Vanir were far closer to the people. Nerthus, who became Nert in the north, is one of the Vanir, who announced every conception or birth. Now I said that what had existed earlier was always preserved in later times in symbols. Thus, something that I have so far only sketchily described to you, and which we may be able to go into more deeply in the next day or two, namely, the knowledge bound up with becoming, in quotes, king, becoming the, in quotes, sun hero, was carried over first into the cult myth, and then into the myth. We have to distinguish between the cult myth and the myth as such. The cult myth is something that is still performed in external customs like a, quote, dream performance, close quote, of what reminds people of the ancient clairvoyant visions. Thus, at a time when what I described to you no longer worked, we have in the Baldur myth, the myth of the god Baldur, which was performed in many tribes as a mystery play, an echo of what was involved in, quote, becoming king, close quote. First, it existed as a reality. Later, it was performed as a mystery play. Then, it became a myth that was merely recounted. And finally, it was rooted out by the monks and priests. Baldur is one of the Isir, that is, he was one of the ruling spiritual powers at a time when man had already awakened to ego consciousness. The Vanir had already faded, and yet Baldur remains as a representative of that being who was to become king, the firstborn, who came every 3 years. It is told that at a certain time in his life, Baldur had dreams announcing his death. Later, these dreams came true. But this does not mean merely that he had felt the approach of his physical death. It meant that, having accomplished 3 years of service as king, he was raised from the consciousness appropriate for that to a higher level of consciousness. Until then, he had been shielded from contact with the outer materialistic world. A king such as this was to live within the priesthood, so that all egoism should depart from his soul, and none could enter in. He was not permitted to be king for more than 3 years. Toward the end of the 3 years, Baldur sensed the approach of the end of his time of kingly dignity. This meant, according to the ancient beliefs, that he was ready for contact with the outside world. First, he had to rule, but he had to do this solely in accordance with the wishes of the spiritual world. After that, he was to become something else. He was to enter the outside world. For someone who had never had such contact before, this was, in truth, a kind of death. This is what was expressed in his dreams. The myth describes how the gods heard about these dreams and became uneasy. We must always think of the human element in relation to the divine element in the way that the two are united in the ancient mysteries. When, toward the end of his time as king, Baldur felt the moment approaching, the gods, that is, the mystery priests, became uneasy and made all the creatures and all the conditions of the earth swear that they would not harm Baldur. They forgot only one insignificant little plant, mistletoe, the Christmas plant. Loki, the enemy of the Aesir, found the mistletoe, and he made use of it at the festival of the gods. That is, at the event of the god Baldur's first contact with the outside world. Here we have an ancient Christmas festival, and the mistletoe custom linked with Christmas is still today a memory of this ancient custom, which had to do with establishing a new king in place of the old. The contact of the old king with the material world is depicted in the mystery play and the myth. All created things have sworn not to harm Baldur. They are now used by the gods, who throw them at Baldur and shoot them at him. Nothing, no plant, no animal, no illness, no poison can harm him. Only Loki has discovered the mistletoe, which he has brought amongst the community of gods, that is, the priests, and given to the blind god Höder. Höder says, "What shall I do with the mistletoe? I am blind and cannot see where Baldur is standing. I cannot shoot at him as the other gods do." But Loki showed him the direction, and he shot at Baldur with the mistletoe twig. Baldur was wounded and died. So Höder is the one who appears as the representative of the outside world, of the outside material world, insofar as this material world is not comprehended in its connection with the spiritual world, but lives like a parasite. In quotes, Höd is the ancient name for battle or war, while, in quotes, Baldur, as it still exists today, can be traced back to another designation, of which the best, still preserved, appears in Anglo-Saxon. As I showed recently, tak appears at an earlier stage of the sound shift as day. Bal day is a possible name, even though Anglo-Saxon. It means shining day, which expresses Baldur's connection with daytime consciousness, that consciousness which did not come to mankind until the fourth post-Atlantean period. Höder is a representative of matter, of darkness, but also of battle and conflict. Baldur is the representative of understanding, of knowledge, of light, namely that light which shines in the human soul in the state of consciousness which has developed since the fourth post-Atlantean period. So in the Baldur myth we have a special version of the Christmas mystery. Awareness of the connection between the Baldur myth and the Christmas mystery was also rooted out by the monks and priests. For Baldur has some of the good qualities of Lucifer, and Höder has some of the good qualities of the later Mephistopheles, Ahriman. I do not mean good in the moral sense, but rather in the sense of what is necessary for evolution. Such things, too, are connected with evolution as a whole. During the fourth post-Atlantean period, it was still possible for a human being to be guided into the spiritual world in the ancient way, as was the case in the old northern mysteries. This had to be changed as time went on, for the tentative way, later only present in an atavistic form, the tentative clairvoyant way, still with a certain echo of dream consciousness, which was fitting for the fourth post-Atlantean period, could not resist the more robust demands of the materialistic age. This relationship of ancient clairvoyance from the fourth post-Atlantean period to what came later is expressed in the myth depicting the contrast between Baldur and Höder. What is working here? What is behind the fact that Baldur, the representative of human consciousness, which can be illuminated by the divine, can be killed through the influence of the evil power of Loki over Höder, the god of battle, of war, and of darkness? Behind all this lies the fact that in our age, as it has been for a long time and as it will still be for some time to come, there must always be a working together of light and darkness. To try and make people believe that anything in the physical world, the world of Maya, can be totally good is nothing but religious egoism. Every light has its shadow, and a thorough comprehension of this fact is extremely important and significant. Let us take an example. Under the influence of the Christmas mystery, it will be possible for us to go more deeply into a number of matters we have discussed recently. So let us take an example. I have often suggested that if spiritual science comes to be taken up more fully by people, then, for instance, it will influence medicine, the art of healing. Certain more physical methods of healing will be found for sicknesses of the soul, and more spiritual methods for bodily illnesses. I told you why this is not yet possible. It is simply because the sins have been created by the law, and not the law by the sins. So long as the laws work in such a way that materialistic medicine is considered to represent them, and that is the case today, so long will individuals, however thorough their insight, be unable to do anything, and indeed they ought not to do anything. But a time will come in the not-too-distant future when medicine, the art of healing, will incorporate the impulses which come from spiritual knowledge. I merely want to point this out for the moment, since I am actually leading up to something else. Knowledge of the healing forces is inseparable from knowledge of the forces of sickness. One cannot be taught without the other. No one in the world can gain knowledge of the healing forces without at the same time learning about the forces of sickness. So you can see how important it is for people to be morally good through and through as regards such serious matters. For someone who can heal a person's soul can also make a person's soul sick in the same degree. Therefore such truths may not be imparted by the gods to man until the stage of morality has been reached at which the healing medicine cannot be transformed into poison. This applies not only to the situation in which we are dealing with abnormal states of body or soul, but also to what goes on in social life. In what has been said in recent lectures, you will have seen quite clearly that impulses work in the social life of human beings, good and bad impulses, which can be guided by those who understand such things, and are indeed often guided in rather extraordinary ways. You will realize that it is simply necessary for this to be so, for mankind must learn on its own account how to achieve the good. I know very well how little these things are taken seriously, even in our circles, and how narrow-minded are the excuses and objections. But this also has to be so at present. As with the individual, so it is also in social life. Certain impulses can be steered and guided to one side or the other. In social life, in particular, it is still possible nowadays to make use to a considerable extent of the unconscious, for every age has its unconscious aspect. As soon as you start to reckon with the unconscious or the subconscious, it is possible to achieve effects which differ considerably from what can be done consciously, for today's consciousness will not achieve its natural connection with the cosmos until the sixth post-Atlantean epoch. Today, those who reckon with the unconscious bring things over from the fourth post-Atlantean epoch in either a Mephistophelian or a Luciferic way. Now it fits in well with our present endeavors in these grave times to apply general truths of this kind to specific situations, for it is appropriate not just to play theosophical games, but to gather serious knowledge which affects reality, even though this serious knowledge might make demands as to the degree of prejudice existing in our feelings. Also, we are in accord with a feeling for Christmas if we make the decision to approach the earnestness of life. Nowadays, we cannot allow ourselves to indulge luxuriously in sentimental Christmas tree feelings, for a true Christmas mood involves feeling one's way to its connection with the grave and shattering experiences of the present time. You can see, particularly in people's everyday lives, what happens if they are being influenced at a subconscious level. You can hypnotize an individual person, so that once he is hypnotized, he is in your power, and you can make him do things he would never even consider doing in a waking state. You can hypnotize him, which means putting him into a state of consciousness belonging to ages long past, and you may have all sorts of intentions for doing so. In the same way, it is possible to hypnotize whole communities. An individual person is stronger in the physical world than is a group, and it is therefore necessary to lower his consciousness considerably more in order to work through him while he is in this other consciousness. In the case of a community or group of people, the lowering of consciousness need not even be noticeable, for it can be far more slight. Yet certain things would not be achieved by continuing to speak, for instance, in the way we speak with one another. Therefore, I must stress again and again, I shall never consider speaking other than in difficult concepts, which require intellectual understanding, so that each person is forced to follow the line of thought and form concepts of what is being said. If we take the fifth post-Atlantean period and its requirements seriously, there can be no question of wishing to bring about any kind of intoxication or of intending to work on anything other than the intellect. Even someone who knows nothing of spiritual science, but has a certain awareness of what it means to be in the fifth post-Atlantean period, will respect the inner freedom of the human being and speak in a way which does not dupe the feelings or create disturbances in the soul. It would be different with a person who wanted to achieve effects different from those I have described. That is, if someone wanted to make use of a lowered consciousness, which can be achieved far more easily with a crowd than with an individual, since for a crowd no hypnosis is needed. You know how a crowd, a group, can be seized by a certain intoxication if it is handled in a suitable way. I have said on earlier occasions that I have met orators who knew by instinct how to speak in a way which does not directly address the intellect, but uses slogans and telling images to speak to a consciousness that is somewhat askew, somewhat delirious. As I said, the approach is to be stronger in the case of an individual, but for a crowd no more is needed. I've given you examples of this. It is entirely fitting to contemplate these things in a mood of inwardness, which befits these days, for they are deeply bound up with the Christmas and Easter mysteries. I described some time ago how I was moved in my youth when I met with such an effect in a certain situation. I have recounted this example quite often. My karma led me at the right time to hear the sermons of a very important Jesuit father. I could watch as a certain image was intensified in the people by means of particular words. I saw them being convinced in a manner that did not involve their intellect, but brought about a certain kind of delirious mood. Let us look at the example. The Jesuit was preaching about the necessity of believing in the Easter confession, and he said in effect the following: well, of course, non-believers think that the Easter confession was instituted by the Pope or the College of Cardinals. What an idea, my dear Christians! Someone who maintains that the Easter confession has been established by the Pope and the priests might be compared with somebody watching a trooper standing beside his cannon, with an officer next to him giving orders. The trooper only has to light the fuse and the cannon goes off. My dear Christians, compare the trooper with the Pope in Rome and the officer giving the orders with God. Just imagine the officer standing there shouting fire and the trooper lighting the fuse without any will of his own. The cannon goes off. This is what the Pope does. He listens to God's commandments. God commanded. The Pope was like the trooper who lit the fuse, and there was the Easter confession. Would you say that the trooper standing by the cannon and lighting the fuse had also invented the gunpowder? It is as unlikely that you would say the trooper invented the gunpowder as it is that you would maintain that the Pope invented the Easter confession. And all the people were convinced, of course. It was perfectly obvious. In certain communities, these things have to be learned, namely, how to describe things in pictures, how to use images, bring about intensifications, and employ comparisons. This is a special art which is diligently practiced in the Grey Brotherhoods. But there is no need to belong to a Grey Brotherhood in order to practice such an art. One can be dependent in one way or another on the Grey Brotherhoods, perhaps even without even knowing how dependent one is, and then one can use these methods. What is all this based on? It is based on the fact that a different kind of soul life is present when we speak with one another in a manner suited to the fifth post-Atlantean period. For then we direct ourselves to the intellect, and not to a kind of delirium which would be brought about if we used some of the means I have just sketched. In the fifth post-Atlantean period, we have to learn to withstand Herder. We have to learn to withstand the remnants of an earlier time that resemble the mistletoe which has become a parasite in the plant world. We have to learn to withstand Herder, the unconscious one, the blind one, the passionate one, the delirious one. We can only win this capacity by making our understanding such that we feel isolated from the world, whereas those who develop a delirious type of consciousness immediately attract to themselves cosmic effects. They draw cosmic effects down into the present. With the consciousness of the fifth post-Atlantean period, we stand in isolation on the earth. In a delirious consciousness, cosmic effects are drawn into the soul, and these, of course, have to be utilized in an appropriate way. Let us take an actual case. Someone who, today, wants to work on others, on those whose consciousness is delirious, with the aim of achieving a particular end, can do the following. He can remember when something similar existed in an earlier age, when the starry constellations were also similar. Now, since everything goes in waves in the world, so that a particular wave returns to the surface after a certain time, in order to achieve certain effects, he can make use of an event which, under similar cosmic conditions, is like a copy of an earlier event. He can make it a copy of an earlier event. Let us assume that someone wants to achieve something by influencing others in their delirious consciousness, by carrying out certain procedures involving certain facts. He goes back in history and recalls something which happened at an earlier date under a similar starry constellation. Assume someone wants to bring something about on a day in the spring of a particular year. Having established that it is Whitsuntide, he goes back through time until he finds an event that is similar to the one he wants to bring about, and it must fall in a year when the date of Whitsun fell approximately on similar days of the month. Then the starry constellation will also be roughly the same. By utilizing all this, it will then be possible to work on those in a delirious state of consciousness. In a sense, it will be possible by bringing about a state of delirious consciousness under a particular starry constellation to hit the target of a group of people who are always a kind of Baldur in the fifth post-Atlantean period. In other words, to play Loki with blind Herder, or through blind Herder. Now let us take an actual case. In an earlier age, Whitsuntide fell on 20 May 1347. At this time, on a particular day, the heralds, flourishing their trumpets, marched with a crowd. It does not matter that their relationship to the Whitsun mystery differed from ours today, leading Cola de Rienzi, who made the proclamation from that important place in Rome under that very starry constellation which fell on 20 May. Which was to give him the title of Tribune of Rome. The impression he made was comparable to the impression made on a group or crowd in a state of delirious consciousness. For the crowd believed that Cola di Rienzi had brought the Holy Ghost, and utilization of the starry constellation of the time made it possible, though for a very short time only, for him to achieve what he intended. A remarkable copy of this event took place under the same starry constellation in 1915, when not Cola di Rienzi but Signor di Annunzio called together a crowd on the same spot in a very similar way. Again, a delirious consciousness was affected by ideas and symbols which conjured up pictures that were eminently suitable for speaking to this delirious consciousness. I am not criticizing anybody's consciousness, but merely reporting facts, facts which, if you like, have been pushed as far as possible down into the unconscious. But this does not alter their effectiveness. On Whitsunday, 1915, the same happened in Rome as had happened on Whitsunday, 1347, which also fell on 2021 May. One day makes no difference. On the contrary, the constellation was all the more identical. At Whitsun, 1915, there was a repeat performance of what had happened under Cola di Rienzi in 1347. The new event was thus particularly effective, for it was born on the same vibrations, the same waves, the same conditions. History will only be understood when such facts are known, when it is known what can be achieved with the help of such facts. Regardless of what the influences were, Signor di Annunzio, through the life he had led so far, had the potential of succumbing to all sorts of influences, and he had the strength to put these influences to use. Let me remark merely that because of his earlier poetry, this poet was called by a number of critics representing the healthy side of Italy, quote, the singer of all shameful degeneracy, close quote. In ordinary life, his name was Rapagnetta, readers aside, spelled Rapagnetta. I'm not sure if that G is silent. Rapagnetta or Rapagnetta, end of readers aside, which I am told means little turnip, but he called himself D'Annunzio. Under this starry constellation, Signor D'Annunzio gave a speech, which you may judge for yourselves, because I'm going to read it aloud to you to the best of my ability. To put you in the picture, there were two parties in Italy at that time, the neutralists and the interventionists. And Signor D'Annunzio set himself the task of transforming all the neutralists into interventionists. The neutralists wanted to preserve neutrality, and Giolitti, a man who had been very active in Italian political life for a long time, was for neutrality. That speech by D'Annunzio, which was like a repetition of the one made long ago by Cola di Rienzi, under the same starry constellation, went as follows. Quote, Romans, yesterday you presented a noble show to the world. Your never-ending, well-ordered procession resembled those solemn processions of ancient days which gathered here in the temple of Jupiter Maximus. And every street through which such power marches, such power coupled with such dignity, becomes a via sacra. Invisible in your midst you drew on an invisible carriage the statue of our great mother. Blessed be the Roman mothers I saw in the procession yesterday, the mothers who bore their sons in their arms and wore on their foreheads the mark of resigned courage and silent sacrifice. Is there any need for exhortations when the very stones are eloquent? The people of Rome were prepared to tear up the paving stones, trampled by the horses which ought long since to be standing firm at the borders of Istria, instead of remaining here, humbled by shame, to defend the nests of poisonous creatures, the houses of traitors. What must have been the sadness of our young soldiers? What a show of discipline and self-denial they gave when they protected against the just anger of the people those very men who denigrate and slander them, humiliating them before their brothers and before the enemy. Let us cry, long live the army. That is the call of this hour. Of all the vile actions committed by Giolitti and his pack, this is the vilest, the denigration of our arms and of our national defense. Until yesterday they got away with the dissemination of doubt, suspicion, and disregard for our soldiers, our handsome, good, strong, brave, impetuous soldiers, the flower of our people, the reliable heroes of tomorrow. With what heavy hearts did they fix their bayonets in order to repulse the very people whose only purpose was to avenge them? Oh, my admirable comrades! Today every good citizen is a soldier for the freedom of Italy. Through you and with you we are victorious. We have brought confusion to the ranks of the traitors. Here, oh, here, the crime of high treason has been declared and proved and publicly announced. The dishonorable names are known. Punishment is needed. Do not be taken in. Do not be moved to pity. A rabble like that has no twinges of conscience, no remorse. Who can teach another taste to the beast who is accustomed to the filth in which he rolls and the trough from which he gorges? On the 20th of May, in the solemn gathering of our union, we shall not tolerate the shameless presence of those who for months have been negotiating the sale of Italy with the enemy. Clowns may not be permitted to clothe themselves in the tri-colored mantle and bellow from unclean throats the holy name of the fatherland. Write out your list of proscription without pity. It is your right, it is your duty. Who saved Italy in her hour of darkness? Who but you, her people, pure and profound? Never forget that. The others may escape punishment only by flight. Let them go. This is the only leniency permitted toward them. Was not a certain one, even this morning, still inclined to join in the plots whose net is being spun among the blossoming rose beds of the villa on the Pincio, now to be confiscated by the fat German spider who lives there? We never believed for 1 minute, of course, that a ministry formed by Herr Bülow could have received the approval of the king, or rather that the king could have become an accomplice to such a thing. In his great heart the king has heard the exhortation of Camillo Cavour. The hour of the House of Savoy has come. The hour has come. It toils under the high heavens which arch over your pantheon, O Romans, and over this eternal capital. Here where the plebeians held the meetings of their council, here where every increase in the empire of Rome was consecrated, where the consuls exacted the levies and received the oaths of the soldiers, whence the magistrates of the Republic departed to take over command of the armies and control the provinces, where Germanicus set up the trophies of his victory over the Germans, where the triumphant Octavian solemnly confirmed Roman dominance over the whole of the Mediterranean basin. Here at this place, the starting point and the goal of all our victories, we celebrate the voluntary sacrifice. We cry the words of consecration and desire. Long live the war, long live Rome, long live Italy, long live the army and the fleet, long live the king, glory and victory. Close quote. Steiner again. Thus spoke the new Cola di Rienzi. Then he received the dagger presented to him as a special souvenir of Nino Bixio. This dagger stemmed from ancient days and had been treasured by the Podrecca family, readers aside, spelled Podrecca, end of readers aside. The dagger is presented, pardon me, but this is really true, by the editor of Asino. Titled Asino is a particularly obscene satirical journal. But D'Annunzio takes hold of the dagger, kisses it solemnly, strides through the crowd, and enters not like Cola di Rienzi, a horse-drawn triumphal chariot, for times have changed. He enters a motor car, having first commanded all the church bells to be rung. The delirious consciousness must not be allowed to fade too soon. All the bells are rung to keep it going a little longer. Then D'Annunzio halts his car at the telegraph office and sends a telegram to the editor of La Gaulois, readers aside, spelled Gaulois, possibly Gaulois, end of readers aside, who answers, I'm sorry, I do not know how to pronounce this in French, so I shall have to say it in the German way, who answers to the name of Meyer. Quote, Rome, 1 p.m., great battle fought. Have just spoken on the Capitol to an enormous delirious crowd. The bells are sounding the alarm. The cries of the people rise up to the most beautiful sky in the world. I am drunk with joy. After the French miracle, I have now witnessed the Italian miracle. Close quote. Steiner again. Without making any comments or taking sides, I simply wanted to point out certain facts in order to show, by the way in which they are connected, how things happen that are hardly noticed by our unobservant contemporaries. I wanted to show that although the, quote, singer of all shameful degeneracy, close quote, as he was called in Italy, probably did not believe very strongly in the miracle of Whitsun, He nevertheless succeeded very well in working on certain unconscious impulses by using a repetition of an event which made available considerable forces within a delirious consciousness. This man, who in his own country is called the singer of a shameful degeneracy, and who has succeeded in writing a novel which trumpets forth his relationship with a famous woman in the most contemptible way, this man found another whole series of effective images in another long speech, this time in the Constanzi Theatre. The image of the cannon, which I have already mentioned, is rather less significant. I cannot read the whole speech to you, as this would take too long. Let me give you a passage from the beginning and another from the end. It begins, quote, "Romans, Italians, brothers in faith and in yearning, my new friends and my companions of old," close quote, Steiner again. Well, so he says of old. Continue, quote, "Your greetings of warm kindness, of generous recognition are not intended for me. It is not the home-comer in me you are welcoming, I know. It is the spirit that leads me, the love that fills me, the idea that I serve. Your welcome goes through me and beyond me to a higher goal. I bring you the tidings of Quarto, Roman tidings to the Rome of the Villa Spada and of Bascello. This evening the daylight has not gone from the Aurelian walls, and it will not go. The glimmer remains on San Pancratio. Let us this evening confront cowardice with heroism, and remember that 66 years ago today the leader of men led his legion, already destined to become the June miracle, from Palestrina back to Rome. Let us this evening confront shame with fame, and remember that 55 years ago at this very hour the 1,000 on the march from Marsala to Salemi were bivouacking, their muskets stacked together, eating their bread or sleeping quietly. In their hearts they carried the stars and the words of their leader, which still sound vital and commanding to this day, quote, "If we unite, our task will be easy. To arms!" Close subquote. It was the call of Marsala, which continued with the robust threat, quote, subquote, "Those who do not arm are cowards or traitors," close subquote. If he, the Saviour, could but descend from the Janiculus into the plain, would he not brand with one or the other of these signs and charge with shame all those who secretly or publicly work toward disarming Italy, shaming our fatherland, returning it to a state of servitude, nailing it back on its cross, or leaving it to die in a bed that has sometimes seemed to us a grave without a cover? Some need 50 years to die in their beds. Some need 50 years to complete their disintegration in their beds. Is it possible we would allow strangers in our midst, or from without, enemies who live in our house or who have entered it forcibly, to impose this kind of death on a people who yesterday raised with a shudder of power an image of their highest myth upon their shore, a monument of their true will, their Roman will, O citizens? For 3 days now an indefinable stink of treachery has been seeking to suffocate us." Close quote. Steiner continues. And so it goes on. Then at the end we find a new warmed-up version of something we know so well from the Gospels. The nuncio of all people dares to speak the following words, quote, "Blessed are they who have more, for all the more shall they give, all the more shall their enthusiasm be inflamed. Blessed are they who have for 20 years a pure spirit, a hardened physique, a courageous mother. Blessed are they who refrained, waiting and trusting, from squandering their strength, preserving it instead with a warrior's discipline. Blessed are they who scorned unfruitful dalliance, saving their virginity for this first and last love." Close quote, Steiner again. The nuncio of all people says, quote, "Blessed are they who scorned unfruitful dalliance, saving their virginity for this first and last love." Continue, quote, "Blessed are they who shall tear out the hate rooted in their breast with their own hands and then offer their sacrifice. Blessed are they who yesterday still resisted the event, yet today silently accept it as a profound necessity, desiring now to be no longer the last but the first. Blessed are the young men who hunger and thirst for glory, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are the compassionate, for they shall wipe away the shining blood and bind up the lustrous pain. Blessed are the pure in heart, blessed those who return victorious. for they shall see the new countenance of Rome, the re-crowned head of Dante, the triumphant beauty of Italy." Close quote. Steiner continues. So even in our own time, such things are sometimes said. And it is so important, my dear friends, not to pass by these things. For not all people act in accord with the one whose birth we celebrate in the holy night, not those who scream out such beatitudes into the world. To belong not to the darkness, but to the light which has entered into the world, this is a feeling with which we to fill our souls at the time of this holy feast, to dedicate ourselves to the light, instead of to that inattentiveness which brings us only darkness. This, too, can be something in these grave times which it is important for us to inscribe in our souls on Christmas Eve. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness. This is Volume 1. This is Lecture 10, given in Dornach on the 25th of December, 1916. Yesterday we began by considering the Baldur myth, which, as we saw, goes back to ancient customs. And it is precisely such considerations that make clear for us how Christianity had to, and indeed should, link on to what mankind had previously understood. The three great festivals of the year, as they are still celebrated today, are very much linked with things which have slowly and gradually come about during the course of human evolution. We can only completely understand what still wants to express itself in the Christmas, Easter, and Whitsun mysteries if we do not shy away from linking these things with the thinking and feeling and experience of mankind gradually developing during the course of evolution. We saw how the Christ idea goes back to early times. To understand this more exactly, you only need to call before your soul what is contained in the book titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man and Humanity. There you will learn how the foundation of the Christ idea can be traced back to the mysteries of the spiritual worlds. In the book is shown the path followed in the spiritual worlds by the being who underlies the Christ idea before he revealed himself in physical human incarnation at a certain point in earthly evolution. In coming to grips with these concepts concerning the spiritual guidance of mankind, it is possible to sense what connection, or even lack of connection, there exists between anthroposophical spiritual science and ancient gnosis. To describe the path of Christ through the spiritual worlds in the way it is done, entitled The Spiritual Guidance of Man and Humanity, would not yet have been possible for ancient gnosis. But this ancient gnosis also had its own image of Christ, its Christ idea. It was capable of drawing sufficient understanding out of its atavistic or clairvoyant knowledge to comprehend the Christ in a spiritual way, saying, in the spiritual world there is an evolution. The hierarchies, or as Gnosis put it, the eons, follow one another, and one such eon is the Christ. Gnosis showed how, as eon after eon evolved, Christ gradually descended and revealed himself in a human being. This can be shown even more clearly today, and you may read about it in the book titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man and Humanity. It is good in our spiritual scientific movement to feel many aspects of the deeper connections in order to free oneself of purely personal affairs. For in this fifth post-Atlantean period, mankind has reached a stage in evolution at which it is very difficult for the individual to escape from his personal affairs. The individual is in danger of mixing up his personal instincts and passions with what is common to mankind as a whole. Even the various festivals have deteriorated into purely personal affairs, because mankind has lost the earnestness and dignity which alone make it possible to approach the spiritual world in the right way. It is perfectly natural in our fifth post-Atlantean period, in which man is supposed to comprehend himself to a certain extent and become independent, that there should exist such a danger of man to some extent losing his connections with the spiritual world. In earlier times, man was aware of his connections with the spiritual world, yet unaware of certain other things, such as I pointed out yesterday. Today, man is, above all, unaware of those things I have mentioned in these lectures by saying people are no longer inclined to pay attention to them. They allow them to pass by without being concerned about them. It is a good thing on occasion, such as the Christmas festival, to say to oneself, spiritual impulses, both good and evil, play into the evolution of our world. We have seen how these impulses can be used in an evil way by individuals who know about them either for some personal egoistic purpose or in the interests of the egoism of a group. We must learn to adjust our feelings to more comprehensive affairs and more comprehensive conditions. Even though we cannot always advertise such feelings, we must nevertheless cultivate them. I am now going to give you the opportunity, in connection with a certain matter, to, as it were, tear your soul away from any sort of personal interpretation of anthroposophy and turn instead toward something general, which is connected with our anthroposophical movement. If you understood properly what I said yesterday, you will say to yourself that 20th day of May in 1347, that May Whitsuntide, when Cola di Rienzi accomplished his important manifesto in Rome, was repeated in a certain way at Whitsuntide in the year 1915. Those who have been following the events will soon notice, or would soon notice, that this May Whitsuntide was selected entirely purposely and entirely consciously by those who brought this about. It was known to these people that these old impulses would once again revive, and that the hearts and souls who succumb to the blindness of Herde can be caught when Loki approaches them. But people can only be caught so long as they do not have the will to accustom themselves to look at and be impressed by connections that are perfectly obvious and comprehensible. One is only at the mercy of connections that remain in the unconscious, so long as one is so tied up in personal matters that one cannot see proper connections in the good sense, so long as one has no interest for those things which involve mankind as a whole, which are things that inevitably lead into the spiritual realm. I explained to you that in Gnosis there was still an understanding of the Christ idea, that when Gnosis was rooted out, the Christ idea degenerated into dogma, and that in the South, therefore, the genuine Christ idea more or less disappeared. Now, spiritual science has the task, in accordance with spiritual evolution, of once again comprehending this Christ idea, of forming a Christ idea that is not an empty phrase, but filled with content, with real content. In the North, the very thing that could take root there has disappeared, namely the feeling for Jesus. As I said the day before yesterday, the feeling for Jesus was really formed in the North and lingered on into the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries after the mystery of Golgotha. In ancient times, the Christ child was welcomed wherever a birth took place, wherever a worthy new member could be taken into the tribe, especially among the Ingvonis, while those born at the wrong time were out of place. Of course, I am not being pedantic. We then see how, as external Christianity spread, all things connected with the ancient feeling for Jesus, even the myths and processions, in other words, any remnants of religious customs, were pushed aside. We also saw how, since the Middle Ages, strenuous efforts have been going on to obliterate all that spread from Jutland across Europe, especially Central Europe. Situated in the region of Denmark was the chief mystery center, which laid down and watched over the conditions which then appeared in the regulation of conception and birth. There it was that a general consciousness of the social connections of human beings grew up, connections that were also sacramental, a true social sacrament. The year as such was arranged as a sacrament, and human beings knew they were contained within this sacrament of the year. For people in those days, the sun did not, for nothing, go in different ways across the dome of heaven at different seasons, for what took place on earth was a mirror image of heavenly events. Where human beings as yet have or can have no influence, where elemental and nature beings still regulate what is now regulated by human beings in social life, there the sacrament can exist. Today, though people are not as yet aware of it, quite strong Ahrimanic impulses live in individual human beings. I mean it when I say that people are not yet aware of this. These Ahrimanic impulses are directed towards seizing from certain elemental nature spirits their sacramental influence on earthly evolution. When modern technology had made it possible to warm large areas with artificial heat, I am not finding fault, but merely telling you of something that will, of necessity, come about in the future, then plant growth, above all that of grain, will be taken away from the nature and elemental spirits. There will be heating installations, not only for winter gardens and smaller spaces for plants to grow, but for whole cornfields. Deprived of cosmic laws, grain will grow in every season instead of only when it grows of its own accord. That is, when it grows through the working of the nature and elemental spirits. For the seeds, this will be similar to what happened when the ancient consciousness of sacramental laws about conception and birth faded, so that these events came to be spread over the whole year. The task of mystery centers, such as that in Denmark, which I described as regulating, as a sacrament, the social life of the people, was to search for ways in which spiritual beings could work in the social and sacramental field, just as they work on the sprouting and growing of plants in the spring and their fading in autumn. From this center in Denmark there spread what we were able to find in the third millennium before the mystery of Golgotha, but which then faded gradually to make way for something new, without which human beings would have been unable to ascend to the use of their intellect. These things are necessary, and we ought to recognize them as such, instead of trying to meddle with the handiwork of the gods by saying, "Why have the gods done it like this? Why did they not arrange things like that?" Which always means, why have they not made things more comfortable for human beings? So, in Jutland, in Denmark, originated the receptivity for the feeling for Jesus. You see, it is important to think about what is happening, not only in connection with events which are more or less important, but also to consider the connections. But this thinking must be straight and true, not full of fantastic aberrations. Many people like to brood on the weird and wonderful, but proper thinking means to consider how actual events are linked, and then to wait and see what arises in the way of understanding. After all I have said in the last few days, it might occur to you to ask the following question, and those of you who have already asked yourselves this question have definitely sensed in your soul something that is right. If you have not yet asked it, you should strive in future to ask yourselves this kind of question. For such questions are to be found everywhere when there is determination that there shall be truth, not only in what is said, but also in what is done. The world Logos, whose birth we celebrate in the Christmas mystery, can only be understood rightly if we think of it as being as general and universal as possible, If we think of this world logos actually vibrating and pulsating in all things that happen, in every event, and when we have the humility and devotion to feel ourselves interwoven with this universal process, then we recognize the connections and links which hold sway. What is the question our soul might place before us? In recent days, your soul might have thought, we have now seen that in Gnosis there was an important Christ idea. It disappeared in the south, and in a certain way was unable to make its way to the north. To meet it came the Jesus idea, which is linked as a feeling to the mysteries of Jutland. This is what we have seen. Having recognized this and having seen the links between these two, would it not be natural to have the desire to bring together what has been unable to come together? In the world evolution of the West, the Christ idea has been unable to come together with the Jesus idea. Out of this must surely come the desire to unite them. In all modesty, modern anthroposophy is to take on this task. It is the affair of anthroposophy to endeavor to do what is right in this matter and bring these things together to some extent in the constellation of the universe. So in attempting to describe how modern anthroposophy, as a gnosis brought forward into the present day, can once again understand the Christ, the wish might arise to unite this Christ idea with something that can live again in a certain place where once it lived as the feeling for Jesus in such an intense way. To do this, one would endeavor to speak about the Christ idea and how it fits in with the spiritual guidance of man exactly at that spot, or as near to that spot as possible, whence the feeling for Jesus originally emanated. This is why years ago, in response to an invitation from Copenhagen, I spoke particularly there about the path of Christ through the spiritual evolutions. Why did the need arise just at that time to develop at that particular place the theme of the Christ idea as it is woven into, titled The Spiritual Guidance of Man and Humanity? It is a statement expressed not in spoken words but in the constellation. It is up to people to understand such things. There is no need to speak about it publicly everywhere, but one must understand that not only what is said, but also what is done, will bring things to expression, and that in these things the universal Logos lives in a certain way. It seems to be the case nowadays that people obviously bring more feeling to bear on what is not right, on what is evil, seen universally, than they do when, by expressing a real fact, one endeavors to incorporate something that is essentially good in the sense of human evolution. But the feeling one really wants to inspire, especially now in connection with the Christmas mystery, is that of participation in the anthroposophical movement, the feeling of living within something that is above mere external Maya. Also, one hopes that people will take seriously the knowledge that what happens on the physical plane, the way things happen on the physical plane, is Maya, and not reality in the higher sense. Not until we feel that what takes place on the earth also, in a way, takes place in quotes, heaven, to use a Christian expression, not until we feel that the full truth only comes about when we bring the two together in the human spirit, that is, in this fifth post-Atlantean period, the human intellect, are we seeing the full reality. The full reality lies in the bringing together of what happens on earth and in heaven. Without this, we remain held fast in Maya. We have today this great desire to remain held fast in Maya because in the fifth post-Atlantean period, we are far too exposed to the danger of taking the word for the fact. To a great extent, words have lost their meaning, by which I mean the living soul connection of the word with the reality that underlies the word. Words have become mere abbreviations, and the intoxication in which many people live with regard to words is no longer genuine ecstasy, because only a deepening as regards the spiritual world can make genuine the words we speak. Words will only regain real content when human beings fill themselves with knowledge of the spiritual world. Ancient knowledge is lost, and for the most part we speak in the way we do just because the ancient knowledge is lost and we are surrounded by Maya, which gives us nothing but mere words. Now we must once again seek a spiritual life which gives the words their content. We live in a way in a mechanism of words, just as externally we shall gradually completely lose our individuality in a mechanism of technology until we are at the mercy of external mechanisms. It is our task to bring together what lives in the spiritual world with what lives in the physical world. To do this, we have to tackle very seriously the grasping of reality. In this materialistic age, people are too much accustomed to living within narrow horizons and to seeing things confined within these horizons. They have even arranged their religion so comfortably that it gives them a narrow horizon. People today avoid wide horizons and do not want to call a spade a spade. That is why it is so difficult for them to understand how a karma could come about that is as terrible as that besetting Europe today. Everybody regards this karma, today at least, from a narrow national standpoint, as it is called, although there is much that is untrue in this too. But at the foundation there lies the karma of mankind as a whole, something that is everybody's concern, which can be expressed in a single sentence with regard to one particular point, though there are many other points as well. People are inclined to pass by the very thing that matters. This thing that matters is the flight from truth into which souls have fallen today. Souls run away from the truth. They have a terrible abhorrence of grasping the truth in all its strength and intensity. Consider the following. We have gradually built up a picture for ourselves of the evolution of mankind, and we now know how to assess the fact that during a certain period in this evolution, wars came upon the scene, that wars were what fired mankind, but it was a time when mankind believed in war. What do I mean when I say that it was a time when mankind believed in wars? What does it mean to believe in wars? Well, a belief in wars is very similar to a belief in the duel, in the fight between two. But when does a duel have a real meaning? It has a meaning only when the two concerned are inwardly fully convinced that not chance, but the gods will decide the outcome. If the two who take up their positions in order to fight a duel fully believe that the one who is killed or wounded will receive his death or wound because a god has sided against him, then there is truth in the duel. There is no truth in the duel if this conviction is lacking. Then, obviously, the duel is a genuine lie. It is the same in the case of war. If the individuals who constitute the warring peoples are convinced that the outcome of war is divine, then the gods govern what is to happen, then there is a truth in the actions of war. But then the participants must understand the meaning of the words, a divine judgment will come about. Ask yourselves whether there is any truth in such words today. You need only ask, do people believe that actions of war express divine judgments? Do people believe this? Ask yourselves how many people believe that the outcome is divine. How many people truly believe this? How many honestly believe this? For among the many lies buzzing about in the world today are the prayers to the gods, or to God, offered up naturally by all sides. Obviously, in this materialistic age, there cannot be a real belief that a divine judgment is going to take place. So it is necessary to look seriously and soberly at this matter and admit that one is doing something without believing in its inner reality. One does not believe in this inner reality, and one believes all the less in this inner reality the further westward one goes in Europe. Quite rightly, because the further westward one goes, the more does one enter Western Europe, which has the task for the fifth post-Atlantean period of bringing about materialism. Things are different going eastward, however. I am not in the habit of constructing theories about such things, or of saying such things lightheartedly. When I say something of this kind, it is based on actual facts. It is nowadays already possible to make a remarkable discovery. Coming from the West to Central Europe, you discover that here there exists a sporadic belief in divine judgment. In the West, this is impossible unless it has been imported from Central Europe. But in Central Europe, there are isolated individuals who have a kind of belief in destiny and who use the word, in quotes, divine judgment. And if you go right to the East, where the future is being prepared, you will, of course, find numerous people who regard the approaching outcome as a divine judgment. For Russian people are not averse, as are the people of the West, to seeing a divine judgment in what takes place. These things must be faced with full objectivity. Only then can we speak truly. Only then do our words have meaning. Mankind has the task of learning to give meaning back to words. Some time ago I drew your attention to what almost amounts to a religious cultivation of something that is entirely without thought or feeling, namely the lack of desire to know that modern religions, when they speak of, in quotes, God, actually only mean an angel being, an angelos. When human beings today speak of God, they mean only their angel, the angel who guides them through life. But they persuade themselves that they are speaking of a being higher than an angel. It is Maya that modern monotheism speaks of a single God, for in reality, seen from a spiritual point of view, mankind has the tendency to speak of as many gods as there are human beings on the earth, since each individual means only his own angel. Under the mask of monotheism is hidden the most absolute polytheism. That is why modern religions are in danger of being atomized, since each individual represents only his own idea of God, his own standpoint. Why is this? It is because today, in the fifth post-Atlantean period, we are isolated from the spiritual world. Our consciousness remains solely in the human sphere. In the fourth post-Atlantean period, human consciousness reached some way into the spiritual sphere, namely as far as the region of the angeloi. In the third post-Atlantean period, it penetrated as far as the archangeloi. Only in this third period could such a thing as the mysteries of Jutland, of Denmark, come into being. What kind of a being was it who announced to each individual mother the coming birth of her child? It was the being about whom the Luke Gospel speaks, an archangel, a being from the region of the archangeloi. One who can see only as far as the angeloi and calls an angel being his God, regardless of whether he believes this is really God, for it is reality and not belief that matters. Such a one is capable of finding any connection that goes beyond the time between birth and death to those regions which are today hidden by external Maya. In the third post-Atlantean period, however, he was still able to look into the region of the archangels, for there was still a living connection with that region. In the second post-Atlantean period, the ancient Persian period, what was open to human consciousness was still connected with the archai. Then man did not feel himself to be in what we today call nature. He felt himself to be in a spiritual world. Light and darkness were not yet external, material processes, but spiritual processes. In the original Zarathustra religion, in the second post-Atlantean period, this was so. So mankind gradually came down to the earth. In the second post-Atlantean period, his consciousness reached up into the region of the archai, so that he was then still able to say, as a human being, I am not solely an articulated doll consisting of muscles and flesh. which is what modern anatomists, physiologists, and biologists maintain, but a being who can only be understood in connection with the spiritual world, immersed in the living weaving of light and darkness. For I belong to the weaving of light and darkness. Then came the third post-Atlantean period. Nature began to take hold of man, insofar as it worked on him. For the processes of birth and death link the soul life of man with nature. For external Maya, these are natural processes. Birth, conception, death are natural processes for external Maya. They are only spiritual processes for one who can see where spiritual reality intervenes in these natural processes, and that is in the region of the archangeloi. This connection was seen during the third post-Atlantean period. Gradually, nature itself became reality for man. This was from the fourth post-Atlantean period onward. Before that, nature was not spoken of in the way we speak of it today. But man needed to step out of the spiritual world and dwell alone with nature, isolated to a certain extent from the spiritual world. But then he needed an event which would enable him once again to forge links with the spiritual world. In the second post-Atlantean period, the divine element appeared to him in the region of the archai. In the third, in the region of the archangeloi, and in the fourth, in the region of the angeloi. In the fifth post-Atlantean period, he had to recognize the divine as man. This was prepared in the middle of the fourth period, when the divine appeared as man in the Christ. What this means is that Christ must come to be understood ever better and better. He must come to be understood in his connection with the human being. For Christ appeared as man so that man might find the connection of mankind with the Christ. Such things we must make especially clear to ourselves in connection with the Christmas mystery. Mankind's connection with the spiritual world must be found in the way that has become possible since man stepped down from this spiritual world in order to dwell within nature. This was prepared as a fact during the fourth post-Atlantean period. Now in the fifth post-Atlantean period, it must be understood, really understood. Human beings must find their way to an understanding of the fact of Christ, to an understanding of this in its connection with the whole of the spiritual world. There is so much today which is not understood about Christ, and so much which is not understood about Jesus. Yet these are the two constituent parts necessary for the understanding of Christ Jesus. Looking at the historical context, we can see that the understanding for Christ disappeared when Gnosis was rooted out. Looking at the mysteries expressed in the Baldur myth, we can understand how the feeling for Jesus was rooted out. If we remain truthful, we can see now in the present how external life corroborates what we find in history. For how many representatives of religion today believe in their hearts, not merely with their lips, but in their hearts, how many believe in the true resurrection, in the mystery of Easter? They can only believe if they can comprehend it. How many priests do? Modern priests and pastors think themselves particularly enlightened when they succeed in disavowing the Easter mystery, the resurrection mystery, if they manage somehow to discuss it to bits, to make it disappear through sophistry. They are delighted every time they discover a new reason for not having to believe in it. First of all, the Christ idea, which is inseparable from the resurrection mystery, was made into dogma. Then gradually it became a subject for discussion. And the tendency now is to drop the resurrection mystery altogether. But the mystery of the birth is also not understood. People no longer want to have dealings with it because they do not want to accept its validity in all its profound depths as a mystery. They want to see only the natural side. They do not want to be aware that something spiritual came down. In the third post-Atlantean period, human beings still saw this spiritual element descending, but then their consciousness was at a different level. What is today called modern religion, modern Christianity, really has no desire to comprehend either the birth or the death of Christ Jesus. Some still want to maintain a dogmatic connection, but a comprehension of these things that goes beyond mere words is today only possible through spiritual science. For this to be possible, the horizon of comprehension must be widened. But people today flee from the truth. They literally flee from what could lead them to an understanding of these things. Only anthroposophical spiritual science is in a position to create out of itself, not by warming up ancient history, certain concepts which will now exist for conscious rather than atavistic understanding. Long ago, these concepts existed atavistically. Today, people no longer have any real feeling for them. Let me remind you of something I mentioned yesterday. The kingship of the ancient European tribes was connected with all those social institutions I mentioned as emanating from the mysteries of Jutland. The first child, born in the holy night in the third year, was destined to be king. He was prepared for this in the way I explained, and he grew up to be the man who could be king for 3 years. He had reached the stage I described when I said that he grew beyond his national limits. He stepped out of the context of his tribe. An individual of the 5th degree, called in quotes Persian by the Persians, bore in every tribe the name of that tribe. He still stood within the group. The one who was to be king for 3 years had to be filled with the mystery of the, in quotes, sun hero. This was the 6th degree, and for this he had to have grown beyond his tribe or group and stand in the context of mankind as a whole. But he could only do this if his connections were not only earthly but also cosmic, if he was a sun hero, which meant that he lived in a realm governed not only by earthly laws, but also by those laws with which the sun is interwoven. If man is to act on the earth, he has to have contact with the earthly realm. And contact with this realm brings about a certain process. This process must be recognized. For by recognizing this process, we gain an understanding for certain transitions, for certain things into which we need insight, if we are to gain insight into reality. In ancient times, a man belonging to the tribe of the Ingavonis was called an Ingavoni. But the one who ruled the tribe for 3 years as a sun hero could not be called an Ingavoni, because he had grown beyond his tribe. It would not have been truthful to call the sun hero an Ingavoni, because he had become something else. You see what an exact concept was attached to an earthly reality, because the spiritual world was felt to be streaming in. Nowadays, when we merely play with words, instead of adhering strictly to concepts, who would take it into his head to say that it is untrue to call the Pope a Christian, since this is a paradox, just as it would have been paradoxical to call the king of the Ingavonis an Ingavoni? If the Pope really wanted to be a Pope, that is, if he really wanted to stand within the actual spiritual process, it would not be possible to take him for a Christian. We can only be Christians if the Pope is not a Christian. To say this would be to speak the truth. Who would take it into his head today to want to think the truth about such important matters? And who would take it into his head to see in earthly things, which he recognizes as Maya, the playing in of divine, of supernatural forces? This would be quite uncharacteristic of the present day. Only if we are forced do we recognize these things. Only if forced do we bow to the laws of the cosmos. We are forced to recognize that the blade of wheat sprouts from the earth at a given season, develops ears which in turn produce new seeds, that there is a definite rotation, so that what has come into being has to fade again in due season, in accordance with the laws of nature. Even this we would not recognize if we were not forced to do so. In ancient times it was recognized that the sun hero called to be the leader of the Ingavonis would cease to be so after 3 years. These laws were felt, just as were those of the growing plants. It is important to endeavor to think of all these things resounding in unison, in harmony. Only by doing so can one come to the truth and widen one's horizons. For the truth is not a child's game, to be arranged according to personal interests. To adhere to the truth is a grave and holy act of worship. This must be felt and sensed. Yet the whole tendency today is none other than to make Maya absolute and declare it to be the truth. What is the historical criticism cultivated today in historical seminars? It is a neat paring down to the bare sense-perceptible facts, and this can only lead to error. For by striving to pare things down to the sense-perceptible facts, we drift over into Maya. But Maya is illusion. So, any science of history which endeavors to exclude every spiritual element and instead bring Maya to the fore must of necessity lead directly to Maya. Just try, by using modern seminar methods applied in historical departments today, to pare things down to the truth by eliminating anything spiritual and accepting only what takes place on the physical plane. That is, only sense-perceptible facts, and you will find that you fall a victim to Maya and never reach an understanding of history. Take a modern history book for which anything supersensible is an absurdity, and in which great care is taken to attach validity only to physical events. And you have in your hand the striving to bring Maya to the fore. But Maya is illusion. So you have to fall a victim to illusion. And this is exactly what you do. The moment you believe history as it is written today, you become a victim of Maya, of illusion. But history has not always been written in this way. The way it was done in former times is scorned today. It is a terrible aspect of human karma that even in man's view of history, the spiritual element is excluded. Let us look back to the time when the attitude of the fourth post-Atlantean period was dominant. History was told quite differently then. It was told in a way which makes today's professors turn up their noses and say, these fellows were totally uncritical. They let themselves be lumbered with all sorts of myths and sagas. They had no feeling for tidy criticism, which would have shown them the facts as they really were. This is what historians say today, and of course also those who copy them. The people in those days were childish, they say. Of course they were childish when compared with today's notions. Let us listen to the old way of telling history, of telling what countless people with the attitude of mind of the fourth post-Atlantean period saw as history. Let us listen to this today and look at it as an example which we can use as a basis for what is to be said tomorrow. Once upon a time there lived in Saxon lands an emperor whom people called Red Emperor, the emperor with the red beard, Otto of the red beard. This emperor had a wife who came from England, and whose heart's desire it was to endow a church. So Otto the Red decided to endow the Archbishopric of Magdeburg. The Archbishopric of Magdeburg was to have a special mission in Central Europe. It was to link the West with the East in such a way that this very archbishopric would be the one to bring Christianity to the neighboring Slavs. The Archbishopric of Magdeburg made good progress, carrying out charitable works over a wide area, and Otto of the Red Beard saw what good effects his endowment was having in the district. He was very pleased at this. He said to himself, my deeds are sufficient as a blessing in the physical world. He always longed for God to reward him for his benevolent deeds toward the people. That was his aim, that God might reward him, because after all, everything he did was done from piety. Once he knelt in church in prayer, which rose up to become a meditation, beseeching the gods to reward him, when he died, for his endowment, in the same way as he had found his reward on the physical plane, in all the good that had come about in the environment of the Archbishopric of Magdeburg. Then a spiritual being appeared to him and said, "It is true, you have endowed much that is good. You have acted with much benevolence toward many people. But you have done all this with a view to receiving the blessing of the divine world after your death, just as you are now enjoying the blessing of the earthly world. This is bad, and it spoils your endowment." Now Otto of the Red Beard was very unhappy about this, and he spoke with this being who was he not, a being from the ranks of the Angeloi? We may feel this in the attitude of mind of the fourth post-Atlantean period. He spoke with this being, and this being said to him, "Go to Cologne, where Gerhard the Good lives. Ask where you can find Gerhard the Good. If you can make yourself more virtuous through what Gerhard the Good will say to you, then perhaps you can avoid what I have just said will happen to you." This, more or less, was the conversation of Otto of the Red Beard with the spiritual being. With a speed which those around him could not understand, the Emperor Otto made ready to journey to Cologne. In Cologne he called a gathering of the burgomaster and all, quote, "wise and benign counselors," close quote. One of those who came he recognized by his appearance as an unusual man, the one whom he had really come to see. He asked the Archbishop of Cologne, who had accompanied him, whether this was Gerhard the Good, and indeed it was. Then the emperor said to the counselors, "I wished to consult with you, but now I shall first speak apart with this man, and then discuss with you what I have gleaned from him when I have spoken with him." Perhaps this put the counselors' noses out of joint somewhat, but we shall not go into this. So the emperor took aside the counselor known in Cologne as Gerhard the Good and asked, "Why do people call you Gerhard the Good?" He had to ask this question, for the angel had pointed out that it all depended on whether he could recognize why this man was called Gerhard the Good, for he was to be healed through him. Gerhard the Good answered, "People call me Gerhard the Good because they are thoughtless. I have not done anything special, but what I have done, which is something quite insignificant and about which I shall not tell you, has become known to some extent. And because people always want to invent phrases, they call me Gerhard the Good." The emperor said, "Surely it cannot be as simple as all that, and it is extremely important for me and my whole reign that I discover why people call you Gerhard the Good." Gerhard the Good did not want to disclose anything, but the emperor pressed him ever harder, till Gerhard the Good said, "Very well, I will tell you why they call me Gerhard the Good, but you must not tell anyone else, for truly I see nothing special in it. I am a simple merchant. I have always been a simple merchant, and one day I prepared to set out on a journey. First I journeyed on land for a while, and then at sea. I traveled as far as the Orient, where I purchased very many valuable materials and valuable objects for very little money. I planned to sell these things elsewhere for double, treble, or even 4 or 5 times the price, for this is the custom among merchants. This was my business, my trade. Then I continued my journey by ship, but we were blown off course by an unfavorable wind. We had no idea where we were. So I found myself off course, in the wind, on the open sea, with a few companions and all my costly objects and materials. We came ashore, and from this shore a cliff rose up. We sent out a scout to climb the cliff, to see what was beyond it, for we had been stranded on the shore. The scout saw a great city beyond the cliff. It was obviously a great trading city. Caravans were approaching along roads from all sides, and a river flowed past it. The scout returned and showed us the way to approach the city from a spot where we could make fast our ship. Here we were, in a city totally strange to us. Soon it became obvious that we Christians were surrounded by heathens. We saw a busy market, I thought to myself that I would be able to sell all sorts of things in the market, for the bargaining was lively. But I did not know the customs of the country. Then I saw coming toward me along the street a man who looked trustworthy. To him I said, "Could you help me to sell my wares here?" The man evidently felt that I too looked trustworthy and said, "Where have you come from?" I told him I was a Christian from Cologne. He said, "Despite that, you seem quite respectable. Hitherto I have entertained the worst suspicions about Christians, but you do not seem to be a monster. I shall assist you and will find you lodgings. After that you may like to show me your wares." When the merchant, Gerhard the Good, had settled in his lodgings, the heathen man he had met came one day, inspected his wares, and found them exceptionally costly. He said, "Though there are quite a few rich people in the town, none of them is rich enough to buy all this. I am the only one to possess anything equivalent to these wares. If you want to sell them to me, I can give you what they are worth, but I am the only one who could do this." The merchant from Cologne wanted to see for himself, so the heathen offered to show him that he did indeed possess wares of an equivalent value to those extremely costly pieces gathered from all over the world. So Gerhard went to the home of the heathen, where he saw immediately that he was dealing with a most important citizen of the town. First, the heathen led him to a chamber in which 12 youths lay chained. They were prisoners, starving and wretched. He said, "See, these are 12 Christians whom we took prisoner on the high seas, where they were drifting aimlessly. Now come and see the rest of the wares." He took him to another room and showed him the same number of miserable old men. Gerhard's heart bled more for the old men than it did for the youths. Then he showed him a number of women, 15, I believe, who had also been taken prisoner. And he said, "If you give me the wares, I will give you these prisoners. They are exceedingly valuable, and you can have them." Then Gerhard, the merchant from Cologne, discovered that one of the women was exceedingly valuable because she was a daughter of the king of Norway, who had been shipwrecked with her women. Only some of the 15, the others were from elsewhere, and taken prisoner by the heathen. The other women were from England, as were the youths and old men. They had set sail with William, the son of the King of England, to fetch his Norwegian bride. When he had collected his Norwegian bride from Norway, they had met with misfortune and been washed out to sea. William, the king's son, had been separated from the others. They did not know what had befallen them. As far as they were concerned, he was lost. But the others, the women and the king's daughter from Norway, the 12 noble youths, the 12 noble old men, and the English women who had accompanied William to collect his bride, had all been shipwrecked and fallen into the hands of this heathen prince. He now wanted to sell them to Gerhard in exchange for his oriental wares. Gerhard wept bitter tears, not on account of the wares, but on the contrary, because he was to receive such valuable commodities in exchange for them. With his whole heart he agreed to the deal. The heathen prince was much moved, and thought to himself, "These Christians are not at all the monsters I thought them to be." He even equipped a fully provisioned ship, so that Gerhard might take the youths and the old men, the king's daughter and the maidens, across the sea with him. In parting from them all, he was much moved, and said, "On account of you, I shall henceforth be very just to all Christians who come into my care." Now the merchant Gerhard from Cologne set off across the sea, and when they came to the point where the configuration of the land showed that the passages to London and to Utrecht must separate, he said to his traveling companions, "Those who belong to England may sail that way. Those who belong to Norway, the king's daughter with her few women, may come with me to Cologne, and I shall see whether the one whose bride she was to be has perhaps been found, so that he may come and collect her." In Cologne, Gerhard kept the king's daughter in accordance with her standing. She was most lovingly cared for by his family. Only at first, Gerhard the Good permitted himself to remark, was his wife's nose put slightly out of joint when he arrived with the king's daughter. But soon she loved her like her own daughter. These things are quite understandable. She grew up like a daughter of the house and was cared for lovingly. Her only great sadness was that she never stopped weeping for her beloved William, for she naturally presumed that if he had been saved, he would scour the world to find her. But he did not come. The family of Gerhard the Good loved her, and Gerhard had a son, so he thought to himself that this beautiful maiden might become a wife for his son. Of course, in accordance with opinions at that time, this could only happen if the son could be raised up to an equal standing. The Archbishop of Cologne declared himself prepared to make the son a knight. Everything was done in a suitable way. Gerhard was very rich, and everything went well. Tournaments were held, and after waiting still another year in case William should turn up, the king's daughter had begged for this. Preparations were made for the wedding. During the wedding, a pilgrim appeared, a man with a beard so long that it was plain to see that much time had passed since it had last seen a blade, and he was very sad. Gerhard the Good was filled with pity at the sight of the pilgrim, and asked him what was the matter. "It is impossible to say," said the pilgrim, "for from now on he must carry his sorrow through the wide world. From today he knew that his sorrow would never cease." For the pilgrim was William, who had lost all his companions, had found land at last, had wandered about, and arrived at the very moment when his bride was almost married to Gerhard's son in Cologne. Then Gerhard said, "Of course you shall have your rightful bride. I shall speak with my son." Since the bride loved her lost bridegroom, William, more than Gerhard's son, everything was arranged, and after her marriage to William had been celebrated in Cologne, Gerhard accompanied William, the heir to the throne of England, with his bride to England. There he left them. Since he was known in London as a merchant, he walked about the town and heard that a great meeting was in progress. Everything was in turbulence, and it was plain to see that a revolution might break out. He heard that this was because there was no heir to the throne. The heir had disappeared years ago. He had quite a number of supporters in the land, but all the others were in disagreement, and the meeting was now to decide on a new heir. Gerhard donned his best robe and went to the meeting. He was allowed in on account of his best robe, which was exceedingly splendid, because he was such a rich merchant. There he found 24 men discussing who should replace the beloved heir, William. Gerhard saw that the 24 were the self-same men who he had rescued from the heathen prince, and had sent to London at the point where the ways to London and Utrecht parted. They did not recognize him immediately. They told him that William had been lost, William whom they loved above all others. But then they recognized each other. Now Gerhard explained that he would bring William to them, so the matter was settled. I need not describe to you the joy which now broke out all over England. At first, in the meeting, before they knew who Gerhard was about to bring to them, but having recognized him as the one who had saved them, they even wanted to declare Gerhard himself king. Now William became king of England. Then William wanted to confer on Gerhard the Duchy of Kent, but he did not accept this. Even from the new queen, who had for so long been his foster daughter, he refused the gold treasures she wished to bestow on him, accepting only a ring and a few other trinkets to bring to his wife as keepsakes from their foster daughter. So he departed for home. "All this has now unfortunately become known here," said Gerhard the Good to Otto the Red, "and that is why people call me Gerhard the Good. But it is not for people, or even myself, to judge whether what I did was good or not. Therefore it is nonsense for people to call me Gerhard the Good, for the words can have no meaning." Otto the Red, the emperor, listened attentively and realized that other attitudes than the one he had developed were possible and existed even in the heart of a merchant of Cologne. This made a deep impression on him. He returned to the council meeting and said to the councillors, "Gentlemen, you may go home, for I have learned all I needed to know from Gerhard the Good." This put the noses of the wise and benign councillors thoroughly out of joint, but the attitude of soul of Otto the Red was entirely transformed. This is how history was told in those days. What is told here is criticized, obviously, by the historians of today, whose aim is to pare history down to the facts of the physical plane, facts which have their feet on the ground. Not only this event, but many others also were told, when the feeling for history was still that of the fourth post-Atlantean period, with the inclusion of not only the physical facts, but also with the meaning they had in relation to the spiritual world. There was an interweaving between what happened on the physical plane and what flowed through it, giving it meaning. There is very deep meaning in the story of Otto the Red and Gerhard the Good. I wanted to tell you this story, which was once seen as history, so that tomorrow we can use it, among other things, as a foundation for further discussions, which will widen our horizons still further. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness. This is Volume 1. This is Lecture 11, given in Dornach on the 26th of December, 1916. Yesterday I told you the story of Gerhard the Good, which most of you probably know, so that today we can illustrate various points in our endeavor to increase our understanding of the matters we are discussing. But before I interpret parts of this story for you, insofar as this is necessary, we must also recall a number of other things we have touched on at various times during these lectures. From what has been said over the past few weeks, you will have seen that the painful events of today are connected with impulses living in the more recent karma of mankind, namely the karma of the whole fifth post-Atlantean period. For those who want to go more deeply into these matters, it is necessary to link external events with what is happening more inwardly, which can only be understood against the background of human evolution as seen by spiritual science. To begin with, take at face value certain facts which I have pointed out a number of times. I have frequently said that in the middle of the 19th century, an endeavor was made to draw the attention of modern mankind to the fact that there exist in the universe not only those forces and powers recognized by natural science, but also others of a spiritual kind. The endeavor was to show that just as we take in with our eyes, or indeed with all our senses, what is visible around us, so are there also spiritual impulses around us, which people who know about such things can bring to bear on social life. Impulses which cannot be seen with the eye, EYE, but are known to a more spiritual science. We know what path this more spiritual science took, so I need not go over it again. Around the middle of the 19th century, then, it was the concern of a certain center to draw people's attention to the existence, as it were, of a spiritual environment. This had been forgotten during the age of materialism. You also know that such things have to be tackled with caution, because a certain degree of maturity is necessary in people who take in such knowledge. Of course, not all those can be mature who come across or are affected by this knowledge in accordance with the laws of our time, which underlie public life. But part of what must be done at such a time can be the requirement to test whether the knowledge may yet be revealed publicly. Now, in the middle of the 19th century, two paths were possible. One, even then, would have been what we could describe by mentioning our anthroposophical spiritual science, namely, to make comprehensible to human thinking what spiritual knowledge reveals about our spiritual environment. It is a fact that this could have been attempted at that time, in the middle of the 19th century. But this path was not chosen. The reason was, in part, that those who possessed this esoteric knowledge were prejudiced, because of traditions that have come down from ancient times, against making such things public. They felt that certain knowledge, guarded by the secret brotherhoods, for it was still guarded at that time, should be kept within the circle of these brotherhoods. We have since seen that so long as matters are conducted in the proper way, it is perfectly acceptable today to reveal certain things. Of course, it is unavoidable that some malicious opponent should appear, and always will appear, in circles in which such knowledge is made known. People who are adherents for a time, because it suits their passions and their egoism, but to then become opponents under all sorts of guises and make trouble. Also, when spiritual knowledge is made known in a community, this can easily lead to arguments, quarreling, and disputes, of which, however, not too much notice can be taken, since otherwise no spiritual knowledge would ever be made known. But apart from these things, no harm is done if the matter is handled in the right way. But at that time, this was not believed. So ancient prejudice won the day, and it was agreed to take another path. But as I have often said, this failed. It was decided to use the path of mediumistic revelation to make people recognize the spiritual world in the same way as they recognize the physical world. Suitable individuals were trained to be mediums. What they then revealed through their lowered consciousness was supposed to make people recognize the existence of certain spiritual impulses in their environment. This was a materialistic way of revealing the spiritual world to people. It corresponded to some extent to the conditions of the fifth post-Atlantean period, insofar as this is materialistic in character. This way of handling things began, as you know, in America in the middle of the 19th century. But it soon became obvious that the whole thing was a mistake. It had been expected that the mediums would reveal the existence of certain elemental and nature spirits in the environment. Instead, they all started to refer to revelations from the kingdom of the dead. So the goal which had been set was not reached. I have often explained that the living can only reach the dead with an attitude which does not depend on lowering the consciousness. You all know these things. At that time, this was also known, and that is why, when the mediums began to speak of revelations of the dead, it was realized that the whole thing was a mistake. This had not been expected. It had been hoped that the mediums would reveal how the nature spirits work, how one human being affects another, what forces are at play in the social organism, and so on. It had been hoped that people would start to recognize what forces might be used by those who understand such things, so that people would no longer be dependent solely on one another in the way they are when only their sense perceptions come into play, but would be able to work through the total human personality. This was one thing that went wrong. The other was that, in keeping with man's materialistic inclinations, it soon became obvious what would have begun to happen if the mediumistic movement had spread in the way it threatened to do. Use would have been made of the mediums to accomplish aims which ought only to be accomplished under the influence of natural, sense-bound reasoning. For some individuals, it would have been highly desirable to employ a medium who could impart the means of discovering the knowledge which such people covet. I have told you how many letters I get from people who write, "I have a lottery ticket," or "I want to buy a lottery ticket. I need the money for an entirely selfless purpose. Could you not tell me which number will be drawn?" Obviously, if mediums had been fully trained in the techniques of mediumship, the resulting mischief with this kind of thing would have been infinite, quite apart from everything else. People would have started to go to mediums to find a suitable bride or bridegroom, and so on. Thus it came about that in the very quarter that had launched the movement, in order to test whether people were ready to take in spiritual knowledge, efforts were now made to suppress the whole affair. What had been feared in bygone times, when the abilities of the fourth post-Atlantean period still worked in people, had indeed now come to pass. In those days, witches were burnt, simply because those people called witches were really no more than mediums, and because their connections with the spiritual world, though of a materialistic nature, might cause knowledge to be revealed which would have been very awkward for certain people. Thus, for instance, it might have been very awkward for certain brotherhoods if before being burnt at the stake a witch had revealed what lay behind them. For it is true that when consciousness is lowered, there can be a kind of telephone connection with the spiritual world, and that by this route all sorts of secrets can come out. Those who burnt the witches did so for a very good reason. It could have been very awkward for them if the witches had revealed anything to the world, whether in a good or a bad sense, but especially in a bad sense. So the attempt to test the cultural maturity of mankind by means of mediums had gone awry. This was realized even by those who, led astray by the old rules of silence and by the materialistic tendencies of the 19th century, had set this attempt in train. You know, of course, that the activities of mediums have not been entirely curtailed, and that they still exist even today. But the art of training mediums to a level at which their revelations could become significant has, so to speak, been withdrawn. By this withdrawal, the capabilities of mediums have been made more or less harmless. In recent decades, as you know, the pronouncements of mediums have come to amount to not much more than sentimental twaddle. The only surprising thing is that people set so much store by them. But the door to the spiritual world had been opened to some degree, and moreover this had been done in a manner which was untimely and a mistake. In this period came the birth and work of Blavatsky. You might think that the birth of a person is insignificant, but this would be a judgment based on Maya. Now the important thing is that this whole undertaking had to be discussed among the brotherhoods, so that much was said and brought into the open within the brotherhoods. But the 19th century was no longer like earlier centuries, in which many methods had existed for keeping secret those things which had to be kept secret. Thus it happened that at a certain moment a member of one of the secret brotherhoods, who intended to make use in a one-sided way of what he learned within these brotherhoods, approached Blavatsky. Apart from her other capacities, Blavatsky was an extremely gifted medium, and this person induced her to act as a connecting link for machinations which were no longer as honest as the earlier ones. The first, as we have seen, were honest but mistaken. Up to this point, the attempt to test people's receptivity had been perfectly honest, though mistaken. Now, however, came the treachery of a member of an American secret brotherhood. His purpose was to make one-sided use of what he knew with the help of someone with psychic gifts, such as Blavatsky. Let us first look at what actually took place. When Blavatsky heard what the member of the brotherhood had to say, she, of course, reacted inwardly to his words because she was psychic. She understood a great deal more about the matter than the one who was giving her the information. The ancient knowledge, formulated in the traditional way, lit up in her soul a significant understanding which she could hardly have achieved solely with her own resources. Inner experiences were stimulated in her soul by the ancient formulations, which stemmed from the days of atavistic clairvoyance, and which were preserved in the secret brotherhoods, often without much understanding for their meaning on the part of the members. These inner experiences led in her to the birth of a large body of knowledge. She knew, of course, that this knowledge must be significant for the present evolution of mankind, and also that by taking the appropriate path, this knowledge could be utilized in a particular way. But Blavatsky, being the person she was, could not be expected to make use of such lofty spiritual knowledge solely for the good of mankind as a whole. She hit upon the idea of pursuing certain aims which were within her understanding, having come to this point in the manner I have described. So now she demanded to be admitted to a certain occult brotherhood in Paris. Through this brotherhood she would start to work. Ordinarily she would have been accepted in the normal way, apart from the fact that it was not normal to admit a woman. But this rule would have been waived in this case because it was known that she was an important individuality. However, it would not have served her purpose to be admitted merely as an ordinary member, and so she laid down certain conditions. If these conditions had been accepted, many subsequent events would have been very different, but at the same time this secret brotherhood would have pronounced its own death sentence. That is, it would have condemned itself to total ineffectiveness. So it refused to admit Blavatsky. She then turned to America, where she was indeed admitted to a secret brotherhood. In consequence, she, of course, acquired extremely significant insights into the intentions of such secret brotherhoods, not those which strive for the good of mankind as a whole, disregarding any conflicting wishes, but those whose purposes are one-sided and serve certain groups only. But it was not in Blavatsky's nature to work in the way these brotherhoods wished. So it came about that under the influence of what was termed an attack on the Constitution of North America, she was excluded from this brotherhood. So now she was excluded. But of course she was not a person who would be likely to take this lying down. Instead, she began to threaten the American Brotherhood with the consequences of excluding her in this way, now that she knew so much. The American Brotherhood now found itself sitting under the sword of Damocles, for if, as a result of having been a member, Blavatsky had told the world what she knew, this would have spelt its death sentence. The consequence was that American and European occultists joined forces in order to inflict on Blavatsky a condition known as occult imprisonment. Through certain machinations, a sphere of imaginations is called forth in a soul, which brings about a dimming of what that soul previously knew, thus making it virtually ineffective. It is a procedure which honest occultists never apply, and even dishonest ones only very rarely. But it was applied on that occasion in order to save the life, that is, the effectiveness of that secret brotherhood. For years, Blavatsky existed in this occult imprisonment, until certain Indian occultists started to take an interest in her because they wanted to work against that American brotherhood. As you see, we keep coming up against occult streams which want to work one-sidedly. Thus Blavatsky entered this Indian current with which you are familiar. The Indian Brotherhood was very interested indeed in proceeding against the American Brotherhood, not because they saw that they were not serving mankind as a whole, but because they, in turn, had their own one-sided, patriotically Indian viewpoint. By means of various machinations, the Indian and the American occultists reached a kind of agreement. The Americans promised not to interfere in what the Indians wanted to do with Blavatsky, and the Indians engaged to remain silent on what had gone before. You can see just how complicated these things really are when you add to all this the fact, which I have also told you about, that a hidden individual, a Mahatma behind a mask, had been instituted in place of Blavatsky's original teacher and guide. This figure stood in the service of a European power and had the task of utilizing whatever Blavatsky could do in the service of this particular European power. One way of discovering what all this is really about might be to ask what would have happened if one or other of these projects had been realized. Time is too short to tell you everything today, but let us pick out a few aspects. We can always come back to these things again soon. Supposing Blavatsky had succeeded in gaining admission to the occult lodge in Paris. If this had happened, she would not have come under the influence of that individual who was honored as a Mahatma in the Theosophical Society, although he was no such thing. And the life of the occult lodge in Paris would have been extinguished. A great deal behind which this same Paris lodge may be seen to stand would not have happened, or perhaps it would have happened in the service of a different one-sided influence. Many things would have taken a different course, for there was also the intention of exterminating this Paris lodge with the help of the psychic personality of Blavatsky. If it had been exterminated, there would have been nothing behind all those people who have contributed to history more or less like marionettes. People like Silvani, Durante, Sergi, Cecchoni, Lombroso and all his relations, and many others would have had no occult backers behind them. Many a door, many a kind of sliding door, would have remained locked. You will understand that this is meant symbolically. In certain countries, editorial offices, I mean this as a picture, have a respectable door and a sliding door. Through the respectable door you enter the office, and through the sliding door you enter some secret brotherhood or other working, as I have variously indicated over the last 2 days, to achieve results of the kind about which we have spoken. So the intention was to abolish something from the world which would have done away with at least one stream which we have seen working in our present time. Signor D'Annunzio would not have given the speech we quoted. Perhaps another would have been given instead, pushing things in a different direction. But you see that the moment things are not fully under control, the moment people are pushed about through a dimming of their consciousness, and when occultism is being used, not for the general good of mankind, and above all in our time not with true knowledge, but for the purpose of achieving one-sided aims, then matters can come to look very grave indeed. Anyway, the members of this lodge were, from the standpoint of the lodge, astute enough not to enter into a discussion of these things. Later on, certain matters were hushed up, obscured, by the fact that Blavatsky was prevented by her occult imprisonment from publicizing the impulses of that American lodge and giving them her own slant, which she would doubtless otherwise have done. Once all these things had run their course, the only one to benefit from Blavatsky was the Indian Brotherhood. There is considerable significance for the present time in the fact that a certain sum of occult knowledge has entered the world one-sidedly, with an Indian coloring. This knowledge has entered the world. It now exists. But the world has remained more or less unconscious of it because of the paralysis I have described. Those who reckon with such things always count on long stretches of time. They prepare things and leave them to develop. These are not individuals, but brotherhoods in which the successor takes over from the predecessor and carries on in a similar direction with what has been started. On the basis of the 2 examples I have given you of occult lodges, you can see that much depended on the actual impulses not being made public. I do not wish to be misunderstood, and I therefore stated expressly that the first attempt I described to you was founded on a certain degree of honesty. But it is extremely difficult for people to be entirely objective as regards mankind as a whole. There is little inclination for this nowadays. People are so easily led astray by the group instinct that they are not objective as regards mankind as a whole, but pay homage to one group or another, enjoying the feeling of belonging. But this is something that is no longer really relevant to the point we have reached in human evolution. The requirement of the present moment is that we should, at least to some degree, feel ourselves to be individuals and extricate ourselves, at least inwardly, from group things, so that we belong to mankind as human individuals. Even though at present we are shown so grotesquely how impossible this is for some people, it is nevertheless a requirement of our time. For example, let me refer to what I said here a few days ago. A nation as a whole is an individuality of a kind, which cannot be compared with human individualities, who live here on the physical plane and then go through the development between death and a new birth. Nations are individualities of quite a different kind. As you can see from everything we find in our anthroposophical spiritual science, a folk spirit, a folk soul, is something different from the soul of an individual human being. It is nonsense to speak in a materialistic sense, as is done today, of the soul of a nation, while at the back of one's mind thinking of something resembling the soul of an individual, even though one, of course, does not admit this to oneself. Thus you hear people speak of the French soul, in quotes. This has been repeatedly said in recent years. It is nonsense, plain nonsense, because it is an analogy taken from the individual human soul and applied to the folk soul. You can only speak of the folk soul if you take into account the complex totality described in the lecture cycle on the different folk spirits. But to speak in any other sense about the folk soul is utter nonsense, even though many, including journalists, do so, and they may be forgiven, for they do not know what they are talking about. It is mere verbosity to speak, as has been done, for instance, of the Celtic soul and the Latin spirit. Maybe such a thing is just about acceptable as an analogy, but there is no reality in it. We must be clear about the meaning of the mystery of Golgotha. So often have we said that the mystery of Golgotha was accomplished in such a way that what has been united with earth evolution ever since is there for all mankind. But that if an individual speaks of a mystical Christ within him, this is no more than idle talk. The mystery of Golgotha is an objective reality, as you know from much that has been said here. It took place for mankind as a whole, which means for every individual human being. Christ died for all human beings, as a human being for human beings, not for any other kind of being. It is possible to speak about a Christian, about one whose attitude of mind is Christian, but it is complete nonsense to talk of a Christian nation. There is no reality in this. Christ did not die for nations. Nations are not the individualities for whom he died. An individual who is close to the being of the mystery of Golgotha can be a Christian, but it is not possible to speak of a Christian nation. The true soul of a nation, its folk soul, belongs to planes on which the mystery of Golgotha did not take place. So any dealings and actions between nations can never be interpreted or commented upon in a Christian sense. I am pointing out these things simply because it is necessary that you in particular, my dear friends, should understand just how important it is today to arrive at clear-cut concepts. This can only be done by applying spiritual science. And yet mankind as a whole strives to fish in muddy waters with concepts that are utterly nonsensical and obscure. So the important thing is, above all, to arrive at clear-cut concepts, to see everything in relation to clear-cut concepts, and also to understand that in our time certain occult spiritual impulses have been working, chiefly through human beings. This is fitting for the fifth post-Atlantean period. Now, if Blavatsky had been able to speak out at that time, certain secrets would have been revealed. Secrets I have mentioned as belonging to certain secret brotherhoods and connected with the striving of a widespread network of groups. I said to you earlier that definite laws underlie the rise and evolution of peoples, of nations. These laws are usually unknown in the external physical world. This is right and proper, for in the first place they ought to be recognized solely by those who desire to receive them with clean hands. What now underlies the terrible trials mankind is undergoing at present, and will undergo in the future, is the interference in a one-sided way by certain modern brotherhoods with the spiritual forces that pulse through human evolution in the region in which, for instance, nations, peoples come into being. Evolution progresses in accordance with definite laws. It is regular and comes about through certain forces. But human beings interfere, in some part unconsciously, though if they are members of secret brotherhoods, then they do so consciously. To be able to judge these things, you need what yesterday I called a wider horizon. You need the acquisition of a wider horizon. I showed you the forces of which Blavatsky became the plaything, in order to point out how such a plaything can be tossed about, from west to east, from America to India. This is because forces are at work which are being managed by human beings for certain ends, by means of utilizing the passions and feelings of nationality, which have, however, in their turn first been manufactured. This is most important. It is important to develop an eye, EYE, for the way in which a person who, because of the type of passions in her blood, can be put in a certain position and be brought under the sway of certain influences. Equally, those who do this must know that certain things can be achieved, depending on the position in which the person is placed. Many attempts fail, but account is taken of long periods of time and of many possibilities. Above all, account is taken of how little inclination people have to pay attention to the widest contexts. Let us stop here and turn to yesterday's story. It tells us about the time around the 10th century, when the constitution of souls was still that of the 4th post-Atlantean period. We saw how the spiritual world intervened in the life of Emperor Otto of the Red Beard. His whole life is transformed because the spiritual world makes him aware of Gerhard the Good. From Gerhard the Good he is to learn the fear of God, true piety, and that one must expect for largely egoistic reasons, and one must not expect for largely egotistic reasons a blessing from heaven for one's earthly deeds. So he is told by the spiritual world to seek out Gerhard the Good. This is the one side, what plays in from the spiritual world. Those who know that age, not as it is described by external history, but as it really was, are aware that the spiritual world did indeed play in through real visions, such as that described in connection with Emperor Otto the Red, and that spiritual impulses definitely played a meaningful part. The one who wrote down this story says expressly that in his youth he had also written many other stories, as had other contemporaries of his. The man who wrote down the story of Gerhard the Good was Rudolf von Ems, an approximate contemporary of Wolfram von Eschenbach. He said he had written other stories as well, but that he had destroyed them because they had been fairy tales. Yet he does not consider this story to be a fairy tale, but strictly historical, even though externally it is not historical. That is, it would not be included in today's history books, which only take physical Maya into account. In the way he tells it, it cannot be compared with external, purely physical history. And yet his telling is more true than purely physical history can be, for on the whole that is only Maya. He tells the story of the 4th post-Atlantean period. For the 4th post-Atlantean period. You know, for I have repeatedly said this, that I am not taking sides in any way, but simply reporting facts which are to provide a basis on which judgments can be formed. Only those who do not wish to be objective will maintain that what I shall attempt to say is not objective. Someone who does not wish to be objective cannot, of course, be expected to find objectivity in what is, in fact, objective. The fact that the spiritual world plays into human affairs is not the only important aspect of the story of Gerhard the Good. It is also significant that a leading personality receives from the spiritual world the impulse to turn to a member of the commercial world, the world of the merchant. It is indeed a historical fact that in Central Europe at that time, the members of the ruling dynasty to which Otto the Red belonged did start to patronize the merchant classes in the towns. In Europe, this was the time of the growth of commerce. We should further take into account that at that time there were as yet no ocean routes between Orient and Occident. Trade routes were definitely still overland routes. Merchants such as Gerhard the Good, who, as you know, lived in Cologne, carried their trade overland from Cologne to the Orient and back again. Any use of ships was quite insignificant. The trade routes were land routes. Shipping connections were not much more than attempts to achieve with the primitive ships of those days what was being done much more efficiently by land. So in the main, the trade routes were overland, while shipping was only just beginning. This is what is characteristic of this time, for comprehensive shipping operations only came much later. We have here a contrast arising out of the very nature of things. So long as Orient and Occident were connected by land routes, it was perfectly natural that the countries of Central Europe should take the lead. Life in these Central European countries was shaped accordingly. Much spiritual culture also traveled these routes. It was quite different from what came later. As the centuries proceeded, the land routes were supplanted by ocean routes. As you know, England gradually took control of all the ocean connections which others had opened up. Spain, Holland, and France were all conquered as far as their seafaring capacities were concerned, so that in the end everything was held under the mighty dominance which encompassed a quarter of the earth's dry land, and gradually also all the earth's oceans. You can see how systematic is this conquering, this almost exterminating of other seafaring powers, when you remember how I told you some time ago that in the secret brotherhoods, especially those which grew so powerful from the time of James I onward, it was taught as an obvious truth that the Anglo-Saxon race, as they put it, will have to be given dominance over the world in the fifth post-Atlantean period. You will see how systematic the historical process has been when you consider what I have also mentioned and what was also taught, that this fifth post-Atlantean race of the English-speaking peoples will have to overcome the peoples of the Latin race. To start with, the main thing is the interrelation between the English-speaking peoples and those whose languages are Latin in origin. Recent history cannot be understood without the realization that the important aim, which is also what is being striven for, is for the world affairs to be arranged in such a way that the English-speaking peoples are favored, while the influence of any peoples whose language is based on Latin fades out. Under certain circumstances, something can be made to fade out by treating it favorably for a while, thus gaining power over it. This can then make it easy to engulf it. In those secret brotherhoods about which I have spoken so often, little significance is attached to Central Europe, for they are clever enough to realize that Germany, for instance, owns only 1/33 of the Earth's land surface. This is very little indeed compared with the whole quarter of the land surface, plus dominance over the high seas. So not much importance is attached to Central Europe. A great deal of importance was attached, however, especially during the period when present events were being prepared, to the overcoming of all those impulses connected with the Latin races. It is remarkable how short-sighted the modern historical view is, and how little inclination there is to go more deeply into matters which are quite characteristic of situations. I have already pointed out that what has so long been practiced as a pragmatic view of history is not important, reporting as it does on one event, followed by another, and yet another. What is important is to recognize the facts characterized by the many interrelationships in the events which follow one another. What matters is to point out what is characteristic about the facts, namely what reveals the forces lying behind Maya. Pragmatic history must today give way to the history of symptoms. Those who see through things in this way will be in a position to form judgments about certain events which differ considerably from those of people who reel off the events of world history, this fable convenue, one after the other, as is done in historical science today. Consider some of the things you know well in connection with some others about which I shall tell you. First of all, a simple fact. In 1618, the 30 Years' War began because certain ideas of a reformative kind developed within the Czech Slav element. Then, certain aristocrats belonging to these Slav circles took up the movement and rebelled against what might be called the Counter-Reformation, namely the Catholicism from Spain, which was favored by the Habsburgs. The first thing usually told about the 30 Years' War is the story of the rebels going to the town hall in Prague and throwing the councillors Martinitz and Slavata and the secretary Fabricius out of the window. Yet this is quite insignificant. The only interesting point is perhaps that the three gentlemen did not hurt themselves because they fell into a dunghill. These are not things which can bring the 30 Years' War to life for us or show us its real causes. The reformative party elected Frederick, Elector Palatine of the Rhine, as counter-king of Bohemia in 1619. Then followed, as you know, the Battle of the White Mountain. Up to the election of the Elector Palatine, all the events were caused by the passionate feelings of these people for a reform movement, by a rebellion against arbitrary acts of power, such as the closure or destruction of Protestant churches at Braunau and Klostergrab. There is not enough time for me to tell you the whole story. But now think. Frederick, Elector Palatine of the Rhine, is elected king. Up to this point, the events are based on human passions, human enthusiasm. It is even justified to say human idealism. I am quite happy to concede this. But why, of all people, was the Elector Palatine of the Rhine chosen as king of Bohemia? It was because he was the son-in-law of James I, who stands at the beginning of the renewal of the brotherhoods. Here then we may discern an important finger in the pie if we are trying to look at history symptomatically. Attempts are being made to steer events in a particular direction. They failed. But you see that there is a finger in the pie. The most significant sign of what kind of impulses were to be brought to bear in the situation is that the son-in-law of one of the most important occultists, James I, was thrown into this position. You see, the fact is that the whole of recent history has to do with the contrast between the ancient Roman-Latin element and that element not of the English people, for they would get on perfectly happily with the world, but that element which, as I have described sufficiently, is to be made out of the English people if they fail to put up any resistance. It is the conflict between these two elements that is at work. Meanwhile, something else is manipulated, for a good deal can be achieved in one place by bringing about events in another. Let us look at a later date. You might pick up a history book and read the history of the 7 Years' War. Of course, the history of this war is read just as thoughtlessly as any other. For to understand what is really going on and investigate what forces of history are playing a part, you have to look properly at the various links between the different circumstances. You have to consider, for instance, that at that time the southern part of Central Europe, namely Austria, was linked with every aspect of the Latin element, and even had a proper alliance with France, whereas the northern part of Middle Europe, not at first but later on, was drawn to what was to be made by certain quarters into the English-speaking fifth post-Atlantean race. When you look closely at the alliances and everything else that went on at that time, those things which were not Maya, of course, you discover a war that is in reality being waged about North America and India between England and France. What went on in Europe was really only a weak mirror image of this. For if you compare everything that took place on the larger scale, do extend your horizons, then you will see that the conflict was between England and France, and that North America and India were already starting to have their effect. It was a matter of which of these two powers was cleverer and more able to direct events in such a way that dominion over North America or India could be snatched away from the other. At work in this were long-term future plans and the control of important impulses. It is true, the influence snatched by England from France and North America was won on the battlefields of Silesia during the 7 Years' War. Watch how the alliances shift when the situation becomes a little awkward and difficult. Watch the alliances from this point of view. Now, another story. It is necessary to look at these things, and once one is not misunderstood, once it is assumed that one's genuine purpose is to gain a clear picture of what is going on in the world, once one strives to be objective, it will not be taken amiss when such stories are told. Instead, it will be understood that our concern is for comprehension and not for taking sides. In fact, it is precisely those people who feel they are affected by a particular matter who ought to be particularly glad to learn more about it. For then they are lifted above their blindness and given sight. And nothing is better for a person than real insight into how things work in the world. So let us now take an example which can show you a different side of how things work. Through circumstances which you can look up in a history book, the kingdoms of Hanover and England were once linked. The laws of succession in the two countries were different. We need not go into this in detail. And as a result of this, when Victoria came to the throne of England, Hanover had to become separate. Another member of the English royal house had to take the throne of Hanover. The person elected, or rather the person jostled into the throne of Hanover, was Ernst August, Duke of Cumberland. I suppose that's Ernst August, Duke of Cumberland, who had previously been connected with the throne of England. So this Ernst August came to the throne of Hanover at the age of 66. His character was such that after his departure to become the King of Hanover, the English newspaper said, "Thank goodness he's gone. Let's hope he doesn't come back." He was considered a dreadful person because of the whole way he behaved. When you look at the impression he made on his contemporaries and those who had dealings with him, a certain type of character emerges, which is striking for one who understands characters of this kind. The Hanoverians could not understand him. They found him coarse. He was indeed coarse, so coarse that the poet Thomas Moore said he surely belonged to the dynasty of Beelzebub. But you know the saying, the German lies if he is polite. So they had a certain understanding for coarseness, but they did presuppose that someone who is coarse is at least honest. Ernst August, however, was always a liar as well as being coarse, and this the Hanoverians could not understand. He had other similar traits as well. First, Ernst August repealed the Hanoverian constitution. Then he dismissed the famous, in quotes, 7 professors of Göttingen University. He had them sent straight out of the country, so that it was not until they reached Witzenhausen, which lay beyond His Majesty's borders, that their students were permitted to take leave of them. I need not tell you the whole story, but what is the explanation? Those who seek no further for an explanation of this extraordinary mask merely find Ernst August coarse and dishonest. He even cheated Metternich, which is saying much indeed, and so on. But there is something remarkably systematic in all this. And the systematic aspect is not changed by the fact that he lived most of his life up to the age of 66 in England, where he was an officer of the dragoons. An explanation may be found in the fact that in his whole manner he was manifesting the impulses one has when one is a member of the so-called, quote, Orange Lodge, close quote. His whole manner was an expression of the impulses of the Orange Lodge, of which he was a member. What we must do is learn to understand history symptomatically and widen our horizons. We need to develop a sense for what is important and what really gives insight. So I told you the tale of Gerhard the Good, in order to demonstrate how, through such phenomena as the Orange Lodge, and so on, what had been Central Europe was quite systematically drawn over to the West. I am not uttering any reproach, for it was an historical necessity. But one ought to know it and not apply moral judgments to such things. What is essential is to develop the will to see things, to see how human beings are manipulated, to see where there might be impulses by which people are manipulated. This is the same as striving for the sense for truth. I have often stressed that this is not something that enables one to say, "But I really believed it. It was my honest and sincere opinion." No, indeed. One who possesses the sense for truth is one who unremittingly strives to find the truth of the matter, one who never ceases to seek the truth, and who takes responsibility for himself even when he says something untrue out of ignorance. For, objectively, it is irrelevant whether something wrong is said knowingly or unknowingly. Similarly, it is irrelevant whether you hold your finger in the candle flame through ignorance or on purpose. Either way, you burn it. At this point, we must understand what happened at the transition from the fourth post-Atlantean period, when commerce was still just under the influence of the spiritual world, as is indicated in the story of Gerhard the Good, to the fifth period, when everything commercial was drawn over into the occult sphere, which is guided by the so-called, quote, brothers of the shadow, close quote. These brotherhoods guard certain principles. From their point of view, it would be extremely dangerous if these principles should be betrayed. That is why they were so careful to prevent Blavatsky from making them public or causing them to pass over into other hands. They were, in fact, to be passed over from the west to the east, not to India, but to the east of Russia. Someone with a sense for what lies behind Maya can understand that external institutions and external measures can have differing values, differing degrees of importance in the total context. Consider an incident in recent history. I have told you so many occult, spiritual things that I have in a way, quote, done my time, close quote, and am now free to go on and give you some indications out of more recent history. No one should say that I am taking this time away from that devoted to occult matters. These things are also important. So let us take an example from more recent history. In 1909, a meeting was arranged between the King of Italy and the Tsar of Russia. So far there had not been much love lost between these two representatives, and from then on it was considered a good thing to maneuver them into each other's company. So the meeting at Rakhaniji took place. It was not easy to arrange. In the description of all the measures he had to take to prevent, quote, incidents of an assassinatory nature, close quote, you can read how difficult it was for poor Giolitti, who was prime minister at the time. Then there was the question of finding a suitable personage who would pay Rome's homage to the Tsar. This had to be a personage of a particular kind. Such things have to be prepared well in advance so that when the right moment arrives, they can be set in train on the spot. For a really, in quotes, juicy effect to be achieved, not just any personage would do for the purpose of paying Rome's homage to the Tsar, the homage of the Latin West to the self-styled Slav East. It would have to be a special personage, even one who might not easily be persuaded to undertake this task. Now, in quotes, by chance, as the materialists would say, but not by chance, as those who are not materialists would say, a certain Signor Nathan, what a very Italian name, was at that time the mayor of Rome. For many reasons, his attitude was rather democratic, and not at all one that would make him inclined to pay homage to the Tsar, of all people. He had only taken Italian citizenship shortly before becoming mayor of Rome. Before that he had been an English citizen. The fact that he was of mixed blood should be taken into account. He was the son of a German mother and assumed the name of Nathan because his father was the famous Italian revolutionary Mazzini. This is a fact. So persuading him to pay homage to the Tsar made it possible to say, see how thoroughly democracy has been converted. Here was someone who was not an ordinary person, but one who had been anointed with all the oils of democracy, but also someone who had been well prepared. From that moment onward, certain things start to become embarrassing. Today it is known, for example, that from that moment onward, all the correspondence within the Triple Alliance was promptly reported to St. Petersburg. Human passions also played some part in the matter, since a special role was carried out in this reporting by a lady who had found a, quote, sisterly route between Rome and St. Petersburg. Close quote. Such things can obviously be ascribed to coincidence, but those who want to see beyond Maya will not ascribe them to coincidence, but will seek the deeper connections between them. Then, when one seeks these deeper connections, one is no longer capable of lying as much, is no longer capable of deceiving people in order to distract them from the truth, which is what matters. For instance, I am saying this in order to describe the truth. It would obviously have been most embarrassing for the widest circles if people's attention had been drawn to the fact that the whole invasion of Belgium would not have taken place if that sentence I have already mentioned, which could have been spoken by Lord Grey, Sir Edward Grey has now become a lord, if that sentence had really been spoken. The whole invasion of Belgium would not have taken place. It would have been a non-event. It would not have happened. But instead of speaking about a real cause, insofar as this is the cause, let me read that again. But because of speaking about the real cause, insofar as this is the cause because it could have prevented the invasion, it was obviously more comfortable to waste people's time by telling them about the Belgian atrocities. Yet these too would not have happened if Sir Edward Grey had taken this one brief measure. In order to hide the simple truth, something different is needed, something that arouses justified human passions and moral indignation. I am not saying anything against this. Something different is needed. It is a characteristic of our time, even today when it is particularly painful, to make every effort to obscure the truth, to blind people to the truth. This too had to be prepared carefully. Any gap in the calculation would have made it impossible. The whole of the periphery, which had prudently been created for this very purpose, was needed. But these things are very carefully prepared, both politically and culturally. Every possibility was reckoned with, and this was certainly necessary, since the most unbelievable carelessness sometimes prevailed, even in places where such a thing would be least expected. Let me give you an example, an objective fact, which will allow us to study this carelessness. At one time, Bismarck had a connection with a certain Usedom, and that's, a reader's aside, that's spelled U-S-E-D-O-M. I'm going to pronounce that Usedom, end of reader's aside, in Florence and Turin. I've told you before modern Italy came into being by roundabout means, and actually owes her existence to Germany. But this is connected with all sorts of other things. What I am saying has profound foundations. And in politics, all sorts of threads interweave. Thus, at one time, threads were woven which were to win over the Italian Republicans. In short, at a certain time, one such link existed between Bismarck and Usedom in Florence and Turin. Usedom was a friend of Mazzini and of others who enjoyed a certain prominence in nationalistic circles. Usedom was a man who posed very much as a wise person. He employed as his personal secretary somebody who was supposed to be a follower of Mazzini. Later it turned out that this personal secretary, of whom it had been said that he was initiated into Mazzini's secret societies, was nothing but an ordinary spy. Bismarck tells this tale quite naively, and then adds, as an excuse for having been so mistaken, but Usedom was a high-grade Freemason. Many things could be told in this way, and often it would turn out that those involved are totally innocent because the ones who pull the strings remain in the background. You cannot maintain that there is no point in asking why such things are permitted to happen by the wise guides of world evolution. Why human beings are, to a large degree, abandoned to such machinations, by making the excuse that there is no way of getting to the bottom of these things. For indeed, if one only seeks them honestly, there are many ways of finding out what is going on. But we see, even in our own society, how much resistance is put up by individuals when there is a question of following the simple path of truth. We see how many things which should be taken objectively in pursuit of knowledge, when they would best serve the good of mankind, are instead taken subjectively and personally. There are there not, within our society, groups who have studied very attentively an essay of, I believe, 287 pages, which they have taken utterly seriously, and about which they are still puzzling as to whether the writer, who is well enough known to us, might be right. In short, within our own circles, we may sometimes discover why it is so difficult to see through things. Yet it is, in fact, not at all difficult to see through things if only one strives honestly for the truth. For years, so much has been said within our society. If you were to bring together all that has been said since 1902, you would see that it contains much that could help us to see through a great deal that is going on in the world. Yet our anthroposophical, spiritual science has never been presented as belonging to a secret society. Indeed, the most important things have always been dealt with in public lectures open to anybody. This is a contrast which should be noted. I might as well say now, if certain streams within our anthroposophical society continue to exist, and if, for the sake of human vanity, they continue to interpret to their own advantage certain things which have been said behind closed doors, for no more reason than one would exclude first-year students in a university from what is told to those in their second year, then eventually there will be nothing esoteric left. If things are not taken perfectly naturally, if people continue to stand up and say, "This is secret, that is very esoteric, this is occult, and I am not allowed to speak about this," if this policy continues to be followed by certain streams in our society, if they continually fail to understand that any degree of vanity must stop, then everything mankind must be told about today will have to be discussed in public. Whether it is possible to make known certain things, the needs of the moment will tell. But the Anthroposophical Society is only meaningful if it is a, in quotes, society. That is, if each individual is concerned to make a stand against vanity, against folly and vanity and everything else which clothes things in false veils of mysticism, serving only to puzzle other people and make them spiteful. The mysteriousness of certain secret brotherhoods has nothing to do with our society, for we must be concerned solely with bringing about what is needed for the good of mankind. As I have often said, our enemies will become more and more numerous. Perhaps we shall discover that our enemies are made of by the manner in which they quarrel with us. Let me read that, again. As I have often said, our enemies will become more and more numerous. Perhaps we shall discover what our enemies are made of by the manner in which they quarrel with us. So far as we have had no honest opponents worth mentioning, that they would in effect only be to our advantage. The kind of opposition we have met hitherto is perfectly obvious through their ways and means of operation. We might as well wait patiently to discover whether further opponents will be from within our circle, as is frequently the case, or from elsewhere. I have just had news of opposition from one quarter which will empty itself over us like a cold shower. A forthcoming book has been announced during some lectures. The author, a conceited fellow, has never belonged to our society, but has been entertaining the world with all sorts of double egos and such like. He has now used the opportunity of the various national hatreds and passions to mount an attack on our anthroposophy of a kind which shows that his hands are not clean. So we must not lose sight of these things, and we must realize that it is up to us to hold fast to the direction which will lead to truth and knowledge. Even when we speak about current issues, it must only be in pursuit of knowledge and truth. We must look things straight in the eye, and then each individual may take up his own position in accordance with his feelings. Every position will be understandable, but it must be based on a foundation of truth. This is a word which must occupy a special place in our soul today. So much has taken place in our time which has puzzled people, and which should have shown them that it is necessary to strive for a healthy judgment based on the truth. We have experienced how the yearning for peace only had to make itself felt in the world for it to be shouted down. And we still see how people actually get angry if peace is mentioned in one quarter or another. They are angry not only if one of the combatants mentions peace, but even if it is mentioned in a neutral quarter. It remains to be seen whether the world will be capable of sufficient astonishment about these things. Experience so far has been telling, to say the least. In April and May 1915, a large territory was to have been voluntarily ceded, but the offer was rejected so that war could be waged. Since world opinion failed to form an even partially adequate judgment about this event, there seems to be really nothing for it but to expect the worst. We might as well expect the worst, because people seem bent on telling not the truth but what suits their purposes. Their thinking is strange and peculiar to a degree. Yet to tackle things properly, the right points have to be found. Let me read you a short passage written by an Italian before the outbreak of the present war, at a time when the Italians were jubilant about the Tripoli conflict, which I am not criticizing. I shall never say anything against the annexation of Tripoli by Italy, for these things are judged differently by those who know what is necessary and possible in the relationships between states and nations. They do not form judgments based on lies and express opinions steeped in all kinds of moralistic virtues. But here we have a man, Prezzolini, who writes about an Italy which pleases him, which has evolved out of an Italy which did not please him. He starts by describing what this Italy had come to, how it had gone down in the world, and he then continues, directly under the impression of the Tripoli conflict, quote, "And yet totally unaware of this economic risorgimento, Italy underwent at the same time the period of depression described above. Foreigners were the first to notice the reawakening. Some Italians had also expressed it, but they were windbags, carrying on about the famous and infamous, subquote, primacy of Italy, close subquote. The book by Fischer, a German, was written in 1899, and that by Bolton King, an Englishman, in 1901. To date, no Italian has published a work comparable to these, even to celebrate the 50th anniversary of unification. The exceptional good sense of these foreigners is notable, for truly outsiders have neither wanted nor do they want to know anything about modern Italy. Then, as now, people's judgment, or rather prejudgment of Italy amounted to saying Italy is a land of the past, not the present. She should, subquote, rest on her past glory, subquote, and close subquote, and not enter into the present. They long for an Italy of archives, museums, hotels for honeymooners, and for the amusement of spleen and lung patients, an Italy of organ grinders, serenades, gondolas, full of ciceroni, shoeshiners, polyglots, and pulcinelli. Though they are delighted to travel nowadays in sleeping cars instead of diligences, they nevertheless regret a little the absence of Calabrese highwaymen with pistol and pointed velvet hat. Oh, the glorious Italian sky, defaced by factory chimneys! Oh, la bella Napoli, defamed by steamships and the unloading thereof! Rome filled with Italian soldiers! Such regret for the wonderful days of Papal, Bourbon, and Leopoldine Rome! These philanthropic feelings will provide the basis for every Anglo-Saxon and German opinion about us. To show how deeply they run, remember that they are expressed by people of high standing in other directions, such as Gregorovius and Bourget. The Italy who reformed herself and grew fat, the Italy who was seen to carry large banknotes in her purse, this is the Italy who has at last gained proper self-confidence. We should forgive and understand her if she now reacts by going a little further than she ought in her enthusiasm. 10 years have hardly sufficed for the idea of the future and strength of Italy to pass from those who first saw it to the populace at large who are now filled and convinced by it. It would have been in vain had our great thinkers piled up volumes of journals, statistical papers, philosophical works, and books of modern art. Close quote. Steiner continues. This is the attitude, my dear friends. It would have been in vain had our great thinkers piled up volumes of journals, statistical papers, philosophical works, and books of modern art. All this would be worthless, he thinks, to raise up a people. This modern man has no faith in the worth and working of culture and spiritual values. Quote, it would have been in vain had our great thinkers piled up volumes of journals, statistical papers, philosophical works, and books of modern art. Neither the people nor the foreigners would ever have been convinced, at least not before the passage of very many years. Close quote. Steiner again. So this man has no confidence in creating spiritual culture in this way. Quote, a great and brutal force was needed to smash the illusion and give every last and miserable village square a sense of national solidarity and upward progress. Close quote. Steiner again. To what does he attribute the capacity to achieve what no spiritual culture could produce? He says, quote, it is the war which has served to do this. Close quote. Steiner again. There you have it. This is what people believed. Tripoli was there and it had to be there. Moreover, they also said, war is needed to bring the nation to a point which it was not found necessary to reach by means of spiritual culture. Indeed, my dear friends, such things speak to us when we place them side by side with another voice, which says, we did not want this war. We are innocent lambs who have been taken by surprise. Even from this side comes the cry, to save freedom, to save the small nations, we are forced to go to war. This man continues, quote, we young people born around the year 1880 entered life in the world with the new century. Our land had lost courage. Its intellectual life was at a low ebb. Close quote, Steiner again. These were the people born around the year 1880. Quote, philosophy, positivism, history, sociology, criticism, historical method, if not even psychiatry. Close quote. Steiner again. This may indeed be said in the land of Lombroso. Quote, hot on the heels of Italy's deliverers came Italy's parasites, not only their sons, our fathers, but also their grandsons, our elder brothers. The heroic tradition of risorgimento was lost. There was no idea to fire the new generation. Among the best, religion had sunk in estimation, but had left a vacuum. For the rest, it was a habit. Art was reeling in a sensuous and aesthetic frenzy and lacked any basis of faith. From Carducci, whom Papa read to the accompaniment of a glass of Tuscan wine and a cheap cigar, they turned to D'Annunzio, the Bible of our elder brothers, dressed according to the latest fashion, his pockets full of sweets, a ladies' man, and vain braggart. Close quote. Steiner again. Yet this marionette, of whom it is said here that he was, quote, dressed according to the latest fashion, his pockets full of sweets, a ladies' man, and vain braggart, close quote, Steiner again. This marionette had made clear to the people at Whitsuntide in 1915 that they needed what no work of the Spirit could give them. When times are grave, it is most necessary to make the effort to look straight at the truth, to join forces with the truth. If we do not want to recognize the truth, we deviate from what may be good for mankind. Therefore, it is necessary to understand that precisely in these times, serious words need to be spoken. For we are in a position today in which even one who is 7/8 blind should see what is happening when the call for peace is shouted down. Someone who believes that you can fight for permanent peace while shouting down the call for peace might conceivably hold worthwhile opinions in some other fields, but he cannot be taken seriously with regard to what is going on. If now that we are faced with this, we cannot commit ourselves to truth, then the prospects for the world are very, very bad indeed. It is for me truly not a pleasant task to draw attention to much that is going on at present. But when you hear what is said on all sides, you realize the necessity. We must not lose courage, so long as the worst has not yet happened. But the spark of hope is tiny. Much will depend on this tiny spark of hope over the next few days. Much also depends on whether there are still people willing to cry out to the world the utter absurdity of such goings-on, as has been done just now, even in the great cities of the world. The world needs peace and will suffer great privation if peace is not achieved. And it will suffer great privation if credence continues to be given to those who say, we are forced to fight for a permanent peace. And if these same people continue to meet every possibility for peace with scorn, however disguised in clever words. But we have reached a point, my dear friends, when even a Lloyd George can be taken for a great man by the widest circles. We may well say things have come a very long way indeed. Yet these things are also only trials to test mankind. They would even be trials if what I permitted myself to express at the end of the Christmas lecture were to happen, namely, if it were to be recorded for all time that in the Christmas season of the 1916th year after the mystery of Golgotha, the call for peace on earth among men and women who are of good will was shouted down on the most empty pretexts. If the pretexts are not entirely empty, then they are indeed more sinister still. If this is the case, then it will be necessary to recognize what is really at work in this shouting down of every thought of peace. That it is not even a question of what is said in the periphery, but of quite other things. Then it will be understood that it is justified to say that what happens now is crucial for the fortune or misfortune of Europe. I cannot go further tonight because of the lateness of the hour, but I did want to impress these words on your heart. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness, Volume 1. This is Lecture 12, given in Dornach on the 30th of December, 1916. Our recent considerations have, on the one hand, referred to human evolution as a whole, insofar as this has been affected by the mystery of Golgotha. We have concerned ourselves to some degree with the loftiest, the most significant aspects of universal and human evolution. On the other hand, it is surely understandable that we have gone into the events of the moment. It was especially necessary to do this, because a large proportion of our friends had expressed the wish to hear something about these current events. We have to admit that the gravity of the times encourages us to link the concrete experiences of the day with the nerve center, the inmost impulse of our spiritual scientific striving. For, after much investigation, we can surely say that the reasons for the catastrophe we now see all around us in human evolution are buried very deeply indeed, and that it is superficial to look at current events solely by taking account of only the most external ramifications. Looking only at these, we would never reach a fruitful view of present events. A fruitful view would be one which would give us the possibility of finding thoughts on how to extricate ourselves from the catastrophe in which the world now finds itself. So let us look at some more details. I then intend tomorrow to show an important connection revealed by spiritual science, a connection which will touch our souls in a way which will enable us to gain an active and understanding grasp of these things. So let us now prepare for this with some more details. First, let me stress once again that nothing is further from my intention than to put forward political considerations. This is most certainly not our task. It is our task to use our considerations to gain knowledge of how things are linked together. For this we have to look at the details. And for this very reason, our considerations are very far removed from any form of taking sides. Especially in this respect, I beg you not to misunderstand me. Whatever point of view one or other of us might have in relation to national aspirations must not be allowed to interfere in any way with the deeper foundations of our spiritual scientific striving. My intention is solely to make suggestions on which a judgment might be based. In no way do I want to influence anyone's opinion. Misunderstandings can easily arise in this field, and it seems to me that some of the things I have said recently have indeed been open to misunderstanding. Let me therefore say immediately, since anyone can be misunderstood in this way, that, for instance, when I have spoken about the question of Belgian neutrality and events connected with it, I have had absolutely no intention of defending or attacking anything, but merely wanted to state facts. Indeed, the first time I mentioned this, I was simply quoting Georg Brandes, who, so it seems to me, has expressed a truly neutral judgment. It has not been my concern to criticize politically one measure or another taken by one side or another. My intention has been to stress the importance of the principle of truth in the world, to stress that the karma which has fulfilled itself in mankind has often come about because the attention paid to facts, the attention paid to historical and other connections of life in our materialistic age is not permeated with the truth. When truth is not at work, when that extraordinary opposite of truth, namely the lack of inclination to seek the truth, is at work, when there is little yearning for truth, all this is connected with the karma of our time. This is what we must study. When we see what is being said during these years in which mankind is living through what is today called war, we cannot object that such things are said only by the newspapers. What matters is the effect. These things have powerful effects. When we pay attention to what is said and to how these things are said, we find that it is just in this, in quotes, how, that something works which truly does not run concurrently with the truth. Do not believe that thoughts and statements are not objective forces in their own right. They are objective, actual forces. It is inevitable that they are followed by consequences, even if these are not translated into external deeds. What people think is far more important for the future than what they do. Thoughts become deeds in the course of time. We live today on the thoughts of past times. These are fulfilled in the deeds committed today. And our thoughts, which flood through the world today, will flow into the deeds of the future. I am now coming to something which has easily led to misunderstandings. So let me say in advance, I am using the following as a model for the manner in which one may seek the truth. I said some days ago that peace would have been preserved if Sir Edward Grey had replied in the affirmative to the question from the German ambassador in London as to whether England would remain neutral if Germany respected Belgian neutrality. This statement may be disputed. I maintain, however, that it cannot be denied that things would certainly have taken a different course if Sir Edward Grey had answered in the affirmative, for then the violation of Belgium's neutrality would not have taken place. If you recall everything I have said, and please consider that what matters here are the nuances, you will see that with not a single word have I anywhere defended the violation of Belgian neutrality. I certainly have not done this. But neither do I need to brand it as a violation of the law. To do so would be to carry coals to Newcastle, as the saying goes. Right at the beginning of the war, the German Chancellor himself admitted that it was a violation of the law. It cannot be my task to add anything to this or to excuse anything about it. It has been admitted by those competent to judge that it was a violation of the law. The fact remains, and I beg that we should understand one another properly today, my dear friends. The fact remains that on 1 August, the English Foreign Minister was asked, would England remain neutral if Germany refrained from violating Belgian neutrality? And he gave an evasive answer. The way the question was framed leaves no doubt that if the answer had been affirmative, Belgium's neutrality would not have been violated. You could say that the neutrality of Belgium had been guaranteed since 1839, and that as matters stood, there was no need to ask, since Germany was obliged to respect the neutrality of Belgium. Therefore, Germany had no right to demand that England should remain neutral if Germany were to respect the law, since it was her duty to do so. The respecting of Belgium's neutrality ought not to have been made dependent on England's neutrality. You could say that the German ambassador merely asked, will England remain neutral if Germany keeps her promise? So if someone maintains that it was formally correct of Sir Edward Grey to answer evasively, he is absolutely right. He is so right that it is pointless to go into it any more. But legally formal judgments are never what matters in world evolution. Such judgments never conform to reality. World history proceeds in ways which cannot be encompassed by formal judgments. A formal judgment is foreign to reality. But someone who makes a formal judgment will, if only he shouts loudly enough, always be in the right. Because, of course, sensible people do not object to the rightness of formal judgments. Formal judgments are also very easily understood, but they do not encompass the realities. May I remind you that in my recent book titled Vom Menschenrätsel, The Riddles of Man, I stress that it is not only the formal correctness of a judgment that matters, but also the degree in which it conforms to reality. The important thing is that judgments must encompass reality. Nobody can have any objection to the formal correctness of Sir Edward Grey's answer. There is nothing to discuss, for it is perfectly obvious. But it is the facts we must look at, although the way we look at the facts must be such as to show how we ought to judge external matters if we want to prepare ourselves to win correct perceptions about spiritual matters also. Spiritual matters must be comprehended in all their reality, and for this formal judgments are insufficient. So we must accustom ourselves to keep the facts together as well as we possibly can in external matters also. I could argue for a long time on this, for we could speak for days solely about this question. First of all, if it were a matter of establishing a legal basis, for if neutrality is to be violated, it must first exist, we should have to discover whether Belgium's neutrality did in fact exist at the time when it was supposed to have been violated. I am not referring here to documents which have been found during the war. There is no point in discussing these, since they are questionable and various opinions are possible. But if the matter were being discussed, and if everything relevant were being scrutinized and assessed in the way other things are also judged in ordinary life, then this point would have to be raised too. Surely the old neutrality formalized in 1839 lost its validity when Belgium occupied the Congo. If a state creates new circumstances by entering into international relations at a level where it could give away or sell territories as extensive as those of the Congo, or do anything else with them in relation to other states, then surely its neutrality must be suspect. I know that in 1885 the Congo was declared neutral as well, but it would be a matter of deciding whether or not this was contestable. But I do not want to decide anything. I merely want to draw your attention to the difficulties which exist and to the fact that it is not so easy to form a truly objective judgment about such things. A number of other things of equal caliber could be brought into the argument. So this is where the difficulties begin. Neither shall we discuss how far the old agreement of 1839 could still be valid, since Germany was not founded until 1871. All these things would have to be considered, for into the objective progress of events there flow not only fantastic ideas which we formalize, but also actual facts. Without any contribution from human beings, actual facts also play their part. Now, is it really true that the German ambassador formulated a question about something that should have been a matter of course? The question he asked was, would Great Britain remain neutral if Germany kept the promise of 1839, even though Germany did not exist at that time? Earlier on, Belgian neutrality was not taken as a matter of course either. When, in 1870, war broke out between Prussia, together with the German principalities allied with her, and France, an agreement was reached between Great Britain under Foreign Minister Gladstone and Germany on the one hand, and between Great Britain and France on the other hand. In each case, it was agreed that Great Britain would remain neutral if the other two respected the neutrality of Belgium. So in the year 1870, Great Britain was in exactly the same situation. Yet she did not take the attitude that the old agreement of 1839 was definitely valid. Instead, in case anything should happen, she balanced the neutrality of Belgium against her own. If a prejudgment such as this occurs, it cannot afterward be said that similar steps should not be taken at a later date. So, let us refer once more to something I have stressed several times. There is continuity in the life that runs through history. Things are linked together. Just as an individual cannot do something to undo what has once been done, so it is with nations. You cannot take something for granted if it has not previously been taken for granted. So this too must be taken into consideration. Even if the matter had been so simple that it could have been said the agreement of 1839 was obviously valid, and so there was no need to request Great Britain for an additional commitment, even if this could have been said, then the counter-argument is that in 1870 Great Britain herself took the initiative. It was Great Britain who asked France, on the one hand, and Germany, on the other, whether they would respect the neutrality of Belgium. So at that time discussions took place about neutrality, and when discussions take place, others can follow from them at a later date. The following can also be said. You know that it is not my task to defend the violation of neutrality, but I can say, if an affirmative answer from Great Britain had led to non-violation of Belgium's neutrality, then everything in the West would have taken a different course. But this was not my final word, for I added expressly, in addition, Germany offered to respect France and her colonies if England were to remain neutral. When no positive answer was forthcoming to this question either, the further question was asked, under what conditions would England remain neutral? England was actually invited to name the conditions under which she would remain neutral. This was all over and done with on 2 August, for it happened on 1 August. England declined. Great Britain did not want to give any answer to questions on this subject. So you can really say, if Great Britain had given any kind of an answer, everything would have taken a different course in the West. Even the external course of history shows this. But I did not stop here either. For I said to you that I knew from other circumstances that even the whole war with France could have been avoided if Great Britain had given a suitable answer. The fact that there were other more profound reasons why this did not happen is something that weighs down the scales on the other side. But everything must be carefully considered if we want to form a judgment about the opinion that has been buzzing around the world for the last 2.5 years. For there are still many people who believe that England entered the war because of the violation of Belgian neutrality, when in fact this very thing could have been avoided if she had not entered the war. Now you might say, the whole war situation in the West would have been different if Germany had not violated the neutrality of Belgium. But then you are not distinguishing between what is formally and legally correct and all that is connected with the tragedy of world history. It is very important to distinguish between what is tragic and what is formally correct. Of course, things would have been different. What would have been different? Without, I beg you, bringing moral aspects into the discussion, let us now see what would have been different. Let us assume that Belgium's neutrality had been respected despite Great Britain's refusal to make a commitment, which meant that at any minute she could be expected to enter the war. As things stood, the attitude of Great Britain made it absolutely inevitable that war would break out in the West. This must be obvious to anyone who really studies the matter, not only the blue paper, but all the other documents as well. Whether it could have been avoided with the mood in France being as it was at that time is another question. Hardly, perhaps. But let us assume that war broke out in the West because of Great Britain's attitude. What would have happened if Belgium's neutrality had, nevertheless, been respected? As I have said, I am not leading up to a moral judgment in any direction. The following would have happened. By far the greatest part of the German army, which has been accused of so much, would have been entangled in France's defenses and used up on the western side. Despite all the talk of Prussian militarism, the French army is hardly less powerful than the German. The figures are virtually identical, and this was the case before the war as well. Therefore, obviously, the German army would have been used up in the West, and the invasion from the east, which began in August and September, would have commenced with a vengeance. For the experts said that it would have been impossible to wage war in the West without engaging almost the whole of the German army all the time. Germany would have been totally exposed to the invasion from the east. This was the situation. It might have been said that this was a wrong strategic judgment. This was arguable during the early months of the war, but not any longer. For since the failed attempt at Verdun, those who said that the whole German army would be used up if it was deployed solely in the West have been proved to be right. So there was a choice between passing the death sentence on Germany or taking the tragic step of breaking in through Belgium, which was the only alternative if war in the West could not be avoided. For in the East it certainly could not be avoided. Anyone who says today that it could have been avoided must have the effrontery to say yes and no at the same time. People today are hardly capable of considering what might be true and what false. But given that some might have the effrontery to say yes and no at the same time, this is what they would maintain. We have been attacked by the Central Powers. We are not to blame for the commencement of the war, but we shall not end the war until we have attained our war goal, namely, to conquer this one or that one. There you have yes and no in the same breath. We are not the ones who want anything. It is the others who want something. They want to conquer. That is why they have attacked us. We, however, shall not end this war till we have achieved our long-standing aim of this or that conquest. It is really unbelievable that people exist to have the effrontery to say yes and no in the same breath. Perhaps in the next few days you will discover that there is indeed a person who is capable of saying yes and no in the same breath. Here is probably the most appalling document ever to have been published in recent times, for it depicts a logic riven beyond all meaning. This is indeed something that belongs to the karma of our time. So what we have to do is distinguish between what is logical and formally legal, and what is purely tragic. We must not succumb to the peculiar misconception that it could be possible in Maya, that is, in the world of the physical plane, for real events to take place solely in accordance with what is merely formal and logical. But let us look further. We did not set out to defend or attack anything. Our intention was to show that it is not justifiable, especially while those accused are not in a position to defend themselves, to trumpet abroad that this war is being fought by one of the sides because of the violation of Belgian neutrality, without also proclaiming that one possessed the possibility of preventing this violation. The only possibility of escaping the tragedy would have been the neutrality of England, for no statesman may proclaim in advance the death sentence on his own country. Of course, it is reasonable if all those who are satisfied with reasonable judgments say agreements must be kept. My dear friends, if you were to see a list of all the agreements in public and private life which are not kept, and if you were then to be shown what the breaking of these agreements has brought about in the world, you would begin to realize just what forces in Maya are the really effective ones. But was there really such a good conscience on the side which failed to answer in the affirmative? The facts seem to speak against the possibility. For when, at a later date, the question of this discussion between the German ambassador and Sir Edward Grey was once again placed on the agenda, and when it was said that England could have saved the neutrality of Belgium, the English government defended itself. It did so not by invoking the argument of mere formal and legal correctness. For this there were too many excellent statesmen in the English government at that time. Although I do not withdraw the judgment of Sir Edward Grey, formed not by me but by his English colleagues, he was nevertheless too good a statesman to fall back on the pose of maintaining that since an agreement had been formulated in 1839, Germany was obliged to abide by it even if England had given an evasive answer. Instead of doing this, the English statesmen excused themselves in a different manner. Grey said that Lichnowsky had indeed asked this question, but that he had done so in a private capacity, and not on the instruction of the German government. Had he done so on the instruction of the German government, this would have been different. Though Lichnowsky had acted from the best intentions of maintaining peace in the West, he had not had the German government behind him. Do you not think that in any private situation this would be called a lame excuse, a perfectly ordinary lame excuse? For the whole world knows that when the ambassador of a country speaks with a foreign minister, he must do so with the full power of his country behind him, and that his country cannot but ratify what her ambassador says unless she wants to appear quite impossible in the eyes of the world. So this was a perfectly ordinary lame excuse, grasped at because no one wanted to withdraw to a position which would have to be defended by saying simply, "What we did was correct." They certainly felt the weight of the fact that England could have prevented the violation of neutrality, quite apart from whether the violation was justified from the point of view of the other side. If an avalanche is threatening to fall, and the one on top of the mountain refrains from holding it back because, for some reason, which may or may not be justified and may certainly be unjustified, he is forced to let it go, and then if someone further down also fails to hold it back, with the justification that the one at the top should have done it, no, you cannot argue in this way. But to form judgments about these things always entails weighing them up. So the following would also have to be taken into consideration. When did it happen? We have now arrived at 2 August. On 2 August, the King of Belgium requested the intervention of England. That is, he requested England to intervene with Germany. The Belgian king saw it as a matter of course that England should negotiate with Germany about the neutrality of Belgium. Initially, England did nothing. She waited a whole day while Sir Edward Grey spoke to his Parliament in London. In doing so, he concealed the conversation he had had with the German ambassador. Not a word did he breathe about it. If he had mentioned it, the whole session in Parliament would have taken a different course. So after the discussion with the German ambassador had taken place, and after the King of Belgium had requested the intervention of England, everything paused in England. Nothing was done. What was everybody waiting for? They were waiting for the violation of Belgium's neutrality to be accomplished. As long as it remained unaccomplished, matters could still have taken a course along which it would not happen. Powerful forces were working against it happening, and it was hanging by a silken thread. If the request of the Belgian king had been fulfilled quickly enough, if England had intervened, it is questionable whether the violation of neutrality would have taken place. But when did Grey intervene? On the 4th, when the German armies had already set foot on Belgian soil. Why did he wait, even after the request of the King of Belgium? These are questions which have to be asked. Much could be added to all this if the documents were to be studied both forward and backward. But this is not necessary, for I believe I have made it clear to you that these things were very well prepared years in advance. So there is no need to be surprised that events took the course they did in recent years. Of course, if you study the documents forward only, you will only come up with formal answers. It has been my intention not to take sides one way or the other, but only to show what is necessary to come to a judgment on these things. For in accordance with the nerve center of spiritual science, where we strive for a lofty viewpoint, I would rather refrain from light-heartedly making derogatory judgments about what happens in world history when states collide head-on. For do not forget, not nations, not peoples wage war. States wage war. In this field we tend to consider too little that in addition to the forces of growth and becoming, world events also need the forces of destruction and decay. Is it any different with the individual human being? As we develop our capacities during the course of our lifetime, we cause our body to decay and be destroyed. Tomorrow I shall show you what profound connection exists between our soul life and belladonna, Jimson weed, and other poisons found outside in the world. These are truths which delve deeply down into things. One must have the courage to give these truths a validity in world history. Therefore, it is much better to understand rather than to judge in accordance with some so-called norm or other. any condemnation of states or nations usually stands on insecure foundations. If we are at last to ascend toward the spiritual world and be able to understand anything there, we must accustom ourselves to simply looking at facts without any criticism, which belongs to quite another realm. Only then shall we understand what forces are at work in world evolution. From this point of view, let us now look at certain events, without anger but by studying them carefully. Certain events which I have hitherto observed have so far been considered solely from a moral point of view. Such a point of view must, of course, be applied to the actions of individuals, although it is absurd to apply it to the lives of states. One or other of you might even find it strange that I should look at these events without judging them morally, yet they can certainly be considered without any moral undertones. One of the chief elements in the mighty British Empire is its dominion over India. This dominion over India has undergone a number of earlier stages. It took its departure from the East India Company, a trading organization which, to begin with, enjoyed the privilege of being the sole company permitted to trade with India on England's behalf. Then, as time went on, there developed inexorably and appropriately, out of the various privileges enjoyed by the East India Company, the dominion of England over India, indeed the English Empire of India. From this, indeed also through the East India Company, there also developed England's trade with China. From the end of the 18th century, there was a lively trading relationship between India and China, and the English East India Company was already involved at that time. You know that England then gradually grew to be the foremost merchant of the world. Then, as the element of trade became established in the Orient, something else was brought to bear on it. It came into contact with something else. From the 17th century onward, the habit of smoking opium had become widespread in China. Probably it was the Arabs who taught the Chinese how to smoke opium, since before the 17th century they had not done so. For those who do it, smoking opium provides a questionable but powerful pleasure. The opium smoker creates for himself the most varied fantasies out of the astral world. In these he lives. It is truly another world, but reached by a purely material path. When the people who conducted England's trade with China in the manner described noticed that the habit, the passion of opium smoking was spreading rapidly among the Chinese, they established vast poppy plantations in Bengal for the production of opium. Those who are familiar with the laws of commerce know that not only does demand stimulate supply, but supply also stimulates demand. Any economist will tell you that if a large amount of some article is put on offer, there will soon be a great demand for it. The East India Company was granted the monopoly by England for the export of opium from India to China, and the more opium arrived in China, the more the evil habit spread. From 1772 onwards, several thousand chests were imported annually, each to the value of about 4,800 marks. I have chosen this example for it has a very profound cultural and historical background, if all factors are taken into account. Only consider that by introducing opium, which works on the soul, you are interfering with the spiritual life of a whole nation, or at least of those to whom you are supplying it. I can use this example because I have no intention of condemning anyone who wants to trade. Trade is something that must move freely in the world. This is a perfectly justifiable principle. I have no intention of condemning anyone who might grow poppies in Bengal in order to manufacture opium for China and take gold in exchange. But the Chinese saw their pathetically wasted opium smokers. Opium smokers gradually deteriorate, and after a while it was noticed that the habit was causing the degeneration of wide sections of the Chinese population. When the Chinese noticed this, they outlawed the smoking of opium in 1794, They wanted to prevent any more opium from entering the country. But as is the way with such things, prohibitions do not necessarily prevent trade with the forbidden article. Ways and means are found to carry on trading. So it turned out that despite the formal prohibition, despite the law which forbade the import of opium, the opium trade flourished. There are all sorts of ways, of which bribery is only one. In short, the opium trade flourished and increased from a few thousand chests in 1773 to 30,000 chests in 1837. That is, over only a few decades. The profits, about 30 million francs a year, flowed into British India. Once things had got out of hand to this extent, the Chinese could think of no other measure than the confiscation of the opium consignments as they arrived. To Canton, which was the usual destination of the consignments, they sent a capable Chinese, an energetic man, Lin by name, who confiscated the chests as they arrived. The English also had a capable man in their consulate, Captain Elliot, who was very energetic and even succeeded, on one occasion, in breaking through the Chinese blockade with a warship. Now, there arose the question of how to get out of this fix. Mountains of chests filled with opium were waiting to be dealt with, but the Chinese would not relent. The situation was most awkward. So Elliot, who was in a position to do this, had 20,283 chests signed over to himself personally, and then handed them to the Chinese government. This was the way out for the moment. However, this did not remove the opium trade from the face of the earth, for in some quarters there was no desire to rid the world of the opium trade. So the Chinese found there was nothing for it but to make new laws once again, very strict laws indeed. Lin decreed that anyone caught trading with opium would be condemned to death by the Chinese courts, and that from now on all ships were to be confiscated. Thus the Chinese were now faced with the prospect of the death penalty if they traded with opium. But the British would not consider the abolition of the opium trade, just because a few people might lose their heads. Instead they said, and I quote, "With this demand, the Chinese government has finally destroyed any sense of security." Close quote. Then they ordered all British nationals living in China to leave, while armed assistance was requested from India. They, so to say, occupied the whole area. The Chinese, meanwhile, stood quite bravely by the decision to behead anyone caught trading in opium. So it appeared that the opium trade had ceased. Since the Chinese intended to confiscate any British ships carrying opium, there appeared to be no more British ships. What happened was that the opium was loaded in India onto American ships instead. So, just as much, indeed, more and more opium continued to arrive in China on American ships. Elliot, the civil servant, said, "The question underlying our conflict is quite simple. Does China wish to conduct honest and increasing trade with us? Or does she want to accept responsibility for allowing her coastal waters to fall victim to open piracy and freebooting?" The harbor at Canton was blockaded with help from India. In the skirmishing this involved, a Chinese was killed by an English sailor. Of course, the Chinese government demanded the extradition of the sailor. Every so often the Chinese tired of the whole affair, sometimes wanting to prove they were in the right, and yet not wanting to prove the English wrong either. It is quite possible to do this. One day an English sailor drowned by accident. So Elliot, a very clever man, agreed with Lin, the representative of the Chinese government, that they would confirm the drowned sailor to be the one who had killed the Chinese. The drowned sailor was handed over and the matter thus settled for the moment. But all these things led, in the end, in 1840, to the war between England and China. So the whole course of events was inexorable and could not have gone any other way. An incisive influence was exercised in a material way on the soul life of a people. Something took place which is connected with the whole process of world evolution. In England, people knew what it was all about. What did they know? In England, people, in quotes, knew that England had been surprised by China. That is how they put it. And the reason given was that China could not tolerate England's cultivation of opium in India because the Chinese wanted to build up their own cultivation. This is what was said. Everybody, in quotes, knew all about this. And another thing they knew was that the Chinese were barbarians. That is what people in England knew at that time. Lord Palmerston said, "The protection of poppy cultivation in India must gain ground. It is a matter of protecting poppy cultivation in India. Furthermore, the economists in China do not want to allow out of their country the money which should by rights be paid to India." All these were things well known and understood in Europe. War raged, and in war, inevitably, atrocities occur. Atrocities were committed both by the Chinese and by the English. Whole villages were found in which the women lay in pools of blood in their houses. The Chinese men, having fought bravely, saw that they would have to kill themselves or surrender, so first they killed their wives and children. This war of 1840 was a sad war. Strange rumors began to circulate about Eliot, who had observed it throughout and who actually had it on his conscience. The rumors, perhaps they were true, said that he was inclined to initiate peace negotiations with the Chinese, so he was overthrown. Then, no, not Lloyd George, a certain Pottinger was given the position of Eliot, who had wanted to initiate peace negotiations. The war was to be fought to its bitter end, that is, until the land of Chusan and the cities of Ningpo and Amoy had been taken, until the English had advanced as far as Nanking, and until, in 1842, China had become totally demoralized. Hong Kong was made over to England. 5 ports in China were opened for unlimited opium trade, and British consuls established. In addition to the earlier 25 million extorted, I do not quite mean extorted, there is another word which I can't find for the moment. In addition to the earlier 25 million extorted from the Chinese, a further demand was now made for 97.5 million war damages. As I have said before, I would not dream of interpreting this process as anything other than an historical necessity. I would not dream of accusing anybody. Those who understand necessities of this kind, those who understand how things take place on the physical plane, know that such things are perfectly possible in the normal physical way of world evolution. The profits made from opium are now absorbed into the English national economy, and the English national economy includes a good part of English culture. Just as it would be nonsense to underestimate English culture, so is it also nonsense to doubt the necessity of such events, though perhaps the trifling satirical epilogue to the whole affair might be excluded from that necessity. When the first installment of 97.5 million war damages was received, certain people came forward, claiming they had been the first to have chests of opium confiscated and that the compensation they had received had been minimal. Now, they said, we have seen that our country regards the opium trade with China as legitimate, so we demand full compensation, since we were merely doing something over which our country has since been waging war. The minister whose task it was to decide the matter drew from his pocket a note he had given Captain Eliot at the time, stating that so long as Chinese law forbade the opium trade, the English government would never agree to pay compensation to anyone who might suffer losses as a result of carrying on this trade. Since this Chinese law was in force at the time, he said, your demand has no foundation, because you were contravening this law, which was only later nullified by the war. We need not decide whether this epilogue was also one of the historical necessities. But what is a necessity is that we should look at the facts. When this Anglo-Chinese war started in 1840, mankind stood at the beginning of a time about which we have often spoken. I have mentioned this very year to you as that in which materialism attained its zenith. It is good to understand how such things develop. As I said, just as it would be nonsense to underestimate English culture or English life, English civilization, so would it be nonsense to believe that something of this nature could have been avoided in the overall context of English evolution. It belongs to it. So it is entirely wrong to form any kind of moral judgment about it. If we did, we would be making the mistake of judging whole nations, whole groups, in the manner which is only appropriate when we judge individuals. This is the very thing which it is impossible to do. Yet again and again it is maintained that such a thing is possible. I have just received another pamphlet. There are so many peacemaking pamphlets to be had at the moment, which says states have their own thinking, feeling, and willing, just as do human individuals. Of course, this is utter nonsense, because you cannot by analogy transfer something which has reality on a higher plane to the level of the human being who has his thinking, feeling, and willing in the physical sphere. Of course, the folk spirits, the folk souls, also have their characteristics, but these are as I have described them in the lecture cycle I mentioned the other day. But to speak of the thinking, feeling, and willing of nations is simply nonsense. My dear friends, today I have introduced you to certain matters for the simple reason that it was necessary to add some striking examples to our basic material. Tomorrow we shall continue to link this to more far-reaching viewpoints. The end of Lecture 12. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Karma of Untruthfulness, Volume 1. This is the last lecture in Volume 1, Lecture 13, given in Dornach on the 31st of December 1916. And I will mention, when I get around to Volume 2, it actually begins with Lecture 14, not Lecture 1. You will understand that for one who follows with sympathy the destiny of mankind, it will be difficult to speak today on New Year's Eve. I expect it will be understandable if what I have to say today cannot be rounded off in the way we have come to expect, for that, quote, New Year's Eve gift, close quote, received by mankind will hardly allow the free unfolding of what is in my soul. Yesterday I endeavored to describe to you an historical event, and to show you that on no account may such an event be judged in a moral sense. For events founded on historical necessity may not be assessed morally. We have to be quite clear that just as the mystery of Golgotha has nothing to do with peoples or groups of people, for its light falls only on the individual human being, so by analogy is it also impossible to transfer to groups the way in which we morally judge the thinking, feeling, and willing of the individual. There are other cases also to which moral yardsticks may not be applied. For instance, it would not occur to anyone to apply a moral yardstick to the building of a house. No one would find one roof less moral than another because of its shape. It is just that this example is more extreme, so it is more obvious that people would not apply moral judgments to such things. In such an extreme case, they would be unlikely to let themselves be led astray by moral judgments. In contrast, however, those who want to work on people's souls, which are ever open to such things, choose just this method of decking out with moral reasons things to which, in truth, moral judgments do not apply, and which cannot be judged morally, except by hypocrites. That is why I put before you an event which had the capacity of throwing light on certain motives which are at work in human evolution on the physical plane. It is not permissible to make moral judgments, either positive or negative, about events such as the Opium War I described to you yesterday. Where would a moral judgment lead, even if it were one which might make people consult their consciences? Suppose someone were to say, "That was indeed an immoral venture, but now we have put it behind us." this would be one of those judgments intended to lull us to sleep. For thanks to the millions which flowed from Asia to Europe at that time, there exists today, in all its glory, that kingdom which ought to consult its conscience. To be logical, it would then also be necessary, from the same standpoint of conscience, to condemn the present intrigues just as firmly and sharply as one condemns the Opium War. If one did not do so, it would be like taking into account in the case of a house only the first, second, and third floors and the attic, while leaving out what cannot be left out, namely the ground floor. What was won at that time belongs now to the whole configuration of the British Empire. Perhaps you have heard the example of how much a penny or a centime invested at the time of the birth of Christ at compound interest would have increased by now. This shows you what increase of riches is possible over the years. So if you want to judge the yield of the Opium War, you must look at it as a whole. Then you will see that what has grown out of those millions, after all, this has been going on for a century, is something which is preparing to rule the world, to overrun the world. This is what may be found in what was won at that time. You see, it would be an offense against all truth to consider in isolation a single event which is part of an ongoing evolution. What you can say is that what has since developed is one of the consequences of the Opium War. You can say this quite objectively, without taking up a positive or negative moral stance. It is not permissible to paint over the facts with shades of morality. If we do this today, we are preventing the possibility of any subsequent insight into what is going on now. On karmic and moral grounds, we have to presume that looking back on today's events in the decades or centuries to come, people will condemn with an equal degree of certainty and conviction what is today defended with noble moral patriotism. In the centuries to come, today's events will look very similar. It behooves us to look more deeply into such things as they occur on the physical plane, especially at a moment like this, when, on the one hand, the turn of the year should awaken a festive mood in our souls, while on the other hand the bitterness of events must move us deeply, unless we are utterly superficial. Regardless of any side we might support, none of us can fail to realize that on the words we have read today could depend the most terrible destiny for the whole of mankind. I said it behooves those of us who stand for spiritual knowledge to look more deeply into things. So today, since I do not know how much longer it will be possible to speak about such spiritual matters in Europe, I want to draw your attention to something which may serve as an example to help us look more deeply into conditions which are manifested outwardly in what we see on the physical plane. You see, even more than is the case in the sciences, which apply to the physical plane, it is necessary to be clear that in spiritual science, the facts and the way they relate to one another are not simple at all, but very complicated indeed. I have often stressed the complicated nature of these facts and have begged you to understand that although the general formula, ideas, and laws about the relationships between the different aspects of life which we receive from spiritual science are absolutely correct, nevertheless, they are naturally extraordinarily complex in their application to actual cases. We have often spoken about the time between death and a new birth, and of how the human being descends again to the physical world in order to incarnate his soul and spirit being into a physical body. So we can realize that whenever we raise our spiritual eye, EYE, to the spiritual world, we always find souls who, with the forces they have gathered between death and their new birth, are prepared to descend into physical bodies. In other words, here, down below, the possibilities await the creation of those physical bodies, while, up above, there are the forces in the souls which guide them to these physical bodies. Now, you must consider a number of other things, together with what I have just said. You know that one of the objections to the concept of repeated earthly lives is the human population is increasing all the time, so where do all the souls come from? I have often replied that this is a superficial objection, for the simple reason that people forget to take into account that this so-called increase in the population of the world has only been observed in very recent times. For instance, those scientists who are so very proud of the exactitude of their calculations would be highly embarrassed if one were to question them about the population statistics of the year 1348, when America had not yet been discovered. The objections often mentioned are indeed staggeringly superficial. It is a fact that in some parts of the world the birth rate diminishes while it rises elsewhere, so that the population density varies in different places. This brings about a certain amount of disharmony. It can happen that in accordance with the conditions prevailing in relation to the incarnation of souls who are living between death and a new birth, there are certain souls who, as a result of previous incarnations, are inclined to descend to a certain part of the world, but that there are too few bodies available there. This can indeed happen. Furthermore, there is something else that can happen as well, which I would like you to consider in connection with what we have been saying. Some time ago, and you will see from this that the lectures I have given here in recent weeks have not been without a wider context, I mentioned that John Stuart Mill and the Russian philosopher and politician Herzen have both pointed out that in many ways a kind of Chineseness is beginning to manifest in Europe, as though Europe were becoming Chinesified. This was no idle remark on my part. If John Stuart Mill, who was a keen observer, considered that many people in his vicinity were beginning to show noticeable Chinese traits, then in certain respects he was quite right. Consider the following. Souls exist who, as a result of their former lives, are inclined to incarnate in Chinese bodies during the 19th century or at the beginning of the 20th. Now, since the Chinese population is nowhere near as great as it was in former times, it is in any case not possible for all these Chinese souls to incarnate there. In Europe, on the other hand, the physical population has increased considerably in recent times, and so many souls can be accommodated here who were really destined for incarnation in Chinese bodies. This is one reason why keen observers are beginning to notice that Europe is becoming Chinesified. But this alone would not have sufficed to prepare Europe for that European karma which was to come about. A helping hand was needed to assist a certain aspect of the great laws of existence. Now, if over a long period something is brought about of the kind I mentioned yesterday, namely that very many bodies in a whole population are caused to become emaciated, then a situation will arise in which souls who were inclined toward that area will not, after all, incarnate in those bodies. By bringing about the opiumizing of Chinese bodies and causing generations to come into being under the influence of opium's forces, it was possible to condemn the Chinese to take in, to a certain extent, some very immature substandard souls whose qualities I shall not discuss. But those souls who had themselves decided to incarnate in Chinese bodies were thereby prevented from approaching these opiumized bodies. They were diverted to Europe, where they brought about among the European population those traits which have meanwhile been noted by those keen observers I mentioned. So you see that an event on the physical plane, such as the Opium War, has a quite definite spiritual background. In the first instance, its purpose is not to help certain people make millions and grow rich, but to prevent certain souls who would have come from the spiritual world round about now to strengthen the cultural forces of Europe from incarnating yet, and instead to surreptitiously fill European bodies with Chinese souls. This is really so, however paradoxical it may seem. This momentous event has truly become fact, in a great many European people, a disharmony between soul and body has been brought about in the way I have just described. Such disharmony between soul and body always has the consequence of making it impossible to use the tools of the body properly. This makes it possible instead for others to busy themselves with errors and untruths. It would not be so easy to work by means of errors and untruths if those who see through these errors and untruths were not condemned by the conventions of their day to preach in the wilderness. You see, therefore, that I certainly did not mention what I told you yesterday, merely in order to link it in an insulting manner with a particular nation. I mentioned it as an example of how actions by human beings here on the physical plane can bring about far-reaching changes in the spiritual evolution of mankind as a whole. Furthermore, please do not imagine that I told you what I did about the hotbeds of deception and the manner in which they bring about errors and illusions, simply for my own amusement. Here too my intention was to show you much that goes on in our materialistic age. And today I have sought to demonstrate the kind of result one discovers when one observes not only the physical events, but also the spiritual background of what human beings bring about. Seen in this way, that opium war meant the switching of a soul element from a part of the earth to which it belonged, and where it might have been of use, because it would have been united with bodies into which it would have fitted, to another part of the earth, where it could become a tool for forces whose designs are by no means necessarily beneficial for mankind. We must realize, of course, that an ordinary historian will only notice some degree of degeneration in certain strata of the Chinese population resulting from the Opium War. But one who, in addition, observes the spiritual aspects of cultural history will have to look more deeply in order to see what is brought about by this degeneration for the whole of mankind. For only in this fifth post-Atlantean period, which is entirely permeated by materialism, is it possible to observe things in a manner so deeply Ahrimanic, a manner which pervades all thinking and all ideas, that if something good or something bad is done to a part of mankind, people really can believe that this will not affect mankind as a whole. Whatever is done in connection with or by a part of mankind will always affect the whole of human evolution, because of the way the forces behind the scenes of physical existence arrange things. Not until the sixth post-Atlantean period will a sense of responsibility become general among mankind, so that each individual feels responsible for what he does, not only toward himself, but toward mankind as a whole. Today we are surrounded by such a mood of catastrophe because the very opposite of this is the general trend. And from the attitudes prevalent today, mankind will prepare to crystallize out the opposite as the right view. So this is an example which can show you that what takes place on the physical plane really does affect even the spiritual world, and is therefore not only significant for the physical plane, but is also echoed in the events of the spiritual world, and thus of the whole universe. This is expressed quite deliberately in the mystery drama, not for the poetic effect, but, for once, in order to give embodiment to a truth which needs to be placed into our present time, equally as much as everything else that is contained in the mysteries. Man has as yet not progressed very far along the road toward the achievement of wider horizons in his view of the world. Somehow, he does not really want wider horizons in his view of the world. At the same time, science today is intent on restricting the horizon more and more. For science is secretly afraid of what the truth really is. Fear of the truth is taking hold of mankind increasingly, both in everyday matters and in wider contexts. Indeed, if this were not the case in the wider contexts, neither could it come about in everyday situations. For instance, people would no longer continue to draw out the war merely because they are afraid that if an understanding were to be reached by means of proper discussion, certain matters would then be revealed of which they are afraid. Some of you will remember the lecture cycle I gave in Vienna in the spring of 1914, when I summarized much of what I have said over the years about the tendencies and inclinations of our time. I said there that it is possible to speak about a social carcinoma. I must admit to being somewhat astonished by the way such remarks, which throw a profound light on certain existing things, are very frequently taken simply as remarks which satisfy curiosity to some extent, just like any other remarks that might be made. I was trying to point out at the beginning of 1914 that in our life today, certain impulses are active, comparable with the impulse in the physical human organism underlying the formation of a carcinoma, the disease of cancer. I said that just as one studies the sick physical organism, it would more and more become a task for mankind to study the social organism. Although poisons causing the disease are not present in the same way as they are in a physical organism, nevertheless they are no less poisons which create the disease. But to do this, a sense for what is spiritual is needed. And you cannot have a sense for the spiritual if you deny its existence. Of course, the social organism is not infiltrated with bacterial poison as though it were a physical organism. The poison in the social organism can only be found if you have a sense for the spiritual, as it interweaves with physical existence. But if there is a possibility of doing more than merely making analogies, which are inadmissible anyway, if there is a possibility of following events on the different planes, then it will be possible to form an idea of what is behind these things. It might be asked how it can be possible at all in the social life of the globe to move, in the way I have described, a whole company of souls from one part to another, just as though an illness were being artificially cultivated in the human body. But if these things are understood, if they are, to begin with, studied independently of what comes to meet us in human life, much may be noticed. Consider that plant life, animal life, and of course also the minerals, are all capable of secreting poisons. As you know, these poisons have two different characteristics. On the one hand, they are poisons, in quotes. They destroy higher forms of life. They destroy and slay, for instance, the human organism. But on the other hand, suitably prepared and taken in suitable doses, they are medicaments. This arises from profound interconnections in the whole realm of nature. We ought gradually to acquire certain ideas about this, not based on hypotheses or even worse on fantasies, but on spiritual science. We know, for instance, the truth about the evolution of man, and connected with this, of the way the world has passed through the Saturn, Sun, and Moon existences, and has now reached Earth existence. We know that before the present Earth existence, there was the Moon existence. I have described this to some extent, though hitherto more physically, depicting the substantiality, the substances of Moon existence. From my descriptions, you can see that this Moon existence was quite physical, that it was, at least in certain stages, just as physical as Earth existence is today. Even though the mineral kingdom did not exist, Moon existence was physical. The physical structures were held by different conditions, but they were physical. So the question arises, how can the substantiality of ancient Moon be compared with the substantiality of Earth, with what flows and pulsates in the substances of our Earth? Spiritual investigation reveals that the substances existing on Earth today have really only come about during the course of Earth existence. They are such that the human body, which needs them for its nourishment, can unite itself with them. They pass through earlier stages, but only reach their present stage during Earth existence. You could not speak of, in quotes, wheat or, in quotes, barley during moon existence. So what substances, now present on Earth, were there during moon existence? Every mineral, plant, and animal poison, every poison that flows through these kingdoms, everything we today call poison, and which today works as poison, these were the normal substances of moon. You need only recall something I have pointed out quite often, namely that prussic acid was present as something quite normal on ancient moon. I have mentioned this a number of times since the year 1906, when I spoke about it for the first time in Paris. All these things are connected with prussic acid. On ancient moon, the substances which are today poisonous played the same role as do the plant juices on Earth, those juices which agree with man. But why are the poisons still present today? For the same reason that Ahriman is present. They are what has remained behind, something that has remained behind in physical forms. So we now have what agrees with man, that is, whatever has progressed in the normal way, and certain other substances which have remained behind at the moon stage, which is now the stage of poisons. There is also another aspect to this matter. We know that today's spirituality only developed as a possibility during the transition from ancient moon to Earth existence. Our normal development was also paralleled in the substances of the lower kingdoms. Only the poisons remain behind. But there is a link, not in the spiritual but in the physical sense, between the substances on which our higher man is founded, that is, the higher organs which make us human, those organs which only developed during Earth existence, and the poisonous substances of moon existence. To a certain degree, we bear within ourselves the further stage of development of the poisons. The substances we today regard as poisonous are something which has remained behind at an earlier stage. Those substances from the lower kingdoms, which man cannot tolerate, have developed in a retrograde direction. But those substances that have developed in a forward direction, those substances that live in us in such a way that they can transform themselves to become the bearer of our ego, these are the transformed poisonous substances of ancient moon. It is only because we bear within us these transformed poisonous substances of ancient moon that we have to some extent the capacity to be ego-conscious beings. I have mentioned this, even in public lectures, by saying that in order to live, man needs not only constructive but also destructive forces. Without the latter, ego-intelligence would be impossible. From birth onward, breaking down, growing old, and death are necessary. For it is in the processes of breaking down, not those of building up, that the possibility for our spiritual development lives. The building up process lulls us to sleep. The building up process is like rank, abundant growth, which sends us to sleep. It dampens down consciousness. Consciousness can only live by using up spiritual forces. Those structures within us, together with their substances which use up spiritual forces, these are the transformed poisonous substances of ancient moon. They are transformed in such a way that they no longer work in the way they did on ancient moon. It is difficult to imagine this in connection with certain poisonous substances. But what we have to imagine about the development of these poisons is that their intensity has been reduced by 1/7 or 2/7 or 3/7. Poisonous substances in plants are as they are today because they have remained behind from moon existence. But other poisonous substances have had their poisonous potential reduced many times, and these have been inoculated into us during the course of evolution. Because of this, we are capable of growing old during our lifetime. Also because of this, we are capable of using these poisonous effects, for they are poisonous effects, which are connected with the way the male element works on the female in human procreation. The effect of the poison is expressed in the fact that without it, the female alone would tend to bring forth only an etheric being. For this etheric being to find a physical form, the rank growth of etheric life has to be poisoned. I hinted at this in my lecture on physiology some time ago in Prague. The act of fertilization provides this poisoning, just as in plant life, the effect of etheric material on the pistil, which is the fertilization act of the plant, provides a poisoning by light. Here you have something which has come into existence for man since the beginning of earth existence: procreation. It is a kind of distilled poisonous effect, a poisonous effect which existed on ancient moon in an intensity equaling that of the poisons which have now remained behind in the lower kingdoms. You can now understand a sentence which I simply want to place before you for the moment. Ordinary poisons, which are aromatic substances left over from ancient moon, are the opponents of progressive evolution. Distilled, in a way diluted, they provide the physical substance which is the bearer of our spiritual life. What happens when a diseased form comes into being, when a form falls ill? Medical science will have to concern itself more and more with such things, so that it can widen its view through spiritual science. When a diseased form comes into being, this means that evolution is advancing faster, and with it, our physical organism. If some form, and this need not only be a growth, it could be something fluid or not even fluid in the organism, if such a form comes into being, this means that a part of the physical organism is growing faster than normal. A carcinoma, for instance, comes about when a part of the organism excludes itself and starts to evolve more quickly than the rest of the human organism. In physical life, the life of substances, this is something luciferic. I do not mean luciferic in the moral sense. It is simply objectively luciferic. And it is balanced out by poison, because poison is aromatic, and that is the opposite. If you can find the proper polar opposite, then the luciferic growth will be balanced by the poison, which is aromatic. These two can balance each other out if they work in the right way. From this you see that the concepts of what is luciferic and what is aromatic may be pursued right down into the realms of natural life. They may also be pursued upward into human life, human social life. If we wanted to be cleverer than the gods, we might ask why they did not make the world without all these poisons. We would have to be as clever as that king of Spain who first asked this in relation to a particular case. Now, just as these poisons work as actual substances in the human organism, so do they also work spiritually in social life. And in social life it is possible to guide and lead them. What is gray magic, really? Gray magic is nothing other than the guiding of poisonous effects in such a way that they cause damage and bring about sickness in the social sense. This is, in the first place, something which must be taken into account by those who seriously wish to learn about life. So as not to go on for too long about one subject, we shall continue, probably tomorrow, to talk further about poison, sickness, and health. Meanwhile, we might find in our soul the question, what is the consequence of all this? If you meditate on it, you will not fail to see the connection. The consequence is that, having evolved beyond the former atavistic knowledge of these things, mankind now has the task of striving for truth with the new consciousness which has been achieved. Without this, nothing is possible. The links with the old atavistic knowledge have been severed, precisely because mankind is to become free, to develop ego consciousness ever further. So there is a fading away of what was still quite clear to the old atavistic consciousness, and which is expressed in certain myths. I have demonstrated to you the connection between a myth such as the Baldur myth and great all-encompassing manifestations of human evolution. Our scientific simpletons who conduct research into myths and legends can go no further than to maintain that they are an expression of creative folk imagination. In reality, however, they encompass deeply significant truths, which are revealed particularly through the fact that they are truly worked out down to the last detail. As an example, the Baldur myth, among many other things, gives us a very good idea of the gradation of poisons. That a parasitic plant exudes a certain degree of poison is expressed wonderfully in the way Baldur is slain by the mistletoe. This shows that there existed a knowledge of the gradation of poisons in the world. For instance, that mistletoe is poisonous to a degree which cannot be tolerated by man. Everything is differentiated by degrees. Everything is graded. When certain things are said to be poison, what is meant is that they are stronger poison which has remained behind at the moon stage. They have not continued to evolve. But everything is to some extent, small extent, poison. In everything there is a little poison. The only difference is in the degree. Although I cannot back a certain doctor and professor who stood up in favor of alcohol and maintained he could prove that many more people had died of the poison water than of the poison alcohol, nevertheless the point he makes is important. In all poisons there are degrees, and it is true that more people have been killed by water than by alcohol. It is a fact that something can be true, but at the same time it may, without becoming untrue, be inapplicable to a certain case. I have often said it is not enough for something to be true. What matters is whether it can be incorporated into reality, whether it belongs to actual reality. The ancient truths have to a great extent faded away. That is why significant indications about the truth of ancient myths still given, for instance, by the so-called unknown philosopher, in quotes, St. Martin, remain totally incomprehensible to those who followed him. St. Martin, who considered himself to be a pupil of Jacob Boehme, was still just able to point to the true core of the myths. That was in the 18th century. By the 19th century, the most total and utter nonsense was being put forward by way of interpretation of the myths. All this is connected with the way our time lacks a strong, intense urge for the truth. If this urge for truth had been sufficiently strong, it would have sufficed to lead mankind far more extensively toward spiritual life than has actually been the case. It is the weakness of the urge for truth which has brought it about that so few people experience a longing to deepen their spiritual life. This shows itself in the external, concrete world as well. The sad and painful events of today show that the sense for truth does not flow through the world like the blood of the soul, and this is not always the fault of human beings. The sense for truth must be properly awakened. That is why, during the past weeks, it has been necessary to point to concrete, sense-perceptible affairs, insofar as they are the expression of spiritual impulses and spiritual events. It is because of the striving for truth, or rather the lack of striving for truth today, that certain affairs are handled and things are said which are believed in the widest circles, although they are in fact nothing but absolute inversions of the truth. In an age when it is possible to make the truth conform to any kind of antipathy, passion, or instinct, a great deal of effort will be needed in this age to awaken a strong sense for the truth which can then lead to a spiritual life. The details show that this is so. Only consider all the things that have been said in the 2.5 years since this event called the war started to rage. Consider further all the things that have been believed. As I said yesterday, the striving for truth, the search for truth has been the only standpoint for everything I have said. There has been no intention of taking sides in any way at all. It is necessary, however, when making an assertion, even if only in your own soul, for that is just as much a reality, to have the will to take into account that in a particular case the truth might not be entirely available to you, and that it is therefore a matter of holding back, and searching for ways which can then make it possible to come to a judgment of something. Let us look at a particular case. Think of all that was disseminated in America in connection with European life during the build-up to this war. Much that has echoed back to Europe reveals what is believed in America. Why are these things believed? They are believed because people over in America have, of course, just as little possibility of understanding European life as did the English with regard to life in China after the Opium War. Pangs of conscience might inspire someone today to admit that the Opium War was a faux pas. I should like to remind such a person that among those in the British Parliament who sang the praises of the outcome of the Opium War as, quote, an achievement of British culture, close quote, was old Wellington himself, not one of the worst. Some time ago, an American wrote an essay for his countrymen, which they obviously failed to note. To conclude this evening, I shall read some passages to you, so that you can see the judgment of a man who genuinely endeavors to understand things. Do not rejoin that after seeing what has happened in recent weeks, a different judgment could be reached. Of course, a more profound background might be found. But to form a judgment, such things are not needed. To form a judgment, it is enough to have a true sense of objectivity about the external events which are taking place. This sense of objectivity has been little in evidence. This is what George Stuart Fullerton, a professor at New York University, writes about Germany. Allow me to read to you from this document, which provides such a contrast to that New Year's Eve document which is now circulating in the world. Fullerton writes, quote, I am an American without a drop of German blood in my veins, so that I cannot be suspected of having the natural partiality for Germany which characterizes the German American. Moreover, I can claim the right to be as truly an American as anyone, since my family has been American as long as there has been an American nation. I love my country and pray that it may have before it a great future and a prosperity founded upon right and justice. Nevertheless, no man has the right to be only an American, but must remember that he is also a man, and that as a man it is a matter of concern to him that justice should prevail in other continents than his own. We Americans are neutrals, but we have a right to know the facts about the Great War, and it is our duty to aim at intelligent comprehension of the situation. Close quote. Steiner continues. He is a man who applies only his common sense to what he sees. He is not an occultist. Continue quote. For 30 years I have known Germany and have been interested in her science, her literature, and her political and economic development. At first I saw the land through the eyes of a mere visitor, but of late years I have had the opportunity to know it much more intimately. I have seen a people formerly comparatively poor, not very strong, not very closely welded into a unit, become rich, powerful, united, and so advanced in its social development that its internal organization compels the admiration of the economist and of the humanitarian. The land has prospered exceedingly in the intelligent pursuit of the arts of peace. Austria I have visited in past years, and last winter I spent in that empire in the capacity of first American exchange professor to the Austrian universities, lecturing at Vienna, Graz, Innsbruck, Krakow, and Lemberg. I met many persons in public and in private life, and had an opportunity to feel the pulse of public opinion. I say without hesitation that no class, either in Germany or in Austria, desired to precipitate this terrible war. Peace was desired and earnestly desired for economic reasons, but war was forced upon both nations. That war came just when it did may be regarded as an accident, for the war was sure to come in any case. As many of my fellow countrymen are imperfectly acquainted with the conditions which prevail in Europe, as they themselves live under conditions so different that it is difficult for them to realize the significance even of facts which are truly brought before them, and as they have, moreover, been systematically misinformed by certain of the parties interested, who have had the opportunity to cut the German cables, it is not surprising that there should be in America such misunderstanding of the situation. I think it my duty to make a brief contribution toward the clearing up of this misunderstanding. Americans have heard a great deal lately of German militarism, and many of them have a vague notion that it is a menace to European civilization. Of what the word really stands for, they have no intelligent notion. In America we have brief attacks of militarism, as at the time of the Spanish-American War, or when there is common talk of a possible war with Mexico. But militarism, as a permanent condition of things, does not exist. And if it is not to be met with in the Great Republic, why should it exist in Germany? The American who is not acquainted with Germany and with the positions in which she finds herself can find no satisfactory answer to this question. An answer is, however, not far to seek. The Germans are a peace-loving people. We Americans know that there is no element in our own population more orderly, industrious, and law-abiding than the German element. The German in Germany has the same characteristics. The land is an orderly land, and the population is enlightened, disciplined, and educated to respect the law. The rights of even the humblest are jealously guarded. The courts are just. The successes of the Germans are attained as the result of careful preparation and unremitting industry. Even competition in business is carefully regulated by law, and the laws against what the community regards as unfair competition are rigorously enforced. No one who lives among the Germans and learns to know them can feel that he has to do with an aggressive and predatory people. And those who spent in Germany, as I did the month of August 1914, mingling freely in the crowds on the streets during the 2 weeks of the mobilization, when the public excitement was the greatest, can only wonder that a people so peaceable and self-restrained should be capable of the daring courage which has since stormed fortresses and has gathered laurels on land and sea in a way which compels the admiration of all who have not been kept in ignorance of the facts. Yet this orderly and peace-loving people, a people who has not only loved peace, but has for more than 40 years kept the peace, while other nations carried on wars, a people that has, in the pursuit of the arts of peace, grown exceedingly rich and prosperous, this people has all the while trained the mass of its male population to be prepared for war in case of emergency, and has built up a formidable fleet. Finally, it has gone to war against what seemed at first to be overwhelming odds, and the rising has not been that of a class, but of a nation. Neither the emperor, nor the government, nor the officers in the army and the navy are responsible for the public sentiment which makes this movement in Germany a national uprising. Even the Social Democrats, and those of a kindred way of thinking, men who have never been accused of servility to the emperor or the government, nor suspected of a weakness for army and navy, have stood by their country to a man, and are now fighting bravely and dying without a complaint at the front. In the past 3 months I have not met with a German of any class, from the highest to the lowest, who has not been heart and soul for the war. I have heard no laments from those who have sent their sons. I have heard no criticism of their country from those who have been bereaved, and I know many such. A strange phenomenon to be observed among a peaceable and industrious race, a race as devoted to the cultivation of the sciences and arts as it is to industrial pursuits, a civilized race, not one living in a state of barbarism, and to which war is welcome, a diversion rather than a calamity. To the American, who cannot put himself in the place of the German, an inexplicable phenomenon. What has possessed the Germans to prepare for war on a great scale? What drives them to fight even against a world in arms, and to stake their all in the gigantic contest? Let me help the American to put himself in the place of the German. We Americans inhabit a land more than 4/5 the size of all Europe, including Russia. It is 15 times the size of the German Empire, and has only 98 millions of inhabitants, so that we are in the position of a family occupied in growing up to fill a large and well-furnished house. It does not cross our mind that our neighbors, either near or remote, can seriously frighten us. Who could invade us with any hope of success? Who could threaten our national existence or subject us to anything approaching a state of bondage? To the north of us is Canada, an empty house, a country with only 7 million inhabitants, which could not hurt us even if it wishes to do so. To the south is Mexico, which can make trouble within her own borders and can cause some Americans to regret their investments there, but which is no more formidable to the United States than an unruly class in a school. To the west and to the east we have the broad sea. Japan might quarrel with us and might be a detriment to some of our foreign trade. Close quote. Steiner again. He is rather optimistic here, but never mind. At the time this judgment was appropriate. Continue quote. But Japan is far from us. She will draw nearer in the future, and we know very well that she is too poor and will long be too poor to carry on a long-continued war. At the most, Japan can only annoy us. That European states should singly or combined crush us is a contingency too remote to fall within our horizon. As much of an army and as much of a fleet as we think necessary to our purposes, we freely call into being. Nor does it occur to us to ask the permission of any other power before increasing either. Why should Mr. Carnegie fill his house with bread as a provision against a possible famine in the state of New York? Why should Mr. Rockefeller store gold and silver coins in a stocking and hide them in his mattress? The occupant of a Nebraska farm who should build a seaworthy boat in order to be ready for all emergencies, we should regard as out of his mind. We Americans do what seems to us prudent and practical under the conditions which prevail in America, and we have no more need for the German army than has a Philadelphia Quaker at his yearly meeting for a revolver. What we think we really need, however, we set about with much energy to obtain. But suppose that our territory were not too large to be invaded. Suppose that to the north of us we had a great land with a vast population of more than 100 millions, under an autocratic government, boasting even in time of peace an immense army. Suppose that this land had for many decades shown a restless activity in extending its borders at the expense of its neighbors, where it had found them too weak to resist aggression. Suppose that its population was upon a plane of civilization far less advanced than our own, so little advanced, indeed, that the overwhelming majority were compelled to live in what civilized men must regard as a condition of distressing misery, ignorant, dumb, passive, a tool in the hands of a bureaucratic class, which would not be the first to suffer from the added miseries entailed by a state of war. Suppose that we had information that this neighbor of ours had for some time been massing its troops upon its borders in a way that could only be interpreted as a menace. Again, let us suppose that we had to be south of us, that we had, to the south of us, not Mexico, but a rich, resourceful, and highly civilized nation of 40 million inhabitants, with a large army, formidable, well-drilled, and well-equipped with all that is necessary to carry on successfully modern warfare. Suppose that this nation had for 40 years made no secret of the fact that it was animated by a bitter sentiment of resentment against us, and hoped some day to have its revenge. Suppose that it stood in relations with the power above described, and also with a third power, to be mentioned below, such that we had reason to fear that they might act in concert to our detriment. Now, let us extend our suppositions, too, over the case of this third power. Suppose that we did not have the broad sea upon our borders to east and west, with the trade routes of the world open to us, but that there existed a third power, so fortunately situated as to be inaccessible by land, and yet in direct control of our only available outlets to the sea. Suppose that our foreign commerce was far more important to our prosperity than it actually is. that our prosperity was in large measure based upon our export trade. Suppose that the third power in question was rich enough to maintain a navy equal to our own, combined with that of any other great power with which we might contract an alliance, and openly avowed its intention to retain control of the sea by maintaining this proportion. Suppose that its control of the sea even made it possible for this power to cut international cables and only let through to the world so much regarding what we did or what others did to us as seemed to it in accordance with its policy. Suppose that this power had an understanding, in quotes, with the two described above, and we had reason to fear that it might join them should they attack us. How could we Americans accept such a situation? I know my Americans. I have lived through the Spanish War and have seen a university emptied of professors and students eager to fight under the flag of their country. Yet the Spanish War was, to America, a very small and unimportant affair. Spain could no more crush the United States and reduce our country to virtual subjection than it could stay the moon in its revolutions. Were our land really in danger, or did we believe our land to be in danger, what would happen in the United States? What would we be, peaceable and patient, anxious to make concessions, willing to give up territory, eager to limit under compulsion our army and navy? Would we humbly declare our readiness to step out of the race for industrial success, or to ask permission of another power for access to the trade routes of the world? I know my Americans, and such questions strike me as broadly humorous. In this paper I have no other aim than to set the American in the place of the German. Whether it is or is not desirable that Germany or Austria, or parts of them, should be reduced to the condition of Finland or Poland, whether France should be allowed to take Alsace and Lorraine, whether England should be freed from a business rival so intelligent and industrious as to be formidable in times of peace, and should be left in control of the sea routes to America, Asia, Africa, and Oceanica. With all this I am in no way concerned. I wish only to make clear that under like circumstances Americans would do what the Germans have done. The Germans have, not without reason, feared Russian and French aggression, and have made preparations for many years to forestall it. German science and industry have led to an enormous expansion in German trade, and the Germans have not been willing to trust their trade to the mercies of Great Britain. Under this regime, Germany has prospered exceedingly. Militarism, which the German regards as only a somewhat offensive name for his necessary preparation to repel very real dangers, a legitimate measure of self-defense, has not hampered Germany a tithe as much as she was hampered in the past, when she was not in a position to defend herself. Militarism is undoubtedly a burden, but it has not prevented Germany from cultivating successfully the sciences and arts, to the great benefit of humanity, from initiating and carrying out social reforms which ensure to all classes of her population an unusual measure of well-being, from developing her internal resources and building up her foreign commerce in a way that has made her a rich nation. Militarism may be a crushing burden, abstractly considered, but it has not crushed Germany, and to the German that is a consideration which deserves to be weighed. We are all influenced by the constant repetition of a catchword. Americans have heard so much of German militarism, largely from certain foreign sources, that it would be surprising if some of them were not deluded into believing that Germany is the only European nation with a large army. Yet Russia has a larger army, and has for years been using it for aggression. France, with a much smaller population than Germany, has an army of approximately the same size, and hence may, with much greater justice than Germany, be accused of militarism. And Great Britain has the exact equivalent of an immense army. She has a colossal fleet, which she keeps up at enormous expense to herself, and which she increases from time to time with the avowed purpose of allowing no nation to dispute with her the control of the sea, that great common highway of the world over which all may pass, but which no nation may possess. How formidable this equivalent for a great army may be to other nations has been made clear in the present crisis. There is no nation in Europe that can, without asking England's permission, sail into the Atlantic, pass the Straits of Gibraltar, make use of the Mediterranean, or reach Asia by way of the Suez Canal. The public highway has by a single nation been fenced in and made private property. It is a pity that the word navalism is not good English, for that which it exactly describes has been peculiarly English for a century. Navalism can be a more serious menace than militarism, for the latter threatens chiefly one's more immediate neighbors. Navalism holds a threat over every nation on the face of the globe. I repeat that in this paper I am not urging that it would be a good thing for the world for any one nation rather than another to emerge from this great contest victorious. One's opinions upon such matters are not dictated wholly by pure reason. Close quote. Steiner again. This man makes very good sense. Continue quote. I wish only to make the real issue clear, and to avoid the fallacy of catchwords and phrases. I make no reference to the neutrality of Belgium, nor do I think it worthwhile to touch upon the question who first formally declared war on this side or on that. In the light of what the world now knows, these have become wholly trivial matters. The explanation of the attitude of the German people is to be sought at a much deeper level, and I maintain without hesitation that we Americans under the same circumstances would have done just what the Germans have done. Would it have been right? Would it have been wrong? I leave it to Americans to decide. Some Americans, not many, are by their nature inclined to the acceptance of the status quo. That somewhat ambiguous expression, so often found in the mouth of the man who thinks it to his purpose to urge the continued existence of a state of things which long has been or which has recently come to be. Had Austria accepted the status quo, she would not have resented the revolutionary activities of the Servians within her borders. She would not have resented the murder of her crown prince. She would not have opposed resistance to Russia. Had Germany accepted the status quo, she would not have prepared for defense, have reacted to Russian mobilization on her frontier, or have endeavored to prevent the dismemberment of Austria-Hungary. She would have offered her cheek to the French. She would have left Britain to rule the waves according to her pleasure and in accordance with an old tradition. What would have happened to Austria and to Germany had the status quo been thus respected? It would undoubtedly have been something very disagreeable to Germans. On this point they are all agreed, and it is this that has led prince and peasant, Catholic and Protestant, conservative and social democrat, to drop all other causes and to go wholeheartedly to war. Shall we urge upon Germany, rather than upon other nations, the acceptance of the status quo and a tender regard for the, quote, balance of power, close quote? As for the balance of power, any nation that is intelligent and industrious, and that preserving the peace for nearly half a century is enabled to develop its industries and become thereby rich and powerful, unavoidably disturbs it. Nations less civilized or less industrious or more quarrelsome are put at a disadvantage. As for the status quo, has it been accepted by Serbia, by Russia, by France, by England, by Japan? And what on the whole has been the attitude of the American toward it? Did we accept the status quo when we dispossessed the Indians? Did we bow down before the principle when we published our Declaration of Independence in 1776? Did we show our respect for it when we rebelled against the search of American ships and the impressment of American seamen by Great Britain in the years preceding 1812? Did we think of the status quo in 1861, when we refused to recognize the Confederacy and insisted upon the integrity of the Union? Did we treat it with deference at the time of our war with Spain? The status quo is a catchword. The balance of power is something which in the normal course of human events is always being upset and set up again upon a new basis. We Americans are not, I think, a quarrelsome people, but we have long ago recognized that the times change and that we change with them. To new conditions we make new adjustments, and we guard jealously enough what we consider our legitimate interests, whether they be new or old. Were it necessary, we should not hesitate to guard them by a prompt display of force. And among our legitimate interests, we should certainly place in the front rank our national self-defense, and the enjoyment of such advantages as we have by intelligence and industry, and in the pursuit of the arts of peace, obtained. We are neutrals, but we have a right to know the truth, even about Central Europe. It is not right that we should be kept in ignorance or led through misrepresentations to condemn in haste nations with which we stand in friendly relations. When we see a great nation of some 70 millions, a nation highly civilized, wealthy, and cultivated, a nation well aware that it can prosper as few others, if it be allowed to exercise its industries in peace, when we see such a nation go to war against powerful odds, risking its very existence in the struggle, we must be shallow indeed if we suppose that its whole population, a naturally peaceable and orderly population, has either gone mad or lapsed into barbarism. We must stand before an unsolved problem until we attain to information and comprehension. Let the American forget the conditions under which he himself lives. Let him think himself into the situation of the German. Then let him ask himself what, under the circumstances, he would do. Close quote. Steiner again. These are the words of one who had the will to see things as they really are, and not to listen to what is said in the newspapers and journals of the periphery. Are these the only people who spoke like this? Such people are equipped with a genuine sense for the truth. This is how they spoke. Yesterday, this is very relevant, I had a look at the Basler Nachrichten. It quoted some words which were actually spoken. It is a good thing that they have been quoted. They were spoken in 1908 by an Englishman in front of other Englishmen in order to point out that Germany had every reason to adopt a militaristic attitude, and that it would have been unwise for Germany not to have adopted this militarism, which has since become a slogan to be slandered. The words this Englishman spoke to other Englishmen were, quote, "Look at the position of Germany. Suppose we had here a possible combination of enemies which would lay us open to invasion. Suppose Germany and France, or Germany and Russia, or Germany and Austria had fleets which in combination would be stronger than ours. Would we not be frightened? Would we not arm? Of course we should." Close quote. Steiner again. Lloyd George spoke these words in 1908 with as much conviction as he now thunders his tirades into the world. These words were spoken by Lloyd George in 1908. That is the end of Lecture 13 and the end of Volume 1 of the Karma of Untruthfulness by Rudolf Steiner.